7 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we thank y'all so much for making us part of your day. Boy, 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 do we have lots of updates for you today. We'll have an update on Rick heading over to Arkansas for Man Church as he spoke last night. We'll get an update from him on that. Plus, we have a Burgess Farm update that you don't want to miss. I received a text that consisted of a photo from Gary about something that happened at the farm, and I know that will be a big discussion today. So that's there for you. We know the Wheel of Meat has spun. That has already spun. Scott Dawson spun that yesterday, if you're listening live. Today is Friday, and we thank you for being a part of the show. All right, so let's bring everybody in. Right over there is Adler. Look at him. He's fired up, ready to go. Over here is Greg, and right over there is Helmsy. What's up, boys? Y'all good? Everybody fired up?
Good.
Fire it up.
Hey, it took me a little second today to get to rolling, but here I am.
Okay.
I'm rolling now. I'm ready to
go. Did you
Fired
make it
up.
without having to stop?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
I know that, sometimes in the morning you want to stop at your favorite little gas station, so I wasn't sure.
I like the MAPCO.
Yeah, you do. All right.
Maybe.
That's
It
good.
took me a minute, though. You know how you just like, hey, come on. Let's go. Hey, come on.
Yeah,
hey,
I know.
Come on.
I know
Hey,
you have to
hey
talk
body. Hey, mind. Let's go.
Can't
Let's
quite
get
get
going.
there.
Let's
Today,
get it going.
I got to be honest with you. Today was a snooze day for me. I hit snooze. I normally don't. I've been getting up.
I'm a
and-
double snoozer.
Are you really? Today was a snooze, and then I laid there halfway through the snooze, and I said, hey, buddy, it's almost like I was standing up beside the bed talking to myself.
Yeah.
Hey, get up.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Dogs got to barking outside and woke me up
Yeah.
about 15 minutes before I was supposed to get up.
Did you go back out there in your underwear and yell at
Nah, I
them
just
again?
wrote it out. I knew I was close to getting up.
Okay.
They were loud
Yeah.
on what that song.
Well, what do you think they're barking at? Deer?
Coyotes.
Coyotes?
Deer. Something.
Okay.
Speaking of that, the deer were moving this morning.
Hey,
I
they
like
sure
to ran
were.
over.
Yep.
I mean, from my house all the way to here.
Yeah.
Now, I got a little break on the interstate.
me
I'll
check
admit that. But coming down 119 was crazy, but coming from my house to I-20 was,
Yeah.
I don't know what had them stirred.
Well, I will
were
tell
May
you
have been the
this.
barometric pressure.
Could have been.
Could have been. So there is a stretch of the interstate that I take all the time, and there's an interstate called 459 that goes around downtown Birmingham.
Ooh, I get on highways.
Ooh, I know the way to go.
And they're between two exits. You better be in that center lane because they come
Yeah.
up and eat on the side of the road. I mean, if you were in that far left lane, you almost could reach out and touch them. And unfortunately, some people have because I see them on the interstate.
Oh,
but hey, let me tell you something. I'm always looking, and I always try to get in that center lane. And today they were lined
It was
up,
unreal.
and I'm like, oh, please don't.
I had them darting across the road.
Please don't dart
Standing on
across
the
the
side of the road, and you go, don't move.
Please don't dart across the road, please.
There's a lot of deer out there.
There are. So
Lot of
just something's going on here with the staff, and
What
and
is it?
we've got to discuss it. It's not bad. It's kind of funny, to be honest with you.
Does this got to do with you?
Yeah, and
Yes.
my wife Terry.
And I love your approach to this.
Yeah.
And we do need to discuss
right.
it. For sure.
So Tyler
I like it.
is getting married at the end of May, and of course
And you can't
being
believe how close it is to being
right,
Sure.
right.
Wow.
So, the groom is in charge of the rehearsal dinner, right?
That's right.
And what you eating and all this kind of stuff. And so
You going to sing at it?
what if I did? No, it's Tommy. But anyway, so Terry is trying to play with some ideas on desserts and goodies for those that are a part of the wedding and the families, have to do with the rehearsal dinner. And she started making, like things like fudge and all kinds of, cookies and going outside of her normal routine of, all right, this is kind of what I normally make. Now I'm experimenting with different recipes.
Yes.
And she started making them and asking me what I thought. And I was like, hon, I can't eat this. I'll be as big as a house because you know me. I love sweets. That's my weakness. I can't do this.
Test it.
And I said, my request is, could you make enough to where I could just take it to the show
And I like that request.
and then let the staff be the test dummies?
Yes.
But
There's
the
a few things we do well. That's one of them.
right. And the only thing, though, that she requested, because you're not going to hurt her feelings.
This is what I love, right?
Is that you have to be totally honest, because if you're not honest and you go, oh man, that was great, and you walk in the production room and go, man, that's so, then you're not helping anybody. So y'all have got to go, hey, didn't like that, because she's experimenting with different things.
I'm going to go thumbs up on the fudge.
I will too.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I had the last piece yesterday before Bible study.
Boy, that was
Okay.
good.
That was
really
kind of,
good.
and I needed it too. I needed that little pick me up. And I thought, you know what? There's a piece of fudge left. And I didn't get any the previous days. So, hey, that's a good fudge. So, A+ there.
Okay.
And I'll let you know on the pound cake later. And I'm going to tell you, I'm a pound cake snob, so you may not like
you.
You may not like my
Here's where
review.
I'm at.
We'll see.
That's fine.
You know me, I've already ate some of the pound.
Yeah.
And?
The minute I saw it. When I looked at it at first, I thought, okay, I bet it's dry. It just had that look about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I cut
this
it
is
open.
what we need.
To me,
I know.
listen to me. And say, I like this, and I think you do too. I like crust and
I do
stuff
too.
like that.
I do too.
Aha. It's just got a good crust, but it's moist on the inside.
Okay.
So the crust is around the outside,
Okay.
moist on the inside.
All right.
Okay. Well, I'll give it a run.
It's
I'll
like
give it a
we're
run.
doing- It's like we're doing a cooking show.
I'll give it a test today.
2 pieces.
2 pieces?
Already?
They're little, though.
Attaboy.
They weren't big.
But
I'll give it about
They
today to
would
give
those
you
two
some
would have
review.
been equal to one big one.
And here's where you can be reassured, Helmsy. There is no bad review, because it's just
Okay.
your honest
All right.
opinion.
But
And
like
so
I
that's
said,
what we need.
Okay.
I thought, well, if it maybe dry all the way through. 'Cause
How would
sometimes
you? How would you? She said, "Okay, listen." Now she.
It's a little loaf. Is it going to be in a cake form? Or is it
Well,
gonna be in
I've
the loaf?
always told her I don't care how it looks. I care how it tastes.
Yeah.
So she's always like, she'll make something. She's like, "Oh, it's not pretty," and I'm like, "Who cares?" if it's
Presentation is a big thing,
pretty? I know,
though, with
but
food.
I give you that,
Yeah.
and I'll give you this. At home is a little different than at a rehearsal dinner.
Yeah.
Okay, Roger that.
Sure.
Okay.
But what I ask about this is this going to be in the form it is now?
Well, she's made 2 forms. One form is almost like a cupcake, and it's just a little piece
I
of
like
like
that.
almost like just a little pound cake cupcake kind of thing. And she did those, and it was a lemon pound cake.
Okay.
All right, and those didn't unfortunately make it to the studio.
Okay.
And this one here is a different kind of pound cake. How would you describe this one? It's not really a lemon pound cake.
No, it's the it has like a. Is it a? What am I looking for?
I don't know.
There's
Because
some
she
you can
told
buy
me, and
pre-made.
unfortunately,
they have
I was half listening.
It's really good.
Yeah.
I like it better than the lemon.
Okay. All right.
But it's in loaf form. You know, like your friendship bread people
Yeah.
bring.
Yeah.
It's in the friendship bread.
Right
loaf
now,
form.
it's in that loaf form, but she
Which is
also
good.
made some other little pretty little thing because she's trying to figure out what she wants to do. So she made it all these little. She made it in a different,
Just keep bringing
a
stuff.
different shape, I guess is what
I
I'm
got
saying.
you.
But yes, there is more to come.
Good.
Unfortunately for y'all, if those that are
We're
trying to do
2-0
better.
in
Hey,
my
look,
book right now. 2-0.
Okay, good. But that's what's happening.
Now
with
I know
the
what you're
staff.
going to do. You're going to make something bad and bring it on purpose. and set
No,
me up.
no, I wouldn't do that to y'all.
We don't mess around with food.
Yeah, we don't. By
No,
the way.
no,
I've never
that's-
broke that rule. I
no.
don't contaminate food. Now, if you
No.
want to make it just taste bad, not put nothing gross in it, but just
No, I'm not going to play with food.
see if we'll be honest about it.
yeah.
Put a lot of salt in it or something. That's good.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I am dandy. How are you doing?
Well, good. We have some things that we have to unpack going further. I was telling the guys here inside, if you look over in Trump world, I do understand that I know the vice president was out yesterday. And to me, the vice president is that calming voice that walks around. With
He's
Trump,
the mortar,
it's
isn't he?
just like okay, and of course trying to reassure everyone to be patient on this health care plan. He actually went as far as, to me, of all the people I've heard against it, because you had some that were saying, well, I'm not sure if I like it, and you could hear like Hannity struggling with all the hard work that he felt like he laid out, to get Trump elected, and he was uncomfortable with it. Well, Mark Levin just hated it. There was not a let's see. Whatever, I'm not sure how I feel. Let me look into it. I mean, he went out there and just said, "By golly," and so Pence actually went on with Mark Levin yesterday, and somebody sent that to us. I haven't listened to it, about 14 minutes, and I sensed from what I saw there that it's possible that the calming voice may have at least got Levin where he was.
So Levin didn't call him a big dummy? Or
I don't know.
nothing?
I have to go. He may have. You big dummy!
You big dummy!
Get off my phone. So we'll.
Love Mark, by
yes.
the way. One of the nicest guys. if you
Well,
ever meet him.
what was funny when I was listening to Levin, and he has that, he has that Jewish. I love debating. I love to discuss it, and the more debate, the better. You know what I mean? And it was funny because everybody who didn't like it were trying to not say the word Trump.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because they had all supported Trump and all that. I notice you're not talking about Trump. You got to blame Trump for this too. You know, like that, and he would make them say it. That,
Pretty good Mark.
you
Morris,
got to blame Trump too. And so anyway, I don't know how that went, but it's almost like anytime Trump is in a scuffle, that you send the calming Mike Pence in to speak like someone would speak. Not a lot of chase.
He's kind of like that helicopter that comes over the wildfires.
Right.
That big plane.
You're right.
Dumps the water.
You're right.
Yeah.
It's just like he walks in and says, "Everybody, just hey, easy."
It's all good.
Yeah, listen to me now. Hang on. So I'll go back and listen to that.
Well, he was a good pick, I think.
Yeah, from what I could gather, the point he was making was what we actually made a few days ago, after the horror of what we first saw. Is there has to be a starting process and watch us go, and as we go, we're going to add legislation and we're going to fix this
Right.
a little more, Mark, where people like you and Rick and Bubba are going to feel a little better about it. And so anyway, so that hopefully that's going to take place, and it looks like at least that's what they say they're going to do, and hopefully that it'll get better.
Well, he's got a lot of political folks who supported him who have different opinions on how to fix this.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a crowd that wants Obamacare repealed. They don't care who's left uncovered.
Well, what you've got here, this is Obamacare 2.0.
And so, and you've got some that, some of the Republicans have come out and said, we will not support a plan that leaves people uncovered. Right. So you're going to have a replacement ready to go. And that's kind of what they're working on, I think.
Well, like I said, and I heard that on Levin's show, is the thing I thought made the most sense is when he had the doctor who actually has to deal with this. And we had lunch with some people in the medical field yesterday, is that we must drop this childlike view that we want a pony and we don't care what it takes to have a pony.
Right.
I mean, we just want one.
Yeah.
But there's things that have to take place, and these things cost money, and things cost money. And
I want a pony and I want a trophy.
Yeah, and like I say, it's just like what Helmsley's talked about. We know that the insurance situation needs some work. If you don't believe that, just go to your doctor and see how much your visit costs if you put it on your insurance, and then tell them you'll just pay straight up for it and watch how it goes down.
Someone won't take cash.
Yeah, but I mean, if you just say I'm just paying for it, with your debit card or
some of them won't.
Most of them
won't
will.
take it.
Actually, they will.
Yeah. Some of them.
That's
some
what.
of them won't.
That's
I have
what,
run into that.
That's why the Samaritans thing's so good, because everything is AK. You tell them, hey, I'm a cash paying customer.
Right.
Oh, okay. By the way, it went from $250 to $75.
Mm-hmm. It changes very fast.
Absolutely.
So anyway, some of that needs to be worked out. But on the other end of the spectrum, the pony people, I call them.
Yep.
The pony people, you can't have an emergency visit that costs $1,200, and you dictate to the hospital that you'll give them $40.
Right.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We're settling in for the day, getting ready. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. A lot happening today, a lot of updates today as well. We have the Team Rick and Bubba text group that sometimes it requires responses, sometimes it's just information, sometimes it's just funny stuff that each member is involved with, and hey, just to let you know, almost like a location check. Hey, this is happening, and we got things that are hitting around all day. A couple of highlights of yesterday is the whole View Joy Behar falling on the set. That'll be an update today and with video. And then Bubba sent out something last night. Yesterday, it was Ballpark City for me. It was Perfect Game has a Perfect Game high school showcase that consists of like high schools from Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, Florida. They all come into Hoover, Alabama, and they host a big high school showcase where teams are playing each other from all over the place, not just Alabama teams, but teams from all over the place. Yeah. So Tyler's team was playing yesterday, and then I was there, ran into some other people. So I was at the ballpark a lot yesterday and just kind of catching up, watching them play and stuff. And so, it was a beautiful day. It was sunny. I was out in it. Of course, didn't plan for that. And so now the back of my head from my hat, it looks like I've painted the lower half red from the sun, and then my head's white from my cap. And that's a bald thing. Most
like
bald
a safety
guys,
match.
yeah, most bald guys know what I'm talking about. But I saw a group text yesterday evening from Bubba. Russians have hit the nuke plant in Ukraine. Fire reported. Largest nuke plant in Europe with 6 reactors. And I'm like, oh, wow. So I flipped over to it and then saw what was going on and then just went to bed after shortly after that. I was really tired. Woke up this morning to a press conference with someone representing the Ukrainians giving an update on the plant and to find out what was going on. And luckily, the fire was in a building outside of where the reactors are.
It was in an administrative building.
Yeah.
I watched I watched it unfold myself.
And that's been put out now.
Because
unfortunately,
blowing up the plant would hurt them too.
Yeah,
That's,
sure. Unfortunately for everyone, Europe is has seized the plant. Now the Ukrainians are still in the operating room to where they're operating the plant, but they're surrounded by Russians that have seized the plant, and so it's a very tense situation. The guys will update you, but Russians' invasion is continuing, and it's just heartbreaking, some of the videos and stories coming out of Ukraine. But that one of the bigger stories yesterday is now, and look, I'm going to tell you this too, there's been a couple of world leaders, the French president, Boris Johnson out of England, they've basically said he's done this to hold blackmail on Europe, saying, look what I've got. Yeah. And the French president had a 90-minute conversation with Putin. And you want to know what he had coming out of that? I think it's about to get worse.
Oh, that's
isn't that great? So that's an update for you today as well, and the guys will be giving you that as this mess in Ukraine and this invasion continues. So there's been a couple of other things, too, that has come out. Moths are now racist.
Moths?
Yes.
The bug?
Yeah, the bug.
Racist?
We've had a bug. A moth have to be renamed because it's considered offensive.
Moth?
Yeah, the gypsy moth has been renamed spongy moth.
Oh, gypsy part was offensive?
Yeah, it's a derogatory term for Romanian people.
Oh, I thought it was a straight up, Tyson
Fury
is the Gypsy King.
I know. I don't know, but we got
he
that
may need to
today,
change
too.
his name.
He's actually a gypsy. His family was.
Not going to tell him that.
The Gypsy
Don't want to
Kings,
mess
they
with
were
him.
bare knuckle fighters.
Right, yeah.
Come on, what are we talking? Come on.
Right. And a jogger in Australia has found something. Adler has video and a picture. What did he find on the jogging trail? Could it be an alien? But there's pictures.
An alien.
We'll have to see about that.
Found an alien.
Well, you'll have to see. I tell you what, it looks like one. For sure.
I've heard of people.
One of them little grays?
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. All right, so yesterday I saw something as I was in the parking lot and headed into, anytime you're in these big sporting complexes, you got cars everywhere, and you got buses because these teams are coming from all over the place, and so they're getting bussed in and all this stuff. I found someone that was defiant on a parking spot, and I was behind that person, unfortunately. And I have to ask the question, how long do you wait for a parking spot to come open? They had their blinker on, and it was obvious that they needed to be up front, so I'll give them that. But the person they were waiting on was either on the phone, just in there because they wanted to be in the air condition, but was not backing out.
Yeah.
And I think I went on 3 to 4 minutes, and they were
that's unacceptable.
They were holding everything up. Don't you loop around and you don't just sit there and wait?
If they're not, I give them a minute. If you're blocking traffic, I don't even give you that. Like if there are people piling up behind you and you're sitting there with your blinker on, move on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So
saw this happen yesterday.
Yeah.
At a school parking lot. I mean, I'm like, well, lady, what's your plan?
Right.
You've got 6 cars you've backed up right now. They're not leaving.
No.
They're not leaving.
No, they're not leaving. And I know you got your blinker on because you don't want anybody to take that. Got it. But this is kind of not just in the parking lot. It's kind of a main little area here, and you're blocking everything up. And we've been sitting here a minute.
Here's what's funny about this situation, and I was frustrated with my situation, and I wasn't even being blocked in. Like, I was out of the car watching this unfold, and I'm thinking, I know the person in that car. They're not going it was like 3:30. They're not going anywhere to at least 7 o'clock. So what are you doing? Like, move on.
Yeah. Come on, man.
Traffic just keeps piling.
Right. So
I was standing out watching it. I was already I had my part.
You had a great seat.
I was just
to
experiencing it, thinking, what is on your mind right now? They're not leaving.
Yeah, I
know their car's running and they've got their foot on the brake because that's just. But they're not going anywhere. They're sitting in the air conditioner right now.
We go through all of this stuff at the sports complex. Everything's over, so I'm coming home. And I was starving. I wasn't able to eat lunch. It was dinner time. I'm really hungry. Terry's already told me, hey, by the way, I've made, rotel chicken with some, anyway, it was just really good. And so I knew it was going to be good. And I'm like, I cannot wait to get home. And I come up at a very crucial moment on the ride home where they're doing construction. And things are going well if it's not that backed up. But if it's backed up, it's going to be a minute, okay?
Yeah.
And let me just tell you, it was backed up. But it wasn't the kind of backed up where it's creeping along. It was backed up to where it wasn't moving at all. And then cars, those that start turning around. Like, all right, I'm done.
yeah.
I'm not going to sit here. I don't know what their plan is because it's going to be a long drive to get into Helena from where we were. So I'm just sitting it out. I have no other choice, right? And so I'm sitting there, and we're not moving. And when I say we're not moving, please understand this. It's been 5 minutes, and we have not moved. And so now I'm like, what do I do? And when I tell you what was going on, only this could happen to a staff member here. But it was really telling on where we are in society today as well. But I'll tell you what was holding everything up. You won't believe it. We'll take some phone calls, too, at 866-WE-BE-BIG. A lot of stories out today as well. It is Friday if you're listening live, and we appreciate it. RickandBubba.com, our website.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, that's over in the pony world, So we've all got to find this middle ground, and
the best way to do that is through a free and open marketplace. In my opinion.
Well, we were discussing with this medical team yesterday, and they said they were allowed to go to Texas, even though they're in Alabama, and get their health insurance plan, and it was a better deal than what they were going to be forced to get.
Because the parent company was based out of there.
The parent company was based somewhere else, and they said that the same company versus the Texas version of that company versus the Alabama version, the Texas company was a better deal.
Yeah.
So if you're able to be in a state and say, I'm going to get mine out of Texas, well, then magically you start seeing people having to adjust. I don't know how to tell you this, but if I've got the monopoly on it, you ain't going to get a good deal.
Well, there's about it is a complicated problem. There's about three sides to this. One has also been, and different states do it different ways. Here we have a certificate of need. You had to meet a criteria to open a hospital. Right. Well, hospitals that already existed blocked new hospitals because they didn't want the competition, so they keep their prices up. Look, there's
competition's good.
There's no angel in all of this. We have to have the free marketplace keep cost down at the hospital level, and we have to have the free marketplace keep cost down at the insurance level.
Right.
You gotta work all sides.
Right.
Of it.
Absolutely.
And if you do, you can come up with a pretty darn good system at a decent price. It's not going to be perfect, never will be, and not everybody will always be covered.
Right. Well, that's what I'm going to go back and listen to that interview, because surely I know Levin, he had to ask Pence, what wizard do y'all have that's come up with how you handle pre-existing?
Yeah.
Because that would require something from another world. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Trump update. This is what everybody was waiting for. All this, income tax returns. We want to see some returns all during the election, all during the nomination, and now a 2005 tax return is now available from Trump. Of course, he's president. I don't
really amazing. Don't be stupid.
But if you try something, you might find
Deal or no
you
deal?
get what you need.
I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair.
Bubba, we've heard sometimes that there's a little bit of, you get fired up and you think something's going on here, but the more that you look at this tax return, I don't see a lot of surprises. Now, I know the far left and their emotion will scream, 25% taxes with a man making the money he made. The bottom line is he wrote off what he was allowed to write off, which anyone could write off, that including rich Democrats as well.
And I'm sure they did.
And he paid taxes on what he could not legally write off.
So there you go. What's the big deal? What is funny about this, Rick? Rachel Maddow on MSNBC.
Boy, she's named appropriately. She's mad all the time.
Yeah.
Brought this to the forefront, and they only had a couple of pages of it. It wasn't even the whole thing.
Right.
And it was from 2005.
Right.
And they made out like they had found, the lost gold from the Nazis. I mean, it was. And I thought, well, here's the big deal. It's from 2005. It's a couple of pages. Really didn't show anything. And then when they realized they really didn't have anything, they started blaming Donald Trump for leaking it. Did you notice that? They're saying, well, Trump leaked it.
Like you wanted them to see that.
Well, David K. Johnston received the tax return in an anonymous tip.
Right.
And he's the one that carried it to MSNBC. So now it's like when they didn't get the fireworks they thought they were going to get, they went, well, Trump probably leaked it to us.
Right.
But what you're basically saying is I'm an idiot, I took the bait.
Right.
I mean, they can't win for losing.
No.
And they said, well, he has a history of leaking information on himself.
I mean, you can't get a Trump tax return.
Hey, well, you're so smart, Rachel. Right. Why didn't you see that? You just got played again if that's the case.
Yep.
Why would you even make that charge? I don't know if he did or not. Who cares? It's 2005. He paid 25% of his tax. He had a bunch of write-offs he legally took. Who cares? Who cares at this point?
Well, I don't know if you noticed, he's already been elected.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so.
It doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, I think you're exactly right. They started out on a gotcha piece only to realize, wait a minute, this may actually make Trump look like he just simply does what's allowed in the law. So then they turned around claiming he leaked it to try to make himself look good, when they started out trying to read the tax return to make him look bad.
Yeah, it's so odd. Now, in their mind, they probably think, well, look at this guy. He made all this money. He only paid 25% in taxes. But see, to me, I'm like 25% is 15% too much. And most of the Trump supporters believe that. I mean, really, if you
25 minutes until top of the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour with the Good Time Gang. We're live. Main show starts right after top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in or watching, listening. We'll take you however we can get you, and we thank you so much for that. Wrapping up a very busy week if you're listening live, and lots of updates today from the Burgess farm to Rick in Jonesboro, Arkansas yesterday. A lot happening, and so we'll update that. And hey, that world, she's a crazy one. All right, so as we continue, I was telling you I was coming home, dinner time. Yeah, we've all been there. Dinner time, hungry. You're coming home to some food that's ready, and then all of a sudden you see brake lights.
You already tasted.
Yeah, and then you see brake lights. And it's at a crucial point in the trip because there's construction. They're trying to widen the road. We just had a new grocery store put in. The whole intersection is quagged up, and it's either going to run smoothly or it's going to be backed up. So when I saw brake lights, even though they were a little further back than normal, I didn't panic because I'm like, okay, this happens from time to time, but it normally moves.
Yeah.
Now it's at a snail's pace, but it does move.
Yeah.
This case, it wasn't moving at all. At all.
You mad?
At all. And it was probably going on 5 minutes. Nothing. But I didn't see any cars coming the other way. So I'm like, okay, something, maybe they're like, they have an excavator out on the road and they're just stopping everything. Yeah. And so then I started seeing traffic pick up coming from the other way. And I'm like, well, this is weird. Why aren't we moving? Sitting there. And then all of a sudden I start to see some cars turning around. And then I start seeing some cars jump up on the other side of the road when there wasn't traffic coming. And it looked like they were staying on that side and then jumping back onto the side I was on. So I thought, well, maybe there's a guy up there that, with the stop sign and the slow sign, and that's what they're going around.
Oh, yeah,
and
they go use the other
Yeah,
one.
yeah. And so then I creep up and I creep up and I creep up, and I get about 10 cars away, and I realize there is nobody in front of this white truck.
It's just sitting there.
It's just sitting there. And
flashers on or anything?
No, but the brake lights
And then people
were.
every now and then would kick out around it.
Right. Yeah, and they were just kind of kicking out around it. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll wait on my turn, and I'll do the same thing. I thought maybe the guy had car trouble and he just left it there or something like that. I
had a heart attack.
Yeah, I thought maybe I might get up and
all
he's
possible.
Got a flat tire or he's out.
Right
He's
man
out
on the scene.
He's out in front of the truck or something like that. So now understand, people are just going around this truck when they can, and then there's like 3 cars pinned behind them, and I thought, well, maybe they bumped in.
They can't get out.
Right, because nobody will let them.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, maybe they all bumped into each other, and they're just waiting on a police
Little fender
officer.
bender, maybe.
Yeah. But I noticed the brake lights were on in the car. So I go by, and I slow down, and I look in the truck, and the driver is doing this.
He's asleep?
I don't know. He's down, chin on chest.
Nobody concerned?
Like this.
Evidently not, Greg. They're all going around him.
Oh, wow.
All right, just
that.
like this. Eyes closed.
Especially if you got that good food waiting on you.
And I went,
I say, if you stop, now you're in it.
yeah, I went, meh. Just a little, meh.
Didn't move.
All right, and now understand something. This is the same area. If you remember, probably 8 years ago, we ran up on the similar situation, and an old elderly woman had a stroke. Do you remember that? And JC was with me.
Was it that long ago?
I'm saying 8 years.
It was just a few. I do remember it.
Maybe 5.
Yeah,
Let's
I
say
didn't.
5.
I didn't think it was that far back.
Me with time, I don't know. But it was. He was younger.
back.
He was younger. I thought he was a little younger.
It was
and
1984.
JC was with me, and I know he wasn't driving, so I know it's been past 4.
Okay.
And we stopped and to help this
There's
lady.
so many of these things you're involved
yeah.
with.
So
Yeah,
here he
it's
goes
hard to
again,
keep up
called
with.
back into action.
But I'm sitting here looking at this man, and I'm like,
let me ask you this.
Is he asleep?
Were you clear of him? If you don't stop messing with him, you just go.
There is no. When I say there's nobody in front of him, I mean it is an empty road.
You're 5 minutes from home.
And now the people
It's
that are trying
empty.
to come behind you are wanting you to go.
Right, because we're going, and I didn't stop, but I just slowed down and gave him a little meh. And the cars, bless their heart, that were pinned up behind him, they can't go because everybody else has got momentum going around.
And nobody will let them out.
And so I go, is this
Why
guy?
didn't you let him out?
I'm like, is this guy
Well,
okay?
he'd already passed. He didn't know.
Yeah, I'm like, is this guy okay? Because the reason I didn't let him out originally is like I didn't know the situation. Did they all hit each other and they're waiting on a cop to get there or what?
Yeah.
But then once I get up beside them, I realize they're
I
not.
would have too.
So I'm like, man, something's going on here. Is the guy? Did he have a stroke? Is he dead? Is he asleep?
So did you? What was next?
So something
Mouth
hit
to
me.
mouth?
Something came over me, and I said, I've got to stop.
Yeah.
So I saw
goes.
a driveway up to the left, and I pull over into the driveway.
Wait a minute. You're walking back.
No, I'm running. All right, so I get out of the truck, and now I'm jogging back to him. And traffic, when I go back to jog to the truck,
You forgot all about that chicken at home.
right? Well, I mean, is this guy okay? And
I
this
think it's
is
just
the
taking
day that we're in. Nobody gives a crap.
They don't. They really
Okay?
don't. It
And-
drives me nuts.
No, and so they're all just going around. Nobody else is stopping.
Chicken at home.
So when I go to jog back, all I see are cars for as long as you can look. Okay, on this
He's got
road,
'em piled
and he's
up.
got them all piled up.
And his
So-
chin's in his chest.
Yes, it is.
He's out.
Okay, and
You
so
finna fix this
and so
situation.
here I go. Now I'm jogging in the 2 yellow lines, solid lines. I'm jogging down that to him, and it was a little further than I want, about 2 houses down.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I'm trying not to breathe hard.
You
but,
judged it a little different.
right?
Yeah.
And when I was jogging back, cars stopped going around. Okay,
They won't see what's about to
Right.
happen. Here
So-
comes Baldy jogging up.
so I go up to the car and I look in the car.
Drunk.
No, I look in the car to see, all right, what's going on.
Beer can.
And his chin is on his chest like this. His eyes are closed.
Dang.
And I'm like, crap, man. So I go and here's what I give on the window. Nothing. He doesn't
So
move.
you're looking at a dead
And I had I didn't leave my phone in the car because I'm like, if I have to call 911 or something.
Ham's been jealous because
So I give it another. Okay, and I'm hitting it pretty good, y'all.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, nothing.
What in the world?
Nothing.
Did you try to open the door at this point?
And so at this point, I've woke up my phone with my left hand.
Here we go.
And I'm like, and I see a car behind me, and they're like looking. I'm like, and then I give it a closed fist on the side, and I give it a, and then all of a sudden, he wakes up.
He was asleep.
I don't know. And I'm like, he opens his eyes and he looks. He's disoriented. And I was like, I gave a thumbs up, and I said, gave the, hey, roll the window down. He rolls the window. Huh? What's going on? And I said,
you're asleep.
I said, man, are you okay? Oh my God, I fell asleep. Oh my God, I fell asleep. I'm so embarrassed. And I said, are you okay?
You sure he's asleep, or did you pass out?
Yeah, I said, are you okay? And he didn't seem like he was drunk or anything. It just seemed like he really, truly, like a carpool line, fell asleep because traffic was so backed up.
So he was sitting in traffic and fell asleep.
Yes, because traffic was inching along so much.
He must be a deep sleeper.
As he was
First of all these cars going around, and then you're banging on the window.
Somebody's hitting the horn every once in a while.
At what point did you try mouth to mouth?
No. And so I'm looking at him, and I'm like, so you're okay? I mean, everything's fine.
Good night.
And I was like, don't be embarrassed. Are you okay?
Don't just take off and run into somebody.
No, he's like, oh my gosh, I am so embarrassed right now. Oh my goodness, I just fell asleep here in line, and he was explaining. And
I was listening to the kickoff hour.
Yeah.
He wakes up, there's Speedy,
and y'all put me to sleep. No, and so all indications is that he was not on the influence of any. He just fell asleep.
Hey, I can relate to that.
He just fell because traffic was inching along so slowly. He had a long day. He was sitting there, and he fell asleep, guys.
How about that confusion? Because I've fallen asleep at home and wake up like in the afternoon and be confused.
Right.
Imagine, I bet he was like, what in the world is happening? Until
Well, so
he finally
What if his
realized where
foot
he
would have
was.
come off the brake?
That's what I was saying. He did not throw it in park like you're at a behind a train or something. Sometimes you just throw it in park. He had his foot on the brake, so he could have lifted up or whatever. But anyway, he was extremely embarrassed, and he was like, "Man, thank you so much. I'm so sorry." So he takes off and starts to go. Well, then now all the traffic behind him
get out.
is going, and it looks like
they should
looks like people are
for
coming
being
out
a
of a
hero.
concert. Well, now I got to jog back. So now I'm jogging back, and every now and then I hear a little meh, and they're like, "Hey, thanks, my gosh." Well, then I get in my truck, and now I'm facing in, so I got to back out, which is awful. And so I'm like, okay, how far into a driveway do you go before you're too far in?
Oh, I know.
And I'm like, but I could go all the way up to this person's garage and 3-point turn and come out. So I'm like, okay, there's no cars here. I'm going for it, but I don't know what's going to happen here. So I turn around and I come back out the right way, and they won't let me out.
And here's because you know what has happened? These people were so far back, they didn't realize you were the hero.
They don't know what happened.
Now, if you'd had them people immediately, they'd let you out. And
that shouldn't even matter.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
It's going to impact 6 seconds of their daggone life.
And I know y'all don't believe this, but I'm good about that.
I've been with you.
If it's a green light, I'm not going to just shut it down. But if I'm sitting there and somebody pulls up, I let them go.
You want to know why?
It ain't going to hurt to let one person.
Do you ever put yourself?
Even leaving ball games, coming out of the parking lot.
Flowing.
I always
keep it flowing. If everybody does one, everybody's happy.
Yeah.
Does something come over you like it does me? Because I think if I'm in that situation, I really hope somebody lets me in.
I always let them in.
But so it took forever for somebody, and finally I just I gunned it and got in front of somebody. But they wouldn't let me back in. But
see, these people
for a second
they were mad because they've been sitting.
They don't know. They don't have a clue. But for a second, I thought, "This is bad, man. This is bad. Something's wrong." But when I woke him up,
I can only imagine
he was
his
so
confusion.
Oh my gosh!
Because like I said, I've fallen asleep sitting in the chair at like 2 in the afternoon.
Yes.
And you wake up and you're like, "What day is it?
Yeah, right.
And where am I at?"
And we've all had the carpool, fall asleep where somebody's banging on the window, going, "Hey man, let's go." And he was
in deep sleep.
He was out, and let me just tell you, it looked like he had been working hard for the day too. And that sun,
so embarrassed.
That sun was hitting the windshield.
See, at first he was like, "What?"
Yeah. When he left, I could still hear him going, "I am so embarrassed. I am so embarrassed."
You got to go. You don't realize how long you've been doing this.
You've been here long enough to where we're talking about minutes. You were out. Of course, the whole time I couldn't believe. So the person right behind him couldn't go see if he was okay?
I will say this, and I make fun of you. I would have went back.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I'm talking about chin on
now,
chest.
When I couldn't pull out, I regretted it.
Right.
I would have went back.
Yeah. I'm just glad he just fell asleep. He seemed fine. He just fell asleep.
Wow.
I'm so sorry. I'm so embarrassed. Oh, my gosh.
You thought he was gone.
I did. I didn't know.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're in Rachel's position and you want to bring down the president, that's what all the media, that's the golden, ring for them. They all want to be what the guys were at the Washington Post or whatever it was that got Nixon, right?
Right.
That's the goal of all these journalists.
Sure.
So, but again, you really just made yourself kind of look like an idiot. Do you really think that anybody who voted for Trump changed their mind based on what you did last night? No. Do you think anybody who voted against Trump loved him? Sure.
Well, it goes back to the thing I think they're missing.
If there hadn't been a movie named already that, Rick, I would just call it La La Land.
Well, let me give you an example of something that happened in our lives that is very similar to what's going on here. And this is that mentality that when you miss the people that are supporting something, in this case, President Trump. When we left one company and went to another way back because we had the legal right to do it, and the way the contract was treated, it ended, and we were able to negotiate and get a better deal at another company. Well, we had always been, we felt like the people that supported this show were the people that were ready to see a show that kind of went against the man and the radio goobs and the way radio's being treated, and we were kind of like the show for the people, and hopefully still are today. Well, the people that we left thought they were going to somehow turn the audience on us by releasing the new contract that we had been able to negotiate thanks to the audience. But what they miscalculated, the audience simply celebrated that the show had finally accomplished part of what we were trying to do, and that is beat the man. So what's happening here, all they're seeing in this is this, yeah, that's right, Trump took the legal loopholes that are allowed him to pay the least amount of tax he could pay to a corrupt government that squanders money anyway. So the Trump supporters are simply celebrating how well he does with his finances, how much money he's been able to make, and how he was able to send the least amount to a government that we all feel like squanders our tax revenue anyway. And the hypocrisy of it all is if you go to the richest libs we have, the richest Democrats we have, and they have access to the same loopholes, they take them, and they should.
Yeah,
and they should. I don't think that makes them bad people.
Why are they in there?
I like it. Change the law,
right?
If you're,
Or go back to what we keep saying, which there's no politics in this, which is why it'll never happen. Just tax everybody at the same rate and have no loopholes. And then,
let me tell you,
at a lower rate, and then the coffer is full. Wouldn't you rather get 10% of everybody as opposed to trying to get 38 to 40%
of a few?
And then they find a way to put that down to 25% or put it down to 5%. I mean, with all the loopholes, you never even get this percentage you're trying to get. Wouldn't you rather get $1 from everybody than to try to get $10 from a few?
Yeah, it's crazy. And again, I know we have people that want various VAT taxes and sales taxes and all this stuff, but if the creator of the universe went with a flat tax to get his mission done, isn't it good enough for Uncle Sam? I just can't get over that part. I just can't. Can't.
And if you don't share a biblical worldview, just look at the sense of it.
The dollars and cents of it.
Yeah, the math is much better.
Think about all the time that is wasted. Paper, if you're an environmentalist, all the trees that got cut down for this, all the just pages and pages and pages of tax return, the hours spent on it, the accountants' times that were spent on it. Not that we're going to put accountants out of business. How about they work on this crazy idea, retirement?
Well, financial planning, all the way around, investments and all.
That you are, whatever your income, you can work a plan to become financially stable and hopefully pass along something to your kids. It's a novel idea.
Yeah, it is.
Dave Ramsey. And fund other worthwhile ministries and help your fellow man. We could do that, but the government's taking that ability away from us.
Well, again.
And I'll tell you, just numbers, Rick. Several groups have done this too. I think if they went to a flat across-the-board tax, and I'll give you this, in the 10 to 15% range, you can play a harmonica.
Right.
No.
Where's Taylor Hicks?
Go ahead. The Treasury Department, if every legal entity paid that, Okay, corporations pay debt, individuals pay debt, blah, 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 that have more money going in than they've ever had in their life.
Yeah, if you're going to,
but they're so control crazy, they won't do it,
and they want to play politics with it.
Absolutely,
for power, and that's what it's all about. It's not about the coffers. If it was about the coffers, the plan that we're talking about would be the only thing that made any sense. I mean, it's like saying I'm going to have turkey for Thanksgiving, and you need to go get a turkey. You get one, put it in a cage, but you leave a gate open in the back.
Well, see, and here's the
now
beauty
he's got out. You.
It is the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show brought to you by allform.com/Bubba. You know, being comfortable in your own home is important, and a new couch, chair, sofa for your family room, your living room, maybe screened-in porch area, or even your house at the lake, in the mountains, whatever. It could make a big difference. Allform makes outstanding, high-quality, handmade in America furniture, folks. We're talking about great, affordable, flexible, modern design to fit any room type of furniture, from armchairs, sofas, sectionals, and love seats. They have you covered, all at affordable prices. And what we like, too, is it's all customized and ships right to your door from the factory in North Carolina. You pick the fabric, color, leg types, plus sofa sizes and shapes to make it a perfect fit for you in your home or your office. And at allform.com/Bubba, furniture arrives fast and shipping is always free. Thinking about it, you could have your new chair or sofa in 3 or 4 days, customized exactly the way you want it. And you won't need to worry about a screwdriver either, because it comes to, as they call, set-to-go tools free, which is pretty cool too. And you don't need to worry about, hey, do I like it? Because it comes with a 100-day free trial with free returns and a free refund. You have nothing to lose, which means instead you can enjoy the furniture you order. Allform.com/Bubba. Save 20% off anything you buy and get a forever warranty by going to allform.com/Bubba. to save 20% off anything you buy, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Let me ask y'all a question. Have y'all ever had to store a mattress?
Yeah.
You have?
In a storage building?
Yeah, well, I mean, we did away with the storage building because I realized how much money we were spending on a storage building, and then I was like, we could just buy everything in here that we have by the money we've spent to store it. Yeah. So why are we storing it? So when we moved,
experiencing that currently.
Yeah, when we moved, I was like, we got to get rid of that. Okay, so we did. Well, then when you've got boys that were in college, now they're not, now they're on their own. Then we got, hey, I've got my apartment, and anyway, you come across, maybe you just bought a mattress and box spring 1.5 years ago. And so it's too good to throw away.
Yeah.
But you don't have a storage unit anymore. So I know we ordered these plastic, they're almost like clear little cases that you can put around the mattress and the box spring so that bugs don't get into it. So we have that, but now they're just leaning in the garage and they're in the way.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
and
I got a lot of stuff in my garage that's in the way.
Yeah,
a lot.
Is there a way to?
Well, so
you're going to either store or sell them.
So we have a twin mattress that we have at our house that we've always used. It used to be on a bed frame. We threw all that away because the kids got older. We updated the beds, whatever. Mm-hmm. But now we have this twin mattress that we would pull out when people spend the night or whatever. Yeah. And now it's a BIP. It's in the garage, and there's nothing and it's nice. But it's one of those things where I want to get rid of it.
Right.
Amanda thinks it's not time to get rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
But to your point, it's in the way. I don't know what to do with it. I hadn't bagged it up. Maybe I tell her bugs are in it. That way we get rid of it.
Yeah. Well, you know what I'm battling? I just bought it and spent some pretty good money.
Yeah.
Well, I get it because they're not cheap.
No, they're not. They're not. And it's a full size. So
well,
it's not like
nobody's using it.
Here's a question. Maybe a dumb question. Is there any bed in the house where it's up enough you could slide it under a bed?
I know, dang it. I know it's not. And I really
There's
wish.
no closets for
those.
No.
But
nothing.
So you know me.
You get an attic?
I started Googling. I have an attic, but it's the pull-down kind, so it won't fit up in it.
Be tough.
Walk
up ladder.
Yeah. So you know me. I started Googling, storing mattresses in garage or whatever, and there's some things that come. So I look up. And I'm like, okay, look at the ceiling here in the garage.
Oh, don't tell me you're going to suspend it and it's going to be hanging.
I'm like, man, what if I
You're
could
just trying to get out of the way. I get it.
What if I could put
throw it on the
something
side
up
of
there?
119 like everybody else?
Yeah. And so I'm like, man, I don't
believe the
I don't know what to do. Yeah, they just throw it out because you can't really dispose of a mattress.
No.
Our city,
you know,
where I live, they'll actually pick stuff like that up. All you got to do is send them an email, and they'll come by and get it for free. But it's right now you don't want to do that because you just spent a ton of money.
Yeah, yeah, and we just upgraded the mattresses that we have.
And not a lot of people want to buy a used mattress, even though it's probably in really good shape.
But I can guarantee you what's going to happen. You ready for this?
I mean,
I'm gonna throw this mattress out. And then at JC, you know, for this semester is here when he transferred. He's here because his commute's not too far at all. And then he's going to be back out. And now I'm going to go. He needs a mattress, and I just threw it away.
You might as well leave in the garage.
But it is a bip in the garage.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
same way.
And there's nowhere. Think in your mind, there ain't anywhere else to put it.
No.
There are two things in my garage right now that are major bips to me. And I'm got like 2 weeks away from tossing both of them. And one of them is this mattress. The other one's this stupid treadmill that we bought.
Is that the one you went and got that
yes,
time?
in Hoover that Amanda had to have.
And you like to never got it down the stairs.
No, it's awful. I mean, the guy, how he got it in his house, I've yet to figure that out. How we got it out that night, and that's when we had that minivan.
Yeah.
And so then that's one thing. The guy there helped me put it in the van, but then when you get home,
You got to get it out.
I got to get it out.
Yeah.
And so
That thing's still around.
It's still in our garage, and I am the only one. Caroline, every once in a while, if it's a rainy day and we can't get indoor court or something, she'll get on it. But Amanda had to have it, and I don't think she's been on it in 3 years.
Golly. Yeah,
It's going.
Yeah.
It's going. And now that I got this truck and can incognito get rid of some of this stuff,
it's going to be gone.
It's about to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, so if you have any creative mattress hanging storage options for garages, it's Greg at rickandbubba.com.
Here we go.
I really need some. And he said he would just look through them for me and figure it out. But I've seen people hang things from the top, you know, and I'm like, how could I do that? Because it would be perfect.
You
had to get a big
how
net.
high of a ceiling do you have?
I don't know.
You could create. You could just create you a little platform up there, and just slide it.
That's
in.
what I'm thinking.
That's what I mean. I'm with you. Hey, this weekend I'm taking back my garage. It's happening this weekend.
Got a lot of stuff.
As Terry put it, our garage has thrown up. You know, just stuff everywhere.
My 2-car garage is barely a one.
How about a mattress is really big and a box spring, and you can't really get around them?
It's just real bulky.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You don't even have him.
Here's the
you're not
beauty
getting
of
the taxes
it too,
you're
Rick.
trying to get.
If you hate politics and you're tired of everybody always fussing and fighting, we fight now how we collect it and we fight how we spend it. If we took off how we collect it, take that battle off the page, that's half the politics you have to put up with every day. If you like politics, you still can fight about how you're going to spend it.
That's right.
Everybody can win with that.
Let's take one
Maybe
of the-
that's why God had that plan. I don't know.
We'll be back. 14 minutes to the top. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You stole. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. How about you? How are you, buddy? All right. So we also have a Keep It a Coaster coming up this hour. Haven't done that in a while because we frankly have been traumatized by it. But we'll
Rick, a young upcoming artist, excited about that.
I know. That's gonna be a dandy. By the way, we were just laughing as they were showing up on the news channels here when this supposedly going to be a gotcha thing on Trump in his 2005 tax return. Until they realized that he paid a higher percentage of taxes than Obama did, and
oh, Rick, when you figure in once they do all the adjustments, deductions, and you pay what your real effective tax rate is, okay? Bernie Sanders 13%, Obama 18%, Trump 25%, the average American 24%. So he's paying higher than the average American, and all the rest of the bleeding hearts can't get enough, paying a lot less. Hey, Bernie, instead of keep pushing free stuff, write a check.
That's right, Bernie. Bernie, you hypocrite.
You are. You disgust me.
You're like a.
That was Bubba. That was me.
No, I was going to say something else, and I stopped. It sounded like something else.
I agreed with you.
Well, you tapping the brakes at the wrong time right there.
Yeah, I know.
I should have went on to the next word.
Well, it's just
It makes you furious.
well, it's infuriating for people to say one thing and do another. Yeah.
Yo.
I left skid marks on that one.
Hey, I got to know what you were going to say.
Well, what are you gonna say?
Well, there was about 3 words that came to mind, and none of them made it out.
Well, I want you to know you ended it with you old bastard.
I know.
In case you were wondering.
I know.
You know, put it this way: if I was playing finish the sentence, guess where I would have gone? What? That wasn't right. What? I'm trying to help. Yeah, that seemed easy.
I'm so sick of everybody free stuff, and you know,
paying 13%. So once again, it's hey, look, it's like another old far left rich liberal. They're all the same. Yeah. They want everybody to pay their fair share except themselves, and they've never defined what fair share is.
And to
I guess
your
fair
question,
share is 13%.
To answer your question, I was going to say old bat.
Right.
And then I started to say bear, and I locked down in between, and it sounded like I was about to say bass.
Right. It sure did.
It did.
Yeah.
Boy, it did.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, whatever.
And we were all thinking it. So.
Sure.
Sure.
Well, well, the next time that he gets a
I shouldn't say it, but honestly, I was thinking it.
Yeah.
So,
and all you millennials that thought he was so great, there's what he actually pays.
yeah. Yeah.
All right, so
the speech is great, but what he actually does is a little different.
Look, anybody can give speeches. It's living is what's difficult.
So back to our TV shows we were talking about. This is the new one Betty has me hooked on. It's called The Tudors.
Tutors?
That's how I say it.
The Tudors?
I think, is it Tudors? Tudor?
Yeah,
How do you
yeah.
say it?
It's actually Tudor.
Tudors. Tudor. It is.
And I thought it was a school.
Tudor.
I thought it was a show about making better grades. to begin with.
Understood.
But it's actually about is it King Henry VIII and all that around 1500s.
There's so many of these king and queen shows. I don't know which ones.
Well, Betty had just got off that other one what was the name of that one? The
Crown.
The Crown or something. And now I don't know what her obsession
Crown
is
was a little slow.
with the medieval history of England and France and all that.
Oh yeah,
That's good stuff.
Oh, wow.
Well, I will say this: if you watch that, you have a much better understanding of why our forefathers went to such extremes to keep from having a mob make decisions and a mob decide the verdict in a court case, and why they were so bent on due process. You do see that.
Yeah.
Because let me tell you, the king will trump up charges on somebody and have them beheaded by noon.
I mean, the beheadings. It's like.
And if
how many beheadings we got today?
Well, last night's episode, he wanted to get rid of his wife. So he trumped up that she'd had a bunch of affairs, one with her brother, all this stuff, and had her beheaded. And at least how they portrayed it in this, none of it was true. He also had 5 or 6 other people killed that he said that was involved in it. It was just people he wanted to get rid of. Right. So, anytime you had a scandalous affair, if the more people your political enemies you could tie into it, you could get rid of them. So. But let me tell you, they would, guilty noon today. We got the executioner out there. And you wanted a good, strong one. You didn't want him to have to make several chops. You know what I mean?
Wow. No, you go back through the history, too. It was so common that people would be, if one of the ways they thought, if it was somebody they thought, had done pretty well up to this point before we beheaded them, they'd let them plan their own ceremony. Like, I want to set up this way. I want these songs. Here's where I want, they bring the thing out, set it up on the stage. I mean, it was.
Well, when the Queen got beheaded last night, the.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello and welcome for a brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hours already been completed. So Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler all here. Bubba and I will join them now right after our national anthem. is 8 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, all kinds of things to do going forward. I mentioned before the national anthem, the kickoff hour is done. Look for that if you don't have that as part of your Rick and Bubba experience. It's available on all of our Rick and Bubba platforms, including the radio network. I think most of the stations do carry that, but you certainly can get it on all the other platforms. So Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler are already here as we move forward. And we'll update we got a lot going on with Ukraine to update you on. We've got updates from things going on within the show, including some updates on yesterday. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is done. We'll talk about that on the program a little bit today, too, but look for it wherever you get podcasts. Let's bring him in here, the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. Come on with this. I was born long ago. I am the chosen, I'm the one. I've come to save the day, yeah. Maybe till I'm done. And I got this too. You got to breathe your hands. I play this game, and I won't stop until I know. But what does he really want to know, Bubba? But what I really want to know is, are you gonna go my way? Got to know. There he is. There's Lenny.
I tell you, they ain't many cooler than Lenny Kravitz.
Well,
I'll tell you that.
I'll update this later. We'll do the whole update.
The only thing would make him cooler if he was on the ground in the Ukraine fighting, and he was leading the charge.
Okay.
As a general for the Ukrainian army.
So I was, that's so hilarious. I was telling, and the reflection of the enemy was in his cool sunglasses.
Yep.
I was telling Bubba, there's always, life is full of unexpected things, and I enjoy them. I enjoy the unexpected. But we'll update the whole thing on the trip yesterday to Jonesboro, Arkansas, for the Beast Feast. And, and I've been fortunate enough to do a lot of these and type things and go all over different parts of the country and enjoy the whole process. And last night is excellent, as I have been part of the job that that church did in that community. But there's the unexpected. And so I sit down, which is pretty normal. You go through here's this, here's that, and you meet the pastor, and then you meet the people, and you go over that, and here's where you'll do, and this is if you'd like to come in here, and you'll go over your message a little bit, and then we'll do here, and then we'll bring you out here, and we'll sit you here. And so they move, and and this is where you sit. Okay, we're about to get started. The room feels good. People piling in. They sold it out last night. Had 900, and I couldn't help but think to myself, so there's not room for 1,000. But the pastor said, they said we could have done another 300 tickets, but we didn't have enough food for everybody.
Yeah.
So anyway, so we were I'm settling in, and I've seen every kind of praise and worship band you can even imagine. I mean, so I look up there and I say, oh yeah, okay, these guys. This looks normal. I mean, these are the guys. I said, oh wow, so we got Les Paul up here, and I'm looking here, and I'm kind of looking around, and I think, well. We're going to start out with some of the stuff I'm accustomed to. Mm-hmm. Now, I want you to look, Greg. So, what is that he's playing, Adler, Greg? The Les Paul's in the back.
Yeah,
what's he playing? What is he playing, Adler? That guitar, I couldn't think of the brand name of the one he's.
Is that an Epiphone? I don't know.
I think it is.
I don't know.
kind of felt bad for the kid with the acoustic. We couldn't hear you, by the way, but it's good. He
didn't want to hear that.
Well, God love him. I mean, he was up there.
That's a cool logo too.
And back to his left is the bass player and the drummer. So.
Looks like Greg back there.
So anyway, that's how I mean. You see the guy walk up, and I'm like, So does the because you would think that the worship guy up front would have the acoustic.
Right.
But oh no, he's got the Epiphone, or I think that's what that is. And then you see the Les Paul over here to his left, our right, stage left. And then all of a sudden they walk up, and I'm like, I expect everybody on your feet, he's a good father, or something. And I thought they're going to put a little distortion in good father. and then all of a sudden, and I was like, what? And I started looking around. I'm like, whoa. And then, of course, I uncomfortably come to my feet. Yeah! And I'm talking about,
oh, wow.
They do not miss a note. And I'm like, and then there's the uncomfortable moment, and Varvutis was sitting to my left. He leans over and he goes, the only thing we have to get through now, have they changed the lyrics to make it more spiritual? Now the song is about Jesus, Lenny Kravitz's song, but I mean it's a more of a
different choice you would usually get at these.
It's a more subtle acknowledgement of Jesus. And we were just so hoping that they wouldn't go, are you going to go God's way? Or something like that. Because there's nothing more awkward than when Christians take rock songs and try to make them into praise and worship songs and change the lyrics around. Yeah. It's uncomfortable, Free, I'm as free, Jesus made me a free bird. And you're just like, okay, but anyway, so it wasn't that at all. They played it because the song is about Jesus. Mm-hmm. I mean, they played it straight up. And then followed with "I Won't Back Down." Ooh. And I'm like, Tom Petty, I'm like, what's happening?
This is getting better and better.
And so they were fantastic. But we'll do a full update on that. But I have never been as surprised at the beginning of a church event as I was with "Are You Going to Go My Way," Lenny Kravitz. Yeah. I mean, I'm talking about slamming it.
That sets the bar high.
Yeah. And the sound guys did a great job. The mix was good. I mean, it was one of those churches where like everything's first class.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
it looked like it.
Yeah, oh yeah. But we'll do a full update on it later. But I know a lot of we did have the day yesterday at the farm.
Oh man.
Yep.
Quite an update there, Rick.
Yep. Never think that you've made it. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I hadn't seen it. I'm kidding.
The pomp and circumstance. Well, it happened back in the 1500s, so I'm not giving anything away.
By the way, if you've just joined us, Bubba's talking about the finale last night of This Is Us.
Yeah, boy, it really took a weird turn.
Yeah.
And none of us saw Bernie Sanders being in it.
No.
Anyway.
So, it was odd because he gave the Queen money to pay the executioner right before he did it. I mean, there was so much pomp and circumstance to it, and he even would curtsy to the Queen and say, "I'm only doing my job," But I'll tell you, they'd go up there and lay their head on the block a little easier. I believe I would have took a run and jump into the crowd. You'd have had to have people holding me.
It's one of the things I've always
laying down on that thing.
I've always thought about the beheading thing, guys. I know I'm about to die. No way am I going to sit here and you just cut my head off. If you're going to behead me, I'm going to be in ropes. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm fighting. I'm moving my head. I keep trying to move it every time he swings. I mean, I'm doing whatever I can do. I mean, whatever takes me out, I ain't gonna do it easy.
And hey, on this show, they show the old head rolling down into the crowd.
Do they? Yeah. Plomp, plomp, plomp.
From a distance, usually.
Mm-hmm.
Now they had two. They had the axe guys that you put on the block, and then they had this big sword guy, and you're just looking at the crowd, and you don't know when he's gonna get you.
Hey,
that's kind of like how the ISIS does it.
How many seasons of the Tudors?
I don't know. We've watched quite a few episodes. We watched 4 or 5 yesterday.
I know season 1, I think, was 2009. I guess it's been out for a while. I didn't even know about it.
Yeah. But there's so many of them. I get them confused.
Yeah, I didn't know.
There's a ton of those kind of shows.
And we sit there and start Googling the characters to see how close it is to history.
Yeah.
It's pretty entertaining. Hey, the king had 6 wives.
Wow.
He'd get rid of you if he wasn't happy.
Yeah. Well, you talk about you need to
produce heirs and get in line.
You better have some babies. Don't put the weight on. You better not lose your looks. That's how the king saw it. We'll be back. Of course, he could do whatever he wanted.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Keep It or Coaster is something we haven't done in a while here on the program.
We have to explain it. I didn't realize it had been that long since we've done it.
We haven't done one in a long time, and this is really...
Well, we're going to do more. Send those songs to Greg.
It's pretty simplistic. This is when you, the audience, decide whether you think a song is a keep it, meaning you like it, you'd like for us to play it some more, use it as bed music, or coaster. Now, that is a little dated because, hard copy CDs...
Well, they're still around. I mean, obviously,
around.
when we started this, they made great coasters.
Yeah, but so if you don't like
nice
it,
and shiny,
then
real pretty.
If we had the hard copy, we would put our drink on it and make it a coaster, and never play it again and wipe it off the face of the earth. But now
are we gonna have to rename the contest with everything coming digital to us?
Yeah, what would we do? Keep it or coaster? There's no the CDs like this one we're about to play is not a CD for a coaster. What would you say? Keep it or delete it?
Treasure or trash, something like that.
Something like that. All right, so Bubba, you brought this one to the table today,
Rick. This is a young artist from our area, up and coming, Will Carmichael, and the song is called Riverside, I believe.
It's called Riverside.
Oh, I'm so
and
nervous.
You, the audience, decide whether this is a keep it or a coaster. Here it is.
Are you ready for the weekend? Hey boys, let's hop in the truck. Hey boys, are you ready for the weekend? Hey boys, let's get it done. We'll swing some mud and we'll crush some buds. 'Cause if you bring the beer, I'll bring my John Deere, and we'll dance all night by the riverside. If you bring the huns, I'll bring my shotguns, and we'll dance all night by the riverside. If you bring the beer, I'll bring my John Deere, and we'll dance all night by the riverside. If you bring the huns, I'll bring my shotguns, and we'll dance all night by the riverside.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today. So we will give you a war update. So Russia continues its invasion of Ukraine, and boy, the updates today are not pretty. Where you want to begin? We've got video, we've got stories, we've got it all.
Rick, one of the big moments yesterday. Well, let me say this first. There's all kind of video coming out that's on social media of what's going on. Just incredible that we are living with this in the year 2022. That this looks like 1930 Nazi Germany. You've got a madman who is just declared war on people who are not a threat to him, and is just mauling their cities. I mean, just leveling them. 1 million refugees have already left. It's just going to be an unbelievable humanitarian issue there. And the big worry last night was that the Russian troops had surrounded the Ukrainian nuclear plant, the largest nuclear plant in Europe, by the way, 6 reactors, 3 of them online, and they had a fire. It appears it was now in the administrative building, not the actual reactor, but there were varying reports as it was unfolding last night. Thank goodness radiation has not been released. But now you have the Russians basically in charge of that, and a large part of the power grid, as many of these cities are beginning to fall away as the Russian presence. I mean, they just keep coming, just keep coming. The Ukrainians have done an amazing job holding them off with some great weaponry. A lot of it, Rick, one of the main weapons that they have been using and that we're still sending them is the Javelin anti-tank missile that is built in Troy, Alabama.
How about that?
And it is a fire and forget weapon. And you literally have seen hundreds of Russian tanks and armored carriers destroyed on the side of the road. So that is one of the reasons that this thing has not been a rout already.
Well, you look at some things. We see that Zelensky, they say he survived 3 assassination attempts this past week. They're saying that the Ukraine military killed a top Russian general.
That's right.
So we have that today. And then, of course, as you said, but this thing with the power plant, because now that's going to bring in, we have Macron said he had a 90-minute conversation. Kickoff hour talked about
President of France.
The President of France, and he says that 90-minute conversation makes him more concerned than ever.
Yeah,
that we're dealing with a maniacal madman.
And he said he told Putin that he is delusional about how this is going to end for them. Now, they may end up with the Ukraine as part of Russia, but Russia is going to be isolated and just financially destroyed. I mean, the ruble is less is valuable. Its value now is less than 1 cent.
Right. Boris Johnson says the security of the whole of Europe has been put at risk by this attack on the Ukrainian nuclear power plant, and so. When you start hearing these things, what we said all along, I mean, it's a terrible thing. Don't misunderstand me if you are Ukrainian. But I think if it all just turns into Russia taking Ukraine, nobody will like it at all. And like I said, places like Moldova, they'll just give in to the Russians. They're not going to fight about any of this. So he can grab some ground. But if you start doing things that draws Europe into it, Now we start talking about World War III. When you get on that course, and grabbing of this plant it will now affect Europe. So that's a different now things are starting. Now you're starting to touch places that could take us into World War III.
Yeah, it's really inconceivable. It was. I mean, a few years ago, you would have never thought this was even possible. Russia has come a long way during the post-USSR years as being, more economically diverse and more modernized. And, the fact that they were still dealing with a madman dictator is this day and time is just a joke. It's the United Nations is useless in this. And he may get and will probably get the Ukraine over time. They'll pick up a couple of other small countries there, but when they go for the Baltic states, they are NATO states, and we're obligated to fight at that point.
Well, and see this thing with this plant last night, because you start thinking maybe he's not smart enough, but maybe the plan is take Ukraine, Moldova. I think I wouldn't surprise me if he grabbed that too. But like I said, that's not going to be a difficult thing for him. And you think, well, that's all terrible. We hate that for those people, even though I'm not sure Moldova is as concerned about it as Ukraine. They're not as freedom loving as Ukraine,
right?
But there's things in all this that's going to start affecting countries, like you said. Even if you don't even go to the Baltics, there's still ways that all this can come out there and touch.
Oh yeah,
Europe, and then that gets us involved, and or it should get us involved. And but the thing that I think about, though, since he's been in power for 22 years, the minute he went into power, we had people saying, "Hey, this is not good.
He's dangerous.
He's dangerous.
He's former, old KGB.
He's
guy.
former KGB. He said that it was a travesty that the Soviet Union was divided up. This guy's a problem, and we just kind of, as a world, sat around and twiddled our thumbs, and every little sign that we needed that this was his, if he was going to try to get some of this done before he dies, and frankly, we were not very proactive as a world. I'm not just talking about us.
Well, what can you do on some level? Right. The only thing we really have to go by is we go back to the early 80s when Reagan basically challenged them technically with something that was called the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, His street name was Star Wars, and we were preparing to put laser-based weapons into space that would knock down nuclear missiles, and the Soviets could not keep up with us technically and went broke trying to.
Well, also in presidential debates, if you start making fun of anyone who suggests that Russia is going to be a problem, that also looks a little naive.
Boy, that clip for President Obama is going to haunt him like Chamberlain screaming "Peace in our time."
Yeah.
It was a terrible miscalculation.
Well, and it's also, but some of these things, and I know this is not popular, and I hear you kind of saying it too, and we'll just say it directly, but some of these things in a fallen world, when just because you see things, and of course we're willing now as our country to give up and move towards socialism and toward communism. Sometimes you sit here and go, but people sometimes let this happen. They choose this for themselves, and they allow these things to go on, and then it's almost like there's only so much you can do about it.
Yeah, Rick, exactly. And I think that's why some of us who have lived through this and seen this try to point out how dangerous the thought process of the AOCs and the Rashida Tlaib, and all that bunch who are socialist. That is just a warm up for being a communist. And I know the world ain't fair, but I'd rather live in an unfair world than I had a Putin world.
No doubt. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm glad that you recognize that Al-Qaeda is a threat, because a few months ago, when you were asked what's the biggest geopolitical threat facing America, you said Russia. Not Al-Qaeda, you said Russia. In the 1980s are now calling to ask for their foreign policy back, because the Cold War has been over for 20 years. But, Governor, when it comes to our foreign policy, you seem to want to import the foreign policies of the 1980s, just like the social policies of the 1950s and the economic policies of the 1920s. You say that you're not interested in duplicating what happened in Iraq, but just a few weeks ago you said you think we should have more troops in Iraq right now. And the challenge we have, I know you haven't been in a position to actually execute foreign policy, but every time you've offered an opinion, you've been wrong. You said we should have gone into Iraq, despite the fact that there were no weapons of mass destruction. You said that we should still have troops in Iraq to this day. You indicated that we shouldn't be passing nuclear treaties with Russia, despite the fact that 71 senators, Democrats and Republicans, voted for it.
Are you ready for the weekend? Hey, boys, let's hop in the truck. Hey, boys, are you ready for the weekend? Hey, boys, let's get it done. We'll swing some mud, we'll crush some buds. 'Cause if you bring the beer, I'll bring my John Deere, and we'll dance all night by the riverside. You bring the guns, I'll bring my shotguns, and we'll dance all night by the riverside. You bring the beer, I'll bring my John Deere, and we'll dance all night by the riverside. You bring the guns, I'll bring my shotguns, and we'll dance all night by the riverside. So hop in the back of my beat-up Ford, I'll show you what mud is for. Hop in the back of my beat-up Ford, and we'll have a good time. So hop in the back of my beat-up Ford, I'll show you what mud is for. Hop in the back, I'll show you a good time. If you bring the beer, I'll bring my John Deere, and we'll dance all night by the riverside. You bring the Huns, I'll bring my shotguns, and we'll dance. 'Cause if you bring the beer, I'll bring my John Deere, and we'll dance all night by the riverside. You bring the Huns, I'll bring my shotguns, and we'll dance all night by the riverside. You bring the beer, I'll bring my John Deere, and we'll dance all night by the riverside. You bring the Huns, I'll bring my shotguns, and we'll dance all night by the riverside.
And there it is. Not a lot of lyrics.
Will Carmichael.
Yeah, not a lot of lyrics. And it's to the people we go. You okay over, Speedy?
Mm-hmm.
You all right? Are you okay? Mm-hmm. Hams, how you doing, buddy? I know you're not looking anywhere. You don't know where to look.
It's hard, Rick.
Right. So there we go.
Bring the Huns. I'll
You
bring
know,
the shotgun.
I get uncomfortable in situations like this anyway.
Yeah. Well, to me, and this is where I landed, he's obviously, which we've talked about on the show, is making fun of the same lyrics that are in every country music song. He's not serious.
I was hoping that.
Because every single country music song that's by a new artist, it has the Huns, the shotguns, and
Beer.
the truck, and the Riverside. We're down by the river.
Yep.
We have beer. We have our John Deere.
Shotguns.
I thought opening of the can to start it was a nice touch.
It was.
Maybe.
It was.
Maybe we need a few
Was
more
that them driving
scenarios,
off at the end?
It was.
Maybe a few more scenarios instead of those over and over.
Well, I thought we were going to have a few more.
It's really hard.
If
it's
it's limited.
Here's the
And
thing.
you're dead on those, by the way.
Yes, you
But
are.
If you're going to make it 3 minutes
Here's
long.
where I'm struggling. Okay, is the way it was done. I want to really be negative, but I know it's a parody.
Right.
So I'm caught in this in between. I don't know what to do with it.
Right.
You know
It's
what I mean?
better
I
if
think
you,
we gotta
if
be
you
very-
don't think it's a parody and you just go that he's for real.
Okay.
And then you can enjoy it.
I think we got to
Then
be
it is
careful
bad.
here. We need to
It
get
is.
the reaction before we influence the reaction.
Yeah, right.
True.
Good,
All right.
great call.
Susan and
I'm writing it
Madison,
down for our
keep it or coaster.
I think you should change the game to either trumpet or Bernie it, and you should Bernie this one.
Okay.
Trumpet or burning.
Emily Montgomery, keep it or coaster.
If you bring the beer, I'll put it on that coaster.
Okay. It's 34 minutes now 35 minutes past the hour. GoodRx.com/Bubba is with us. So when you're thinking about prescriptions, because right now everything costs more, and I didn't know this until we started talking to the folks at GoodRx.com/Bubba, that the difference in the price on your prescription from one drugstore to another could vary wildly, sometimes by as much as $100. So if you'd like to save up to 80% on your prescriptions, and we're seeing savings like that, you need to go to GoodRx.com/Bubba and put them to work for you. It's free to use, and there's over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide, like CVS, Kroger, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Walmart, Vons, and more that accept this. Now, it's not insurance, but it helps you find the best deal on the prescriptions that you need, and many times it'll give you a better price than what your copay is. So be sure you check that out. That's GoodRx.com/Bubba. Simple, smart savings on your prescriptions. GoodRx.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we have some of the audio and video that we're continuing to get from Ukraine. Now,
Rick, you might ought to look at this before you show it.
Well,
it's bad.
well, the look that I hear is we're not going to see anything. It's what we're going to hear that's going to trouble us.
Exactly.
More than anything on this particular piece of footage. But this is the kind of stuff that's going out because, and this is really, I heard Speedy in the break, and we were talking, and the way you've explained it to your sons is right. You know, where we live, Birmingham, it's a city. It's not, a huge city, but it is a city. Mm-hmm. And it's different than rural life. The beautiful thing is you can drive 30 minutes in Alabama and be in a completely different culture. But anyway, so picture if the Russians have taken Birmingham, but now they're trying to get out there and roll through Clanton, Jemison. Mm-hmm. They're getting out into the little communities that are all around. And they're meeting now more of kind of your Wolverines, like from the movie Red Dawn, where they're running into civilians who have got weapons and they're fighting, but then there's some civilians that are just caught in it that really are just trying to survive,
trying to get away.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that's what we're going to see here, and this is the horrors of war. As a father, son, and their dogs cut down in their car by tank fire. And this is, like we say in kind of the country part, the more rural part in Ukraine. So here is the.
You're going to hear them speaking. Of course, you won't. It's in the language there in Ukraine, but we have subtitles for TV. But you may want to narrate that, Rick.
Yeah. Okay. So we're. These are civilians. And that are trying to evacuate. He's evacuated his wife and daughter, and his son. He and his son are returning to rescue their 3 dogs, and they're seeing everything burning and all of that, and they're talking about that. That they see that there's been things, and then they see the Russian convoy
coming down the road.
Yeah, and then he's telling his dad to pull over and stop the engine. Yeah, and then the video is recorded by the son. And now they're firing on it. Now they're firing on the car, and you hear the bullets. And then he's hollering for his dad. Telling him to get out and lie down. Get back and duck to the right. Because they're now, look, oh wow, you can see the bullets coming into the car. You hear dogs. Everybody's getting hit. And then they're talking about getting out of the car.
Trying to take cover in a ditch.
Trying to take cover in a ditch, which that's not going to do much. And then you hear him basically hollering to his dad that has been hit. Yeah. And what he's saying there is, his dad, he doesn't want him to die, but his dad has been shot. So
yeah, his dad is driving, so he has to get out on the road side, if you would, of the car, and try to get around to the back. And he's hit several times.
Mm-hmm. So a costly idea to return for the dogs, but I understand. But
well, again, senseless. These people are not out, knocking tanks out. They're just trying to get out of there.
Well, and that is the good and the bad. That's the good, and they may have done it anyway. But the good and the bad, when it kind of gets down to guerrilla warfare, now whoever's invading doesn't know who's going to shoot at them and who's not. So they start getting into that mode where they just start taking everybody out.
Yep. And wish they had a javelin they could launch.
Yeah,
right. Yeah. And I know Putin is trying to control the media and the propaganda within Russia, saying that they're not going after civilians. What's that?
Well, I saw him. You heard what he said, don't you? He says, "Well, these civilians are being used as human shields, by the mercenaries there."
Okay,
that's what. I mean, it's always the story. Is it my turn to tell my story now?
Yeah.
And somewhere in there is the truth, and usually the truth is what you actually watched.
You remember the back?
Don't see any mercenaries using them as human targets.
For those that don't remember the Soviet Union, their media and the things they would say used to be comical. I mean, it was absolutely right opposite of what was going on. And, of course, you're seeing a return to that with Putin.
Yeah.
Boy, he's dreamed of the old USSR. He's trying to get it back together, isn't he?
He's forbidden them to use the word war in news coverage.
Okay.
2 independent media outlets, some of the staff is trying to flee the country because they're afraid for their life on some of the things that they've reported.
I didn't realize Zuckerberg is over there, too. Deciding what comes out. Deciding what comes out.
Yeah.
Deciding what we all get to say. So there's other things here. I'm trying to see if any of these. We saw the plant on fire. We've already showed you that.
Mm-hmm.
And then.
And do you know there's been over 1 million that have fled Ukraine, and they're going in. They have fled. Excuse me. Thank you for catching that.
That's right.
Into Poland and other places.
And that was just last week.
And everybody's trying to take them in. Cut 6 is thousands of people in Berlin. They've gone to the central train station.
Yeah, we
take people in.
Yeah, we got a real refugee problem now.
On the right side, there's like thousands of people from Berlin offering place to stay. This is absolutely incredible. You just like enter the building, and there are like thousands of people actually supporting. And they say they have like a saying on the paper in Ukrainian, in English, in Russian.
So these are people offering their homes to people.
Isn't that amazing?
That is. It's great.
Just going to the train station. Of course, the Ukrainians are trying to get out anywhere they can go, and I guess Poland is probably overrun right now.
Poland's like we're helping, but we got no more room.
And it's a long way back, and I wasn't alive when it happened, but I've read a little bit about it when the USSR was expanding the Iron Curtain, And when they rolled tanks into Poland, Poland put up a fight for a few days, and there was a lot of similarities to what went on. But I mean, we're just seeing history repeat itself again.
All right, I'm gonna.
I mean, I thought we studied all that so we wouldn't repeat it, right?
Well, and I want everybody. Please, I'm not suggesting. Hey, you sell out. No, none of that. I'm really just asking because it's always easy for us to sit in the stands. Now, we may end up being more affected by this than we are now. I mean, you do see us on that road, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And it might involve our sons and things like that, if it gets ugly. So just, it's not like we're delusional. I know some of us think these things don't touch us, but they usually eventually do, okay? So, and I hope it doesn't. Let me be clear on that. But so I'm just strictly talking about Ukrainians, and I do know that flowing through our veins, even though it's not as powerful in our veins as it once was, give me liberty or give me death. Got it. Okay? It's not worth living under the rule of communism, tyranny. It's not a life. But when you look at Ukraine right now, they have no hope of winning this war. So at this point, is it just give me liberty or give me death? Is that where we are? Because unless let's look at this. It looks like, that's all I'm saying based on now, that Putin is not going to be made to feel bad about this.
No.
Right?
No.
Now, maybe something
He's
happened.
past that.
Right. So let's show everybody how mean he's being, and he'll feel the pressure of it, and he'll stop. I don't think the PR campaign is going to work. Then you get into sanctions. Could sanctions cause some of the wealthy Russians, the oligarchs, is that how you say their name? Oligarch, that they would assassinate him? Maybe. But if you're Ukraine, I'm just asking, I mean, do you ever get to the point where you go, I understand that we're going to become part of Russia and none of us want that, but at least this son and dad who went back for their dogs, we'll stop all this people getting shot out of their cars. It's a tough question, and it's a tough thing to consider. I understand I would rather be dead than live under tyrannical Russian rule, and the Russians are probably willing to give you that option if that's what you want. But do you ever find yourself? I'm talking about if you're the person in charge, you're the president. Do you find yourself going, when I'm doing this dig in thing, the world's applauding me and everybody loves my courage, but if this is unwinnable, I'm also causing people out on the countryside to be gunned down by tanks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
Rick,
say that?
I don't think they see it as unwinnable there.
Right.
Well, I think they, and the people that I know from the Ukraine had told me, and this is years and years ago, that when they went there to teach English and other things, it was like the United States in the 80s. They were very, very freedom loving.
Absolutely.
This thing where they could go out, voice their own opinion was something that they were deeply, deeply entrenched with. I think you're going to see them fight as long as they can, and then even after Russia declares a victory, they will have guerrilla warfare tactics.
Yeah,
it'll be very Wolverine-like for a long time. And hopefully break their morale to the point, at some point, somebody in Putin's first or second ring of government will do something about it.
Yeah, to me it looks right now, you either got to have allies come in, you got to have Putin give up on PR or sanctions, or the Russians themselves take him out.
Somebody in the Russian government's got to end this.
Rick and Bubba.
That's a good one.
Big Bubba, keep it or coaster?
Keep that thing. I liked it.
Okay, thank you, Big Bubba. Michael in Birmingham, keep it or coaster?
Hey, boys. Let's hit the trash can with that.
Okay. Joy Coleman, keep it or coaster?
It made me completely uncomfortable. I say coaster.
Okay. Stephanie in Alex City, keep it or coaster?
Definitely coaster.
Okay. Joe in Birmingham, keep it or coaster?
Man, I thought you guys were making fun of people doing that. Coast that thing.
Okay, thank you. Keith in Gadsden, keep it or coaster?
Turn into a frisbee.
Okay. Aaron in Albertville, keep it or coaster?
Hey, boys, coaster.
Okay. Alan, keep it or coaster?
Let Bernie coast on out with that one.
Okay, there we go. Brittany Pell City, keep it or coaster?
I would say coast it. I was a little confused when he was saying Huns because all I could think about were the bad guys from Mulan, so I was just a little thrown off by that.
The what?
I couldn't understand that.
The bad guys from.
All I got was
sorry, I
coasted
wasn't
out of
listening.
that.
Okay, you got to interpret. By the way, that's your job.
Well,
Yeah.
I was trying
part
to,
of it.
We're trying to count over here. Make
I don't
sure
even know
we
where
got
to
the
look.
tallies are.
So
right.
is it pretty
let
close?
me go ahead.
Speed?
It sounds like it's coming down the wire. doesn't it?
I don't know what to do.
Cody,
here.
I'm 280. Keep it or coaster?
Not to discourage my musical brethren there, but that's terrible.
Okay. There it is.
Joey and Bessemer. Joey, what do you think?
Oh, that was like a cross between Crash Test Dummies and old Bruce Springsteen trying to make a comeback. That was garbage.
Okay, thank you.
It did have a touch of crash.
Ben and Crestview.
Once there was a girl. Remember that?
Ben.
Hole, bury it. Dig a hole, bury it, and don't put a marker on it.
Wow, the brutality.
Forever.
All right,
I
well,
think if this was a
what's the artist name?
baseball game,
Will
I think we'd
Carmichael.
call it.
Will Carmichael is a coaster.
It's close, though.
He had one vote, and that was from Big Bubba.
I think we stopped it in the third inning.
And I think that guy was being a character.
The ref just stepped between the fighters.
Should we call this download it or delete it?
That's good.
See, that's
Download
right.
or delete.
Yeah.
And that would be a delete today.
Yes,
From the office. We'll be back. This next thing
That's funny.
that has come out of nowhere.
Yes.
Now, it's old.
It's old.
One of the things that we do in this world, you remember, and this is the same attitude that brought us James Canup. People, people who think, and this is not to the young man. This guy had a.
This is different.
I'm
We're
now,
on a different
I'm now
topic.
separating.
Yeah.
I'm leaving Walt Carmichael and I'm moving into something else.
Will Carmichael.
Well, I said Will, and then you told me it was Walt.
No,
Huh?
no, you said something else.
Did I say Walt? The
I
first
think
time?
it's OW.
But whatever. But here's the thing. So, singing and it not being as good as maybe the person thinks is funny in any genre. It is almost unbearable in worship music and in church.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
And it happens a lot.
and it happens a lot. I've seen things that people have done in a church service that I can't even believe. And they're all over the internet, and they're all everywhere, you know. And that we got James Canup, and then there's that guy that we're trying to find. It's in the 80s because he's dressed in the 80s garb. He's got a headset, and he's cutting moves, and he's singing.
I
like
saw that before. I don't know where it is.
And he's singing like a praise and worship song. You know, he's doing all the boy band moves. He's
What-
good
what-
at it. He's like 30.
Rick,
I know.
Rick, we reviewed that here because the guy's older now, and somebody
No,
found
there's
That's
a
a
that
different
for
one.
him.
There's two.
But you know
That's
what I'm
two. Yeah, I
talking
know
about.
that one.
Not the guy who did it as a kid.
Right. No, no.
This guy did it as an adult.
I remember because I think Garnett sent it
and
to
you
us
can
years ago.
Yeah, Garnett. You know, matter of fact, Mark Garnett, who's on the show a lot. He lives for this.
I do remember it now.
And I'm almost certain he surely has sent me this one we're about to look at.
This one's bizarre because the guy can sing, but he's got a character that he sings like it's a duet, and he's doing both voices, and it's just bizarre.
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna say that again. The guy gets up, and you can see he's dressed in his '80s garb.
He's got his hair like he likes
and
it.
he's a tub of goo.
He don't need to be tucking. And
No, he's tucking, and he's got that like somebody drew a line around a ball. But
got the equator working.
Yeah, but he's got his '80s hairdo just like he likes. He got a little mullet action going.
Sure he does.
But you know,
it's perfect.
But
what it is.
it's the neat mullet though.
Oh, it's
It's tight.
Bright yellow sweater.
But here's the thing. He is doing Helium Boy, his version.
That's basically who it is.
His version of Helium Boy. And did people want him to do that? I mean, is this like people said, I can't wait? Because he's singing a serious praise and worship song, and then all of a sudden he has this little character he calls Little Marky.
Yeah, and he goes into Little Marky, even though it's just him doing it. You know, it's not like he changes into a costume.
No, and then he starts singing in Helium Boy.
I've got to ask a question.
It's
Do y'all
just
want
really weird.
Do y'all want I Like Being Me, which is
Yeah,
that's
one,
all
is
Little
that the one
Marky.
Greg had on a minute ago?
Yes,
Was it?
or you got the one where he's singing and then halfway through it
See,
he
the
breaks
singing
out.
one, you
I
hear
want him breaking into it.
Yeah, you got to hear him. You don't hear him
Do that
transition
one.
from singing voice into Little Marky.
No, I want his singing voice in here. It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. All right, so let's face it, this situation with Ukraine, we're looking at it. We've given you the updates. It is what it is. It's a terrible thing. But we need something right now to take our minds off of it. And I think the fact that Joey Behar fell on The View, and she's not hurt, so I think we're clear to I'm not saying enjoy it.
They had to repair some of the stage, but yeah. After that,
well, I'll go back to this. If any of us fell, we'd be showing it.
And I think that's the way we need to put it, because she was able to do the show and finish out.
I'll be honest
and all
with
that.
you.
She's fine.
I'm disappointed you can't see the fall better.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, because I saw the still shots and I thought, well, this is going to be video. But
she even makes fun of herself and says she falls all the time.
Well, good, and I do too. So I completely understand.
Right.
And
her wig fell off.
Yeah, to me, this is not mean spirited.
Right.
What bothers me in this entire video has nothing to do with the fall, and you'll see what I'm talking about when you see it.
All right. So this is, I guess they're coming out to the studio audience here, and she falls.
And everybody's clapping. Right?
Okay, and they all have masks on.
That's what bothers me, Rick.
Okay.
Boom.
Oh,
Down
my gosh.
goes
She's
Joy.
down. Oh, she's all the way down. Oh, I didn't realize she went all the way down.
Just stop. Just stand. Let me tell you, these chairs are dangerous.
These chairs are deadly. And now look at
these chairs move.
All right, is she hurt? She's trying to act like she's not.
Now, Rick, we have on ABC
Boom,
here in the
down
studio,
goes Frazier.
and I saw when it actually happened.
Did you really?
But I did not see that part of it. I saw once they were helping her up.
Oh
And,
boy, she hits the ground pretty good.
Yeah, roly-poly.
And a sound guy, if you stay with that clip, a sound guy comes out to make sure her microphone is working, and he was out there kind of working on her microphone, and that's when I saw it right there, and I just thought she had microphone trouble. I didn't know she had actually.
I
fallen.
saw it and actually thought something had happened to you. I'm like you. I didn't know what happened.
Yeah. I thought an earthquake had hit when I looked at there were people laying everywhere.
Can somebody tell me, though, scientifically, why the crowd is spaced and has masks on at this point, and the guy that comes out to work on their microphone,
I don't know.
why he has a mask on,
And they don't?
and they don't.
Yeah.
Can anybody help me with this science? What are we doing? Some of this has just gotten.
She needed one of them dogs to break her fall.
All right, so if you, Rick,
I don't know if
could-
it senses a chair rolling.
Nah,
out.
probably not.
Yeah.
I have a little bit of extra audio where she's talking to the audience, and even brings in Bob Saget. I'm just picking it up.
These chairs move. You touch it, and you're on the ground.
It's happened to all of us at one time or
25
another.
years, that has never happened. Who do I sue? Who do I sue? I went flying.
You did.
I just missed the step as usual.
Okay. And are you okay? Because people really
I
do
fall a
want
lot, but the main thing, just to talk seriously, when Bob Saget fell, he died.
Yeah.
If you hit your head
Yeah.
and you feel dizzy or you have blurred
don't
vision,
realize
or
it,
you
you
feel
go
like
to
you want to
sleep,
go
yeah.
to sleep, go to the doctor because that will kill you.
Yeah.
But is she comparing herself?
She's talking.
Speedy, I thought you were joking.
I don't
But
like that you
this chair was like The Exorcist.
It's a
It was
menace.
spinning.
We hate, for the record, we hate these chairs.
That sounds like
I
us
thought
talking about
Bob
this
Saget.
board.
I thought you were joking. Yeah,
I did
I
too.
thought we were about to hear Grape Lady or something.
Yeah, or Gomer.
Yeah.
They all doing it.
Well, Bubba, in classic form, suddenly Joey starts out with all of us going, "Hey, look at you! You fell! Ha ha ha!" Well, you know it could have killed me.
She got public
Joey.
service announcement.
Yeah, hey, come on, Joey. I mean,
Joey fell on your big A.
So now we got to applaud her for surviving death.
Yes, Joey almost didn't make it.
You know, it could have killed me, like Bob said. No, I don't think so.
Probably not.
I didn't realize she was 79.
Straight up.
She's not 70.
That's what it says in the story.
No.
It says
check out
fell
hip.
straight on her 79-year-old hiney.
Wow.
That's what it says in here.
All right.
While trying to climb into her seat. So I guess these seats
Yeah,
they
they're high.
swivel. They swivel a little bit
And they roll.
and they try to get their.
she don't look
You know how
that
you try to lift your butt up to get on one and they kind of slide and
Oh,
roll
yeah.
off.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I can see easily how it can happen.
Yeah,
I'm
for
just-
sure.
I just wish I wasn't so thankful it did happen. That's the part. I'm not thrilled with myself about that.
No.
Well,
Well, it's
Joy is
any fall,
probably
right?
one of our least favorite
Right.
folks on TV.
Right.
But well, the View's just had a time lately. hasn't
I'm not
it?
saying
you got
it's-
Whoopi getting in
Whoopi
trouble,
messing
Joy
up with the
falling all over the
Jews.
place.
I'm not saying that that I enjoyed as much as I do Castro's fall. I'm not saying
No,
that.
fall
but
was
it's,
great.
it's
I'm not
almost
saying-
in that level.
No, well, I mean, it's if they were.
Castro's is so much more visible, and you see him, him picking up speed,
Right.
going
Hey,
down the steps.
That's as bad a fall as you'll ever see.
Yeah, no.
Wham!
Is y'all's most embarrassing fall on the Pine Straw when y'all were going to is that like the most public fall you've ever had?
It's not the most public, but it's the one where I've never felt so helpless.
Yeah.
It's like we couldn't defeat it. I mean, every time, I don't know what was going on with that Pine Straw and the shoes we had on,
Right.
but we couldn't beat it. We just kept falling and falling and falling.
Thank you for this Adler.
Oh, Adler, always. Anytime Bubba's feeling a little down, this is all he needs.
Nothing like an evil dictator biting the dust.
Yeah.
There's Trudeau's daddy.
Kind of wish Putin would take a tumble.
And all this is insincere.
Right.
Here it is, Bubba.
Boom. Wow. Did you hear the crowd scream?
It's so good.
He face planted.
It's one of my favorite falls
He
of
had
all
to be
time.
injured.
Oh,
my God.
It
looks like above the chair.
How did they ever get that footage out of Cuba?
I know. We're not laughing at Joey. We're laughing at Castro.
Right, that's Castro falling for those who can't see.
And we're laughing at him for Mississauga.
Yeah, that's right. There we are.
That's
funny.
I fell at a
If only that was Putin falling right now.
Yeah.
I fell at a UFC fight. I was going down the steps, and I'm talking about I hit, and it was in front of everybody.
Right.
Everybody. Right. I was so embarrassed. You know me. I wanted to run home.
Right.
I'd give anything to win there.
My worst fall was when, and I think it was at
You
the
was
end
UFC at the time.
It was at the end of the year. It was real close to we were going on our Christmas break.
Right.
And our driveway was iced over at home, and I fell getting out of the vehicle, and I couldn't get up.
Right.
I mean, I had to swim and crawl, and I was so beat up. I mean, I laid in the bed for about 3 days.
Yeah,
I looked like I had been thrown out of an airport.
I'll play that on y'all's vacation.
I fell
coming
about
up.
a month ago on a mossy rock that
Greg?
was slick. Both feet straight up in the air. Oh yeah, it was a complete decleater. And I lay. You lay there and you think, okay, hips are okay, and then you think, did anybody see me? Looking around.
No doubt. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Come on, just stop, just stand.
Let me tell you, these chairs are dangerous.
These chairs move.
Well, you're about to jump in a little bit because it's a little long.
The other one is better for his.
Well, once
that's just somebody doing it. But
once we've established Little Marky, but Bubba, please don't rob me of him singing in regular voice and going into Little Marky.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
if you just
until
hear Little
I can
Marky,
do that,
the Little Marky one is so much better for as what he
But
does and the fact that he's doing it with a piano and he's
But
hitting
I agree
the notes.
I agree with you, Rick. People have to see though. I do Little Marky, but I also am in regular voice. I'm singing a duet with Little Marky, and I'm both voices.
Right.
Don't forget that.
yeah,
Right.
And
Mark Fox is his name, and Little Marky as his character.
But the fact is, we've been made by God in His love and in His image. And Little Marky and I will sing
Little Marky
a
and
very
him.
special song.
And then after this, we'll just go over where he sees Little Marky. But you got to establish him singing first.
I will praise
He
you,
can sing.
for I am fearfully made. All my days you planned for me.
Look, he's doing. He's
And
showing him the Bible while he's
be
doing
a
it.
sacrifice of praise, for I am fearfully and wonderfully
crowd out there watching, don't forget that.
made. When I was made in secret, you saw me.
It's
yet
these kind of
before.
presentations where
You
people won't go to
planned my
church.
days long before I knew them. You hear and
Or some people will show up just
you
for
know
it.
my every thought. Your skill.
You do realize he's acting it out, showing the
This is why we don't go to the same church.
I will praise you.
Just wait.
Wait till Little Marky comes in, which is the same guy. Don't forget this.
Now, there's a lot of people in the congregation.
I think
There was a
y'all
lot
are-
of people watching Canuck sing too.
Are y'all missing him using the Bible as a prop? As a prop.
When I was made in secret, you saw me and informed. You planned my days
Same guy.
long before I knew them. You hear and understand me. You know by every thought. Your skillful hand has made me who I am. I will praise you, for I am fearfully made. All my days you have planned for me. And I'll always be a sacrifice of praise, for I am
Who told him this was a good idea?
I will praise.
Okay, Rick, who's told him? Hey, you know what? I got a good idea for worship.
No,
When you're
wait a
up
minute.
there,
No,
why
whoa.
don't you go into that Little Marky voice you did?
Listen, this again.
Don't forget the laugh, Rick. The laugh.
Oh, touch my side. How about that? But listen, guys. Do you understand? Oh, listen, I got to clear the air for a minute. Was there a time when this guy was there that said, "Now, I'll tell you need a book"? I got this guy, and he's a beautiful singer, and he's got this little Marky character that your church is going to love.
You'll love Little Marky.
They're good. Greg,
now he's doing Little Marky. It's just him. There's no Little Marky puppet. It's not a puppet. It's not nothing.
Right.
He just starts talking. You would think he'd bring out a Little Marky puppet.
Right? Yeah. I mean, did people?
No. He just turns into Little Marky.
Did you have to call like a year in advance and book this guy? Did people say, "Well, I got to tell you, his calendar's full"?
It's full. You better if you want him next year, get him now.
You wouldn't believe the people came to Jesus after they heard Little Marky.
Oh, that's even the best.
Rick, imagine the night that you have a doubleheader of him and then Canup as the headline.
And here's the deal.
That's called heaven.
Rick, look at the audience. It'd be different if he was doing this for like children's church.
No.
This is big
Oh,
church.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
As we like to call it.
Rick,
this is big church.
He's not in children's church.
Look at the other one. Look at the other
We got to.
one.
Should we go to break? Because when we come back, I like being me. Little Marky. He's settled in.
He's total Little Marky now.
Wait, he's settled in, and Little Marky is going to get in front of the piano.
What date is this? It looks like the 80s or 90s.
I don't know. 80s, Greg. You know it's 80s.
I mean, he says, "Hey, look, you're gonna love this guy." At one point, he goes in this Little Marky character, and I got to tell you, there won't be a dry eye in the room. Hey, bring extra counselors.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I have to stop.
I
have to stop.
Face.
I like being me.
Look at the audience there. Look, it's
sound
got to be Sunday night.
From The Ring. What is it that character, Rick? That you
This is one of the reasons churches stop having Sunday night. I can't watch it.
I don't know what to do.
I can't do it anymore.
Oh, there's so many links off of that.
Greg, please, I'll tell you.
There is.
Okay, after the show, I'll
Troy and Russellville.
Yellow shirts and all kinds of links. Just look to the side. You just see that big old yellow shirt.
Oh my gosh! I just got a cramp from it.
You know what it reminds me of? Helium Boy Sings the Hits.
It does. That's
it
what
does.
it is. We've done that bit, but nobody invited me to come do it.
Whoa! Rick, you have
What's
that.
up? Wow, wow, wow.
You have that over there, I think.
That's my side. How about that? All right, Mark, Troy. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Troy.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Troy.
Yeah, Little Marky, he was an evangelist, and it was in the early '80s. And I think, if I remember right, our home church was like his home base, based out of Nashville. And I mean,
Y'all
of
got to
course,
say it a lot.
all the kids adored him and loved him.
Oh, sure.
But I mean, he was an evangelist. He went around and basically, I guess his I don't know what the word I'm looking for, knack or whatever. But it's basically like you need to approach God or come to God as a child would.
Right.
So I mean, he would preach to adults, but then I think, of course, the big thing was kids.
We're back. 6 minutes past the hour. I know your dreams. Then you want to personality. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Still a lot of stories still to come. And we welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
So, Bubba, I know that you have a couple of you got a little shout out here.
Yeah, Rick, big shout out to my high school, the Jacksonville Golden Eagles. They're playing for their hopefully first state championship in basketball today.
Bubba's old high school working their way. Were they in the Final Four?
Well, no, it's the championship.
Oh, this is it.
Yep, this is it. Wow.
What have you done?
I'm just saying they're playing, and I'm proud they're playing.
That's right.
I'm not jinxing the team, Speedy. Y'all carrying that
Now,
to
if you
an
threw a
extreme.
prediction out there, you might.
Yeah, I'm just saying we haven't brought it up to now, but that's fine.
Yeah,
Good luck, guys.
No, I'm just saying be careful. That's what I'm saying.
A couple months ago, I gave a speech on this show about how one of the most self-centered things we could do was talk about mojo and jinx because of how we impact billions of people on the planet, and I'm going to affect the game. And so I said that a minute ago. You said, hey, you don't play around Mojo. You don't. It's a jinx, blah, blah, blah. So I start saying a minute ago, and then you gave me the same exact speech
Yeah,
that I gave
but in all fairness,
ago.
Bubba did his hand like this.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah, you're right.
Look, I'm not jinxing anybody.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the game is happening today.
All right, and stop.
Good for them.
Because the bigger conversation is because we've established that we don't believe in Mojo, but we don't take any chances. And I think we're not to the point of saying that Bubba can't impact the game because we've seen it happen too many times. He just needs to be careful what he says.
Right. Yeah, I'm just proud of my old high school.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, that's all.
Right. I wouldn't say anything else.
Yeah, well, I mean,
do y'all know?
And your old high school, Rick, is the girls are playing today for a state championship.
See,
Really?
Calhoun County representative.
Well, how about that?
See, I've got it. I'm not even saying anything, and I've got representation there.
Can I?
I'm not
the
saying
school
anything.
that I can say it, can I?
Well,
the school that
no,
Helms'
You really
kids
can't.
go
Only
to
Greg
are playing.
can say it.
Why?
Because
You've
you got
already
too much
demoted
going
him.
right now.
I can say,
Best
good
Davis
luck.
playing for
Now you're
Best
pulling
Davis.
people into your. It's our base being sucked into your vacuum.
How about Vestavian Hoover playing for state championship? Hadn't seen that before, have you?
Can I bring up
They
something?
battle a lot of them out, don't they?
Can I bring up something that we did off the air that impacted basketball for the state as well? We were contacted by a local high school for you guys to cut a
I forgot all
video
about that.
just for the team in pregame or whatever. Just hey, good luck, guys, or whatever.
We killed them.
They got beat.
See there?
See
how
what I'm
dangerous
talking
this is?
Well,
Do you feel a little more? Does it feel a little more dangerous to you now?
we did what somebody asked us to do.
We did.
Right,
We did.
right.
It was
Rick. I didn't guard one guy. I didn't shoot one shot.
There you go.
Right.
What happened.
right.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? That
We
is
wished them good luck.
That's a situation where someone says it would be rude to say no, we won't send something to the team, but at the same time, when we were done, sadly, we knew it was a kiss of death because the last thing that your team needs is us pulling for you.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this: you don't want me pulling for you. I'll crush a team at the drop of a hat.
Yeah. Wow.
Just I've actually literally thought about a team that I kind of liked or cared about, and I wasn't watching their game, and everybody just kept texting me on how good they were doing, and I put it on there, and they start going south so fast. I mean,
there is no scientific proof.
I know.
You caused that.
I know.
It just can't be.
I know it can't be. But I can't argue with the results.
No.
I think mojo is much more prevalent if you're playing, if you're in the game and you say something. Don't you? I mean, I think that
has not been my.
You got to watch that now.
I've seen
some random fan can't cause you to lose.
I've seen things I've caused.
Bubba, I gave that speech months ago, and you made fun of me.
I don't remember.
Here's the thing: what you're saying right now.
Great being my age, I don't remember.
Can I tell you what you're doing right now?
I can't even hear you.
Hey, you know better than this.
Yeah,
I understand.
I don't know why you would do
There's
this.
nothing I have said.
No,
falls.
So
under
let's leave it
mojo.
at that. But don't start acting like we can't mojo things,
right?
Because that's just not true.
Well, it's just. You know.
I mean, it doesn't seem like it should be possible. I'll give you that.
Today,
if you're a player, if you're a player and you're on the team, you got to be careful because it can get you.
Yeah.
It can affect your performance mentally.
I understand what you're doing today. I feel like you weren't very coachable because we really tried to.
He had a shout out he was going to do.
I know. We were really trying to keep you from doing it. And if they
4A
won,
state championship today.
And oh wow, now it's getting worse.
Sure. Goodness.
They're just playing. I'm just telling you, they're playing.
Yeah,
I
tell you somewhere Spain Park screaming, "Shut up, Bubba! Make him stop."
Well, I love that video.
You know what Spain Park's saying about Jasper right now? I feel so bad for them.
We haven't done any videos. I might stop at
I feel so bad for
that.
her.
You know, I might stop at that. I don't think I'd do a video.
Oh, she didn't get here. We got to order for her. I feel so bad for her. Let's just leave it alone.
That's
stop
it.
right there.
And in other news, and I know this is big, and y'all love this. It's Birmingham Hamfest.
Oh, baby,
boy! For all the ham radio operators,
A lot of ham going on. Your commitment to the hams this year, frankly, it's been underwhelming.
Yeah.
Well,
you talked about it, but she didn't do anything. Yeah, boing. Talk a big game, Hammy.
There hadn't been a lot this year to do so far. So other than Orlando.
Now, for people that don't know, this is about radio equipment. He's not going to eat a bunch of ham,
right? Because the first time people don't know when we first started doing the show together, the first time he said it, you have to understand him going to a place that featured various hams from around the world. Seemed more logical.
Betty thought that too.
It seemed more logical watching him live his life than him talking on
Hamfest.
CQ. Green egg. DX. I thought he was going to get some red eye gravy and have the time of his life.
Yeah. There ought to be more ham at a Hamfest, I think.
Can I tell you something? Last night, and I'll give you the walkthrough yesterday, the day that I was looking at, going, wow, that's a lot out there. I actually ate something from the restaurant that was being served last night in Jonesboro, Arkansas. Have you ever been to a restaurant that serves ham steak?
Oh, wow. Ham steak.
No, don't know what that is.
What's it even look like?
Anybody ever had a ham steak?
I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Ham steak.
Yeah. I need to know what it looks
like. So
picture
in your mind.
I've had a filet steak.
Picture
is
in
that
your
the
mind.
one with the little round bone in it?
Yeah. Well, yeah, and there's pieces of ham like you would throw a ribeye out there. It looks just like a ribeye.
Yeah, okay. It's got the round.
Except it's ham.
Okay. Yeah, I know
is it that thick?
Oh yeah.
I've never heard of a ham steak, but I know what you're talking about.
Was it any can?
Number one.
Really?
Hey. Because I didn't grab it because I didn't like its presentation.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was going through the line.
That round bone got you.
Yeah.
There it is.
There it is, right in the center.
Well,
of it.
It looked different.
That's a little thin, though.
It looked more like a ribeye. A lot more
Yeah.
fat than that.
Okay.
A lot less ham.
I got you. I know exactly what you're talking about now.
Picture a ribeye.
Gosh, I want some ham right now.
Picture a ribeye.
I'm starving.
Picture a ribeye.
Anybody near Honey Bake?
Look just like look at it like, hey, there's some ribeyes over on here. And and then you pick it up, and you pick it up, and
we get mad about it.
All right, maybe I'm talking about the wrong thing.
I remember Mom cooking
Rick,
something
do you
like
know
that.
what you
There
ate?
was a smaller version when we were kids up there on the.
I don't know how it was cooked, but it looked even like it had seasoning and everything, like you would put a rub on a steak.
Rick, it was just a steak. They told you.
No, it was a ham steak, and then I passed by it and didn't get it. And so I go and sit down, and I've got, trying to be a little speedy like. I've got me a chicken breast.
Attaboy.
Okay, but
Did you have to ask everybody what they were getting?
Yeah, no, and I did get me some because they were serious about the baked beans because it had meat in it, and I love when somebody puts meat in it.
I do too.
But I don't like the green peppers though.
No,
I put them in there too. I like them.
I'm with you.
I want both.
I'm with you.
Pepper and meat.
So I've got that, and all of a sudden, like somebody comes over to me like alarmed because that's what this restaurant that was catering was known for. You didn't get a ham steak, and I said I don't understand.
What you talking about?
And of course,
Doctor's got me off pork.
I look over, Greg, and of course, Varvutis has two of them, and he goes here. You can have mine, one of mine, and I'll go. And if I want another, I'll go back. And so I said okay. And I honestly looked at it and thought the fat to ham ratio to me looked like I didn't know if it was it was going to be worth it. But the ham pieces that I pulled off,
Really? Okay. All right.
Hey,
good deal.
Hey. It was outstanding. So anyway, I had never had one of those before.
Yeah.
It was good. All right, we'll come back.
You gonna be able to sleep tonight, Bubba? Being excited about Hamfest?
Oh yeah, we'll be good.
Mm-hmm. You
gotta get my rest. Be ready to go. Look for them bargains.
Y'all meeting for breakfast tomorrow?
Probably.
Okay. All right. We'll do that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
but it was like the early '80s. Yeah, I remember him. He was always around me. Like he'd go away for a month or two, but then he'd come back to our church.
Probably a heart of gold.
There at our church.
Probably has a heart of gold.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, he did. Yeah, oh yeah.
I can picture that. I can picture him with a heart of gold. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Now, buddy.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
Well, Rick, I was just thinking how much square acreage I would have to burn to get rid of a king cobra.
Well, yeah. We is it Ocala, Florida, where this is happening?
Yeah.
And so anyway, a king cobra is loose from
Is
another
there anything more evil than the picture of that thing in the
weirdo.
box? With his
pet
hood
owner.
all
Who
blown up.
Who?
The guy had a license to have dangerous snakes too.
Who does this? How far off do you have to be to do this? To have a king cobra as a pet? You realize that you're not a click off. I mean, you're several clicks
Rick,
off. I mean,
if you want to play with those, go to a place way out from civilization that has those and milks them for science.
Right.
And you just milk one every day, all you want. You get in there and just have a big time. Huh? Just milk. And you play with them and feed them rats and all that.
I just don't
maybe
get
you'll
it.
have a long and prosperous life. I doubt it, but maybe.
All right, other things that we love. We've been telling you guys a lot about the Babylon Bee. This fake newspaper.
Boy, that is a
that
good
is
one.
church humor. And I'm going to tell you what, whoever is writing this, they did really work full-time in church ministry at some point.
Yes.
And I always have my favorites, and I'm always open to any Joel Osteen joke. I mean, I'm always open to that. Did you see the one, and you sent me some, so it was not in the one you sent me, where it says Joel Osteen tired of being chosen last in Bible trivia?
See, I get that. That's good. That's good.
So anyway, and some of them, I literally have been laughing my head off. I mean, I don't know what it is about the Babylon Bee, but it owns me so much. And if you don't get, it's one of those things where you think, okay, at some point they're going to run out. They're not going to deliver, and every single time I'm sending a new one, I realize these people don't miss. I don't know who's writing these, and I'll tell you what I haven't done enough of, and I'm going to admit it. I haven't done enough of reading the actual articles. I laugh so hard. Helmsy's heard before. I mean, you can hear me. I get in there and I can't even breathe. And
you were cackling the other day.
Yeah.
Rick, how about this headline? Pentecostal man hits Fitbit steps goal 20 minutes into church service. That's good stuff. And the picture on the Joel Osteen story, he's just looking sad. I thought,
I'm tired of being picked last on the Bible trivia team. But anyway, so those things complete. The one I saw too, what was the other day, and I don't have the wording right, but the bottom line was, these strategists that people hired to come in and teach them how to have church growth, and it had church growth strategists perplexed by the actual sermons from Jesus Christ. How you going to grow the church if you actually preach them? Anyway, which is great. Mega pastor causes stage to collapse under the weight of his massive ego. Golly, these are good. Worship leader investigated for refusing to play Oceans by Hillsong United. Look, let me tell you something. I can't get enough of these. I mean, how about this? When someone sends me a new Babylon Bee, I get excited. I mean, I start getting excited about what I'm going to read. And I've noticed if you think it owns us, you should talk to the people that work with churches. They laugh at these so hard because it's like us, how we would laugh. Remember how we always loved all the shows that made fun of radio because we understand the jokes so well because we've actually lived them?
Mm-hmm. Rick, this is one of my favorites. It's got a guy, and he is in really, really hard prayer at the altar, okay? And the headline says, Pastor prays for sweet embrace of death as leadership meeting nears. I mean, it is a good one. How about the breaking news? Confirmed, Chick-fil-A open on Sundays in heaven.
Oh, my gosh.
That's good stuff. You got to laugh. Right, you got to laugh.
I got to stop. I'll read those all day long. All right, so here's the other thing. I don't do the Matrix thing. I never watched the Matrix. I didn't get pulled into the Matrix. I sometimes feel like I'm in a Matrix in my life, but I never watched these movies, so I don't know how you Matrix people feel about this, but they're talking about, and this is the thing when you have a brand that is really good, and then somebody says we're going to do a reboot. We've had a lot of reboots. Yeah. Well, the problem with the reboot, they never bring back the original actors and all that, and that's always
it's just you just do it over.
Could there be a bigger disaster than the Ghostbusters reboot? Did anybody go see that?
No, that was bad.
That was really bad. So now they're going to do a Matrix reboot, and as we said, without the actual actors that were in.
Why did you bring the Babylon Bee
up? You got to quit looking at it. I
cannot quit scrolling down.
You will laugh your head off. At
Local man frantically searches between couch cushions for lost salvation.
You know which one I saw too? Christian artist on track to disavow his faith by 2018.
Yeah, that's good because it seems like there's been a lot of them in it.
Bible, this owns y'all so much.
Rick, Bible lacking sinner's prayer return for full refund.
Why don't you do this one? I don't want to ruin the song. Will you just one time do? I'll still be loving.
I don't want to ruin the song. It's a really good song.
Right. Say it to Alicia right now.
I'll still be loving.
Oh, you romantic thing.
So we have to do the anniversary song. Say 1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind.
Look at here, he's engaged.
Look at you.
Greg, one more time.
3 years.
One more time. I'll still be loving.
Come on, Greg.
Look in the camera and say, I'll
Do it.
still be
I don't need to sing,
loving.
and Rick, I don't sing.
That
very
camera
well.
right
I don't
there.
sing very
Look
well.
in the camera at
I'm
least
not
and say, I'll
singing
still
that
be
song.
loving.
I'm not singing
Because all
the
this time
song.
later, you're still loving.
I know, but I'm not singing the song.
just
I'm
tell
not a
I
singer.
got, will you just say it then, spoken word?
Right here.
At least I'll still be as I promised. I'm still loving you.
I'll still be loving. Is that better? 33 years. How about that? It's gone fast.
Boy.
I got grandchildren now. I got children, grandchildren.
Oh.
Man, happy anniversary. I love you, and maybe 33 more. We'll be real old.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, will
Boy,
you.
we'll be.
I'll tell you what. I know that there's no earning our way to heaven. I know that is not the gospel. But if there was a way, Lisa would be in.
She deserves some
Lisa
kind of
would
prize.
be in. Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah.
You know, I ain't going to argue.
Ain't no need to try to.
Nah, just accept it.
It is kind of funny when you get to that point in your life where you've been married longer than you were not married.
Exactly.
You know, that when you start looking at the numbers, that's kind of crazy.
I'm way past that.
No.
Yeah, that's one of the things that
You go fast.
I see that kind of clicking in Sherry's mind sometimes because she's 6 years younger than me. And she looks at me sometimes and goes, wow, I really devoted a lot of my life to you.
Yeah.
Well, what's that look of what could have been? You know what I mean? No.
Lisa looks 6 years younger than me because I look really old. But
No, Greg.
And,
Yeah.
I had some guys that
people always look at me and go, hey, man, I hear you. You got you a younger one.
You're right. Yeah. And you know what you say? Good for me.
See, I did.
I met some guys last night that were talking about how you are morphing into Dad. That you and Dad look so much alike.
Oh,
That's
boy.
weird because growing up we didn't favor at all.
Right.
I look
Yeah.
like Mom's side of the family.
Right.
And that is weird.
And you also carry his pleasant attitude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe that's it.
Right.
But growing up, yeah, I look like Mom's the whites.
Yeah, yeah. And then that's kind of shifted. But anyway, happy anniversary to
thank y'all
you and
very
Lisa
much.
today. That's great.
33
And
years.
I'll still be loving.
I had a mullet on my wedding day and everything.
Oh, you look fantastic.
man.
Yeah,
It wasn't one of them vulgar ones.
Right.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, whoever that y'all bought the candles from, the wicks had dry rotted.
Yeah, they didn't lie.
Yeah.
You can't have everything.
I know we tell
and,
that.
And there was a Cat 2 tornado going on outside.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Besides that.
Didn't know that Lisa could see everything from the balcony. Thought she was somewhere else. And
well, they had to hide her up there because they couldn't bring us from the outside because it was raining and storming and wind blowing, and I think you were supposed to cover.
I went up there with that, that big lighter. You go up there, I go up to the first wick because somehow with my mullet, I'm lighting the candles.
Yes.
And I go up and I hit that first wick and it goes.
It was a mechanical one,
just,
so they're supposed to.
It just disintegrated.
Oh, boy. Being the candle lighter is one of the worst jobs.
A lot of responsibility.
I don't think I can lady.
And then, Rick, and don't forget singing that song.
Lisa.
Was
I need a candle.
Councilman Stephen Waits from Oxford was singing that. He was singing that song.
He was.
Rick, was it the candle you were trying to light that wouldn't go, or the actual candle you were holding?
The wick
well,
on
these
the candle.
they're not wax. They're the mechanical ones they call them.
Yeah.
And the little reusables, I guess.
Yeah, it was supposed to be. Hey.
What about when the one that you're holding goes out that you have to light the other candle? See, I've had that once or twice, and I started carrying a lighter in my pocket. And I go, well,
it was Rick and my brother-in-law, and they finally just looked at each other and said,
"Yeah." And so, we couldn't discern what was worse. No candles lit. We chose, unfortunately, since when I heard that Lisa was sobbing watching it, we chose just leave the ones lit that we got.
Yeah, there's at least 3 out of 12.
Can I ask y'all this? 33 years later, was it a better choice just to blow them all out and not have them all? Because we just lit the ones that were
I
light.
think if you have one lit, you got to go with it. It did look kind of awkward.
I just wish more of them would have lit.
Yeah, there were way more out than there were lit.
Rick, I even have gone because of the panic of these bad stories. I would go and pre-light them and then put them out just so I was sure they'd burn.
We didn't talk about that.
Yeah. Well, no, I know you got I bet you got a busy weekend, don't you?
Busy weekend?
Yeah, anniversary weekend.
See, the grandkids are coming over tomorrow. I know I get to see them.
Okay.
Can I give you a suggestion for today?
We will be working. We will be doing some work at the house.
Right, but where would be the first place you see Lisa today?
At the When I'm going by the house that we're renovating.
That you're renting. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to tell you what to do. Okay, and Adler can help you with this. Okay, will you help with this? Because I know now that he's not going by the house. He did his guitar. He won't be able to get it. Will you let him have your acoustic? And I'm not talking. I'm talking about to borrow, not to have. Okay, but
the uke. You can borrow my ukulele. That's it, buddy.
Okay. Because here's what I think.
Guys,
I'm not
supposed to be a celebration. I don't sing very
no,
well.
what I'm saying is, but it will. I mean, she will cry her eyes out.
Yeah, want me to stop.
Is all of a sudden you come pulling up in that truck. Okay, you roll that Chevy in. Okay,
the Ohio Country Silverado.
Yeah, the Ohio
you
Country
too can be a Hendrick driver.
You too can be a Hendrick driver. You take your Hendrick Glory into the driveway of that house, and that y'all are renovating. And then you step out, grab your ukulele or your guitar, whatever outlet you have, and then you work on it a little bit. And as soon as she walks out, you go, "Well, I'll still be laughing." And you
standing beside the truck.
Yes, right by the truck.
Okay.
Because you look good next to your truck.
Oh, sure.
Leaning on the grill.
Yeah.
Maybe I can somehow play the recording, just
Well,
lose my
I'll
mouth
still
to
be,
it.
no, just do that one line. Just do that one line. Look, get on the chord.
Yeah, that way I won't have to know that many chords.
Yeah.
Back to Lenny Kravitz. You remember the Jeep commercial where he's sitting on the
There you
hood
go.
playing?
There you go.
That's it.
That's what you're
I
thinking.
don't know if you can climb up that high.
I don't know.
You might hurt yourself.
I need a little step stool.
Now you gonna kind
Now
of
work at it on the way. Work on it. Yeah, an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah. Is it her birthday or anniversary that you say you're gonna go get pizza for?
We'll do that too, probably.
Is that today?
Modest.
Because you'll be in the area.
Mm-hmm. We usually eat modest for some reason.
And I love you in my touch.
Look, that's some
Give
good
me a
stuff. That's a local
About
favorite,
a Greek
man.
salad.
Don't know so salad.
Do y'all like the grinders? Those are
They are good.
Yeah, baby.
That
I
pizza,
forgot
that
about
crust.
those. Bubba, I forgot about those.
Oh, I know.
Boy, busy day for you, my
That's
friend.
right. Happy anniversary 33.
33 big ones.
Woo.
33 big ones. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Crazy.
We'd be leaved with it and fined. We'd come in and leave with less than we
I wonder what a ticket costs to go in there to dig.
I don't know. They said that more than 75,000 diamonds have been unearthed at the crater of diamonds since the first diamonds were found there in 1906.
But you would think that they would just not let the public come in there and fool around.
A diamond.
Just dig them up.
Well, I mean,
I think that's why the state made it state park.
Greg, I think what you have here, doesn't it cost money to come in?
Yeah.
Greg,
I bet it ain't a lot.
Greg, this is a diamond lottery.
Yeah, this is a dig lottery.
How much?
Everybody gets charged coming in, and a very few of them ever win anything.
You wonder what the numbers are on that whole thing.
Now, last time
And they love for somebody to find a big one because everybody gets fired.
They do. That's PR they can't.
That's the old casino winner.
Yeah, last time we did a story like this, I think it was.
We've done about 2 or 3 on that same place.
2013. You claimed it was a conspiracy in the state. Every now and then, like to let somebody find
Throw one out
they'll
there.
throw one out there real quick, keep everybody happy.
I think you may be honest.
Well, you got to do that. Rick.
You've heard you may win the game, but you won't beat the house.
Yeah.
Put it this
You
way:
may find a diamond, but you won't beat the park.
If you got this diamond place and nobody ever finds a big diamond, nobody's gonna come.
No, you better find it. Like right now, there's no telling how much money they're gonna make off that find.
That's right. That's right.
Of course, I don't know. These state parks have never really.
But have we followed up on these people when they get this, or did they actually sell it and get that money? Do we know?
Yeah, they have a list of them, the ones that have been found and cut and what they made. I mean,
it ain't like
it.
it ain't like Beanie Babies where you
No,
would see
no,
this
no.
Beanie Baby's worth $500, but you couldn't find anybody to give you $500 for it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
I know a diamond's a little more cut and dry. On the value.
That's those same people that, regardless of the housing market, they think they can get for their house what it was appraised for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, your house is worth what somebody will pay for it. That's what it's worth.
Is it a round, brilliant cut, Bubba?
Living on the edge today, my bald friend.
It's not cut at all. As a matter of fact,
No,
yeah.
that's rough.
Rick, and in a related story, a Christian pastor working in Sierra Leone mine found a 706-carat diamond, which could be the 10th largest ever found on planet Earth.
What the?
He was working in a mine, and they said, let's see, where was the numbers
what
here?
Was he?
I don't know.
Pastor? Is that what you said?
Yeah, said he was a Christian pastor.
But he's also a miner.
Yeah, on the side, I guess.
What? He was just there.
Bivocational.
Was he there on a tour?
I don't know. It doesn't really say.
Because I'm gonna tell you this: if that thing, how many carats you say that baby is?
700 something.
Well, I'll tell you one thing: he's not a bivocational pastor anymore.
No,
he's full time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because let me tell you what that just ended.
Yeah, that's a big one, yo.
Yeah, that's your big boy right there.
That's a big one.
Man, they're showing some of these diamonds. They're unbelievable.
Why won't you tell me how he ended up there? What does he do?
Well, that's what I'm looking for in this. I'm looking for it.
So you're saying he could be a miner who happens to be a pastor, and he would mine that thing out? Does it belong to him, or who owns the mine?
Well, that's what I was thinking too. If he was working there for somebody else, it really doesn't say. It's a little confusing.
Yeah. Okay. I said it just says he found the stone while he was getting a little bit of supplemental income by freelancing as a miner. He was doing a little mining on the side.
You're living on the edge.
So I'm a preacher, but then I mine on the weekend.
Yeah, well, he's got a little extra money. That's his Zeke.
And it looks like it's going to belong to the country. So it will be sold in a transparent bidding process to benefit the country, according to a government
why even mention
statement.
my name in the story if I'm not getting any?
I guess it's because he's the one that found it.
What would he do?
All you are is employee of the month. All you are.
You may get a coupon for something. Your picture put up.
Lunch is on us today.
Yeah, thanks for the big diamond.
And who decides what he's due? Like,
no, he didn't do anything. If he's working for a mining
well, it says
company,
after the country receives its millions, he'll get what is due to him.
Well, what's due? Lunch?
That's
what I'm saying. If I'm working for a
right.
mining company, I don't think that the miner gets what he finds.
How many
carats?
As you unpack the story, it has a lot of holes in it.
Did you say 750 carats?
Yes.
By the way, it costs $10 to get in that place in Arkansas.
Really? How about
that?
For
yeah.
I want to go to that. We've had several stories.
Well, but you
about
said
that
it was
place.
on your bucket list.
I kind of want to put it on the bucket list to go sometime and just see it.
Bubba, it's Arkansas. I mean, you can get there. I
know.
This ain't Ecuador.
I know. Right. But I'm not through there every day.
This is not. I want to see the Great Wall.
It's over. It's southwest Arkansas.
They have Vulcans on my bucket list.
But Greg, you mentioned the marketing value of this. I mean, if they were to find a few diamonds, say at Cheehaw. You see that or a Bigfoot sighting. You need a monster or instant money somehow.
Let me digging diamonds around Bald Rock up there. Oh yeah,
that's funny. It'd be a different animal, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Down there around Lake Cheneby.
All right, let me throw this at you.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Speaking of the anniversary couple, look, they snuggle up on that Helix mattress. 33 years of love in that thing. But I'm just saying it'll be celebrated, not just you guys.
Helix.
That's right. You guys will snuggle and. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. You let them know exactly how you want the mattress.
I did, Rick. They custom. They tell you these are the ones we offer, and if you like to sleep on your back, you like a soft mattress, whatever, this one is best for you.
There you go.
And you got 100 days, but you don't need it. You're gonna like it the minute you get it.
And so they tell you'll ask you some questions like Greg talked about, just like he and Lisa did.
Quick little survey.
Yeah, and then they build that mattress the way you want it, and they ship it to you. And then when it gets there, you have 100 nights to sleep on it to make sure it's exactly what you want it.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you something. It's really the most. It was the most awarded mattress in 2021, and we'll get you $200 off if you go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Go ahead and get yours customized. Let them ship it right to your door and start sleeping better. All right. So, update from yesterday. So when we talk about our schedules and sometimes things come together on days and there's nothing you can do about it and you work it out. So yesterday, Bubba and I recorded Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. I think you'll enjoy our conversation as we talk to a couple that is doing ministry in South Africa. Very, very complicated place, and we'll talk about some of the things that they are doing and ways that you can benefit from that as well. And just an overall, I think, interesting conversation. Hear them talk about, we forget sometimes. You've heard me talk about it before in the past that, apartheid started in, at least the thought of it in 1945, and it was not removed to the mid 90s.
Yeah.
So this is a country that's in a relatively new state and still trying to figure out who they are. And so it was that was and they've got some complicated issues to try to work through. So it's enjoy that conversation this weekend. So we did that, and then I had to leave immediately and head to the farm where Sherri was there, the hostess with the mostess, and we were hosting. Our church asked us to do this, and we certainly said okay. We were hosting 17 adults, missionaries, and 6 missionary children. Okay, and the church had taken care of the food, so Sherri and I didn't have to do any of that, and so they were having it coming to the farm. We just simply had to have the farm ready, and then they went over to up under the trees over there by the pond and had a time of prayer to begin with, and then they would come back to the barn for lunch. And then after lunch, it would be four-wheelers and fishing and horseshoes and just recreation.
Mm-hmm.
So my sole deal was I got to come down there and be sure all vehicles are ready to go, and I'm kind of in charge of recreation. And I had to set up all the fishing rods for them and all this. Well, some cool things. So I kept saying to Sherri, I know your shoulder's better. I know everything's good, but I can be here to get all this running, but when I have to leave to go to Arkansas for the event in Arkansas, Gary will come here and he will put all this stuff up, okay? And I knew pretty quick because I was worried about leaving them unsupervised to have to interact and every time they have to work together, it usually doesn't go well for Gary. And hey, I'm telling you. So I said, baby, you can just go ahead and leave when you want to leave, and Gary just come after and he'll put all this up. Yeah. Okay, don't even fool with that. Well, I knew that we were headed down a road because let's just get real. Okay, can we just be transparent?
Let's do, Rick. Clear as a bell.
When we as husbands are leaving to go somewhere, what we don't want is to be somewhere and drama breaks out while we're gone.
Yeah.
And so really what we're trying to do, it's not about us, but what we're trying to do is say, I want to set up a scenario that minimizes me getting any sort of dramatic text or anything that something's gone wrong, right?
Right.
And that terrible feeling that you're not there to get everything back the way it should be.
Right.
Now, I know as I sit here right now that the stuff is not put up the way I wanted it put up. I know that right now.
Yeah.
And it's bothersome. But anyway, so
that's you got a touch of me about you.
Yeah. Well, you know why? Because the way the garage is set up and the size of these vehicles, if you don't put them in there a certain way, they don't fit right.
Right.
And then you have a hard time getting them back out. But that has nothing to do with this. That's just me being quirky. But anyway, so I'm like, so Gary's got this handled, and I knew this was headed down, and it concerned me. She goes, at first he was supposed to be there early to get them out and get them ready to go, whatever. And Sherri shot that down. I don't need Gary for that. Just you're going to be there by the time we need those. And then I could feel the confidence building in Sherri that Gary wasn't going to be needed at all.
Right.
Oh wow.
And I thought, but then I kept looking at the clock, and you know how sometimes the clock will just tap you on the shoulder and say, "Hey, Biggin, I don't know what you're trying to do, but if you don't leave right now, you're not going to be in Arkansas."
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
It ain't happening.
Yeah. I mean, you must go.
Yeah.
And of course now I'm having to deal with road manager Bones, who now has started the process of calling me and wanting to hear the sound of the vehicle.
Right.
He does not want to hear the sound of birds.
No.
He doesn't want to hear the sound of people talking. And I know what he's doing, so I won't answer. Okay, because I know he's going to start. Have you left yet?
Right.
And so
and not answering is even worse.
Yeah.
He doesn't know where.
Now,
you know
the plane has to leave at this time because we have to be there. Bones, I know that. You think I know how to back time? I'm not a woman.
Okay.
All right.
There you
okay.
go.
All right.
There it is.
We understand back time. But I back time to the top of the hour for a living. Do you know what I've done, Bubba? Which is a strange concept. I have checked how long it takes me to get to the airport.
No, you ain't guessing.
I've talked about what time we need to leave, and I've even done, which is going to make you so proud of me, because this was your influence on my life. I've already hit the maps and keep hitting start to be sure no traffic is building.
Well, that's the thing. You're one fender bender from not going to Arkansas.
And it
cutting it close, Rick.
And it keeps
cutting it close.
Well, I built in 15 minutes.
Okay.
And I didn't tell everybody that because I would have been told that in 15 minutes wasn't necessary. Right. You know it?
Yeah.
And so
Do you follow up with a text? Hey, busy, I got it. or did you just let him sit?
I wanted him to get what he wanted because I was about to get in the truck, so I didn't want to call him until I was actually in the truck. Now, did I pull a speedy a little bit in the old days on softball games?
No.
Are you on the interstate? Well, I mean, and I wasn't. I was still coming down 42. And I said, en route. I am en route.
Headed north.
Yeah. Are you on the interstate? Headed to you.
Yeah.
And,
My favorite, I'm in the parking
How about
lot.
this? Nobody likes liars? Stop asking. So anyway.
Ask me 10 minutes from now.
Right. Yeah. I'm just about, Jim, here I come. And then I said, I'm looking, Bones. I see how much time's left. I'm
fine.
Right now there's no traffic. I'm going to be fine. We're good.
I'm grown.
Okay. You're good. But then when you're getting ready to leave, you also have to find the right wrap-up time to leave. Because now you're interacting with people, you're talking with people, you keep being asked to do things, and there's a kid that the 4-wheeler, I don't know how to crank it. Of course, we've been over this, but anyway, so I had a lot of first timers, and I will tell you this, which I think was one of the most beautiful moments. You remember me telling you about the pastor from London?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
he came over to me, and I said, there's rods here if you want to fish. Well, I've never quite caught a fish. And I said, really? I said, well, when my grandfather, he liked to fish, but he said I was too jumpy.
Too jumpy.
I couldn't sit still, and he got aggravated. And I thought, he's got a wound. I thought, this guy's got a wound.
Yeah.
I said, well, I tell you what, you're catching a fish today.
Really?
Yeah, you can. Well, what I did, and Helmsy, you being
time,
you being the one that probably fishes the most still modern time, and we all know this. Don't. It was really the perfect time of year for the farm pond, and we had a perfect weather day. I set them up, rattle traps, throw it, and bring it in at medium speed. Okay, and there's also a low percentage that you won't be able to set the hook rod or anything like that. A lot of times the lure will do it for you if the fish hits it hard enough. So I didn't want it to be complicated.
Yeah,
just come on, and a brilliant move. I held back because, some of these missionaries, I don't know what kind of expertise. I held back a Zebco 33
Okay.
that was set up for an adult. They weren't all just set
Followed
up for
by a
kids.
cane pole.
Which means, now he's not having to do any kind of complicated open face. And, of course, he's not ready for a bait caster. We're not even going to go there.
Right.
And I was able, right before I left, I was able to look at the bank. Another missionary who does know how to fish and is very well.
That
very
helps
savvy,
you a lot.
Good.
Took him over there. And I saw him bring in a fish.
That's great. And I'm glad the other missionary was there because with a rattle trap, you're dealing with 6 hooks, and that would have been
And I gave to the guy who knew what he was doing.
That's good.
I gave him the tackle box and showed him where the pliers were.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Beautiful.
Yeah.
What do you think that tackle box is right now?
No idea.
It's somewhere, but it's not where you want it.
Don't know where my rods are. I don't know anything. And if I was Bubba right now, I wouldn't be able to function.
No.
You know what I mean?
I'd have to call in sick. They'll take care of it.
Yeah. So
he'd have never left.
So when I leave the farm, the weather is perfect.
Oh yeah.
The food was served perfectly. Kids have ridden 4-wheelers who never got to ride. Okay. Missionaries who've never caught fish are catching fish. People are playing horseshoes. And there's a lot of adult men here from the church and missionaries. And they basically all give me you are good. Sherri, love you, baby. I got to go. Okay, well, I hope it goes well. Okay, remember, Gary, and I can tell she's developing this attitude that she doesn't need Gary. Hey, just all you need to do is wrap it up. Gary, come shut all this down. Okay, baby. All right. Now I'm gone. I'm headed to the airport. No traffic situation. Looks like my timeline looks great. And I'll tell you how it all went when we come back. All right. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If we look at the number you gave me from Arkansas, and I know we're in different countries and different currency and all that.
Right.
But if we were going by the American standard based on what we just looked at, that an 8-carat one brought $1 million in. A 750-carat one would be $93 million and some change.
Surely they'll drop him a few.
Yeah, because it says the world's most expensive diamond found in was 813, I guess, and it was $63 million.
Look, your obstacle course of words today.
Hey, well,
this is a tough story.
Botswana,
it's really, really tough.
A lot of Botswana.
That's
a lot of African countries.
You said it better than supplemental.
Yeah, well, you got to.
So
what kind of cut is it?
Round brilliant.
Rick and Bubba,
No, you're not saying the part you messed up on. You got that part right.
That story still kills
me. It kills me, literally. I ran off the road. Gravel was going up everywhere. I had to bring that thing back under control. 50. Trump
Deal or no deal? I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair.
Donald Trump looks like he got through the first round on the health care deal, and we'll see where that is headed. But now he has proposed the budget. Most people who look at his proposed budget that you would think have done some research feel like if you voted for Donald Trump and you supported Donald Trump, this is the budget that he promised you. There's only one problem. He does not do the budget. He only proposes it.
Yep. Well, that's with all presidents.
Yeah, with all presidents. I mean, that which again, I know sometimes the very thing we love about the way the founders set up the government can be at times the things you don't like about it, because none of us want a dictator unless it's our guy. And then you want a dictator, but it's not set up that way, and I think thankfully so.
Rick, if you watch The Tudors, this series I've been watching, the Middle Ages, you see why our laws are set up now to favor and protect the guilty, or the accused, I should say, because of the way the king used to just make up charges and chop people's heads off. And, buddy, he let them roll.
Right. So Trump has slashed a lot of the departments, and of course there's lamenting and whining and crying of the far left because of some of their precious projects that have been cut out. The entertainers of our country, which, it seems like to me the money that we've given them, if they want to finance the advancement of the arts, they should do that privately. That's not really the role of the government to do that. I know PBS took a big hit.
It's done away with.
Yeah, and then all the departments are taking a hit. Now, the only critical thing that I've heard, and I haven't looked at it or know enough about it, so I could be wrong, is that he did not really get rid of entitlements all that much, but he did cut departments and things that we fund, but entitlements.
Well, some of it can't be cut.
Right, I'm talking about what he could cut. That he still.
And as you said, Rick, the House is the one that will start the process on any money that's spent. So the Congress will do a budget. But do you remember during the Reagan years, Reagan would take the congressional budget from the year before, and it'd be about 2 foot tall.
Right.
And he would throw it in a trash can and start it on fire, and then he would show his budget, which was probably a fourth of that, and send it up. And, of course, it was dead on arrival when it got there, but they would hammer out something after that.
Well, that's the problem that you have if you're someone like myself even who got kind of excited because I want the government to be as small as possible. I actually have this weird concept. I want it to be as small as the Constitution says it should be.
Right. Very limited.
But here is the problem. He is going to say to the voter, and be correct, by the way,
I proposed, I kept my promise.
I kept the promise to you, and if it doesn't happen, then he'll blame the House for not passing it. Now, the problem you have when it goes to the House is not just Democrats. If you're a Republican or a conservative, and those two things are not always the same thing. But you also have, over the times that we've moved away from the Constitution and we've allowed the central government to grow completely out of control, Republicans love it too. There's a lot of Republicans that love big government as much as a lib. They just like it to look different, but it's still too big. And what's going to happen is there's going to be you can see the ones who are excited about it would be your constitutional, true conservatives. The ones who are lukewarm on it are going to be your establishment rhinos who still love big government, and the ones who hate it will then be the left. Mm-hmm. So you're going to have hate, lukewarm, and I'm all about it. How much of that can get it passed, I don't know.
Here is a general umbrella of what has changed.
All right, we're back. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. So recapping yesterday, everything at the farm went wonderful. Sherri, of course, always a great host. Gary did a great job. I went down there and did some work too, and everything was set up and all that looked smooth. And I'm leaving, and now I get to the plane on time. All of Team Man Church. Just about a large portion of us were going. So we had Andrew Varvutis from Team Man Church, Andy Blanks, Les Bradford, and we had a new member of the team that joined us as well, and I had a great time talking to him. He said he's one of these people that I love the show, but now my commute to my job has gotten too short.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy Tuggle, and I told him, I said, Jeremy, you can't let that happen. You're going to have to get more involved in our archives and things like that. So this is the whole team that was there in Jonesboro, Arkansas, and, of course, Bones there as well. So they're doing all the resources and the merch there. Could not so things start getting kind of odd right out of the gate because, remember, I was originally booked to be here in 2020. Okay? Don't miss that.
Yeah.
So
hey, Rick, you relate.
So I get
2022.
Yeah, I get in. Well, it got canceled, of course. So I get into the vehicle. They pick us up in a church bus. Everybody make a note of that.
Okay.
Now I'm not talking about the old school buses, the ones that are small, and they've got, but they're still. Still has that door on it, and it's a pretty nice,
like a shuttle kind of thing.
Yeah, shuttle.
Okay.
Shuttle's a great way. It looks like a shuttle bus.
Okay.
Like it.
So it seats probably 20 people, something like that. So
spread out.
No, make a note of that. Okay, so
writing that one down.
Yeah, so I get in, and the person who's driving us there, keep in mind I'm saying apparently I'm letting you know that he won't be the one to drive us back to the airport, and that's a big part of how this thing ends. But anyway, so he immediately tells me, and I said, well, I'm trying to figure out how did you end up booking us and bringing me here for this? Well, actually, Bob did that. Okay, so Bob who? Well, he's not with us anymore. And I was like,
no, you were inherited.
Oh no.
It has been a delay.
And I said,
sold your mortgage.
What happened to Bob?
I was like, y'all didn't remove Bob over this, did you? And they're like, no. He ended up going. He's at another church now, and I think, okay, guy who was fired up about it and was a fan of the show, no longer here.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway,
oh no.
So
there's one mark.
Is the rest of the group hearing this?
Yeah. And they're having the time of their life because they don't care.
No.
And so and of course I've got that thing which happens. We all know it. Every one of us, when you're in this situation, how many times have I looked at my phone? And then I start hey man, everything end up okay down there? I start all that.
Assurance.
Yeah, I needed a reassuring text. Greg,
I don't know what happened.
Greg, a reassuring text or an encouraging text goes a long way.
Yeah. They go hand in hand.
Right. So anyway, first of all, I realized really, really quick that this is a first class event. Find out quickly that it's sold out, and we're all extremely excited.
Good logo.
Yeah, great logo.
Yeah, nobody knows about
Church is just phenomenal. The staff is great. I want to thank the senior pastor, Archie Mason, and executive pastor, Bill Panic, who was, they just could not have been, everybody there, just first class. First little curve that I'm thrown is, we did allow some of them if they wanted to bring their wives. WBs, wife bringers. All right, so
let's remove
that part of the message is out.
Wow.
I think I'm still going to stick with the Sapphire joke. They're just going to have to live with that.
Keeping that one.
Yeah, so anyway.
Guy that booked me gone, wife's here.
I wonder where Bob's at.
Women are here at the men's event, and Bob has been removed from the church. So anyway, I get in there, and suddenly a guy comes over to me and says, "I'm Bob."
Oh.
And I'm like, Bob, what's going on? He goes,
Bob?
He said,
Is it the Bob?
Yeah, I thought I'd come over here and I want to see it through.
So they didn't send him out on a rail.
Well,
he was allowed back.
Stay with me.
Oh no.
So anyway.
Oh no, Rick.
Well, no. So anyway.
Fight.
And if y'all had been here for this moment, so
what's Bob doing here?
We get into the event. Everything goes great. The food's great. We get everything set up. It's getting time for the thing to start. Okay, and so I'm looking. I'm thinking. And I'm like, man, this is awesome. What a great event, man. This room feels great. Look how man, everything is so
Look
good.
at Bones.
And then I'm getting all excited and feeling good. And Varvutis sits down. Andy and Les are still out at the merch table, and Bones has come in and he's looking. Then all of a sudden, my phone.
Oh no! Look at that. I like that.
And this is the text that I get right before the service starts.
Oh boy!
It is. Let me tell you this.
From Bob.
It is not what you're looking for. And here it is. See Sherri. See that right there.
Yeah,
there we go.
See that.
So let's. There's the message. Here we go. we've got a vehicle. We've got it dug in, and look at the text under it. Well, I guess I need your help after all. I'm stuck in the front of Camp House.
Boy, she got muddy.
And that was sent to Gary?
That was sent to Gary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Y'all, please look
Rick,
at that.
I gotta ask. Was she just cutting up having fun going? Because there was no reason to drive through that.
She wanted to go through the water.
She's doing a little mud ride.
I think Sherri thought
that's what you do.
I think Sherri thought it went well. Don't forget, she's had shoulder surgery 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I think she felt that it went well and decided she would find out if low one would work.
Yeah.
I don't.
Rick, I hear about this mudding thing.
Yeah.
It sounds fun.
There's a lot of ground you don't have to get in that. Right?
Yeah. Well, she decided she'd check on the fence project down there, and this is over near the fence. This, by the way, and this, some of you in here are going to know this, and I got to be real careful here. This is that ongoing problem.
Okay.
Got it. That I can't get somebody to be reasonable about.
Okay.
And why they won't be reasonable about this is beyond me.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, I know.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Was going to take care of this whole thing.
Yeah.
And for some reason,
we got that water.
Sherri figured she'd give it a try. See if I can get through that.
By the way, based on this experience, that war is back on. But anyway, so
that's awesome.
Yeah,
Rick, let me ask you this: Gerald Caggs went down there helping because he's always talked me into trying to go through mud holes, and it ends up like that, and he knows it's going to.
So this is
Gary, like he talked her into it.
Yeah, this is Gary now trying over there to try to remove the vehicle that Sherri.
That thing's buried
Tell
deep.
the people that can't see it that thing is in the mud.
Rick,
right there.
is. Okay, look where she was spinning.
Yeah, right.
That's axle deep, Rick.
Yeah,
it is.
That's usually the point of no return.
Those things are hard to stick to.
Keep in mind, I'm looking into this as the pastor is welcoming everyone to the service.
Oh, no.
Okay. And
Rick, just pull it out with a winch on the front of it.
Yeah,
Rick, good news. Good news. At least it didn't leave no ruts.
No, true. No,
Look at that.
No, it looks. Of course, that problem could have been resolved, but
sure, a lot of water still.
Yeah, a lot of water.
I don't understand that. I know we don't want to get into it, but I just that bothers me.
Been spinning. Look how it's slick.
If I've got an area that is part of my land, I'm sharing with somebody other, and it's low and it floods, and my neighbor offers to finance the entire fixing of it.
Yeah.
Why I wouldn't want that is beyond me.
Yeah.
Because all you're going to lose is a flooded area.
Yeah. You know how hard it is.
thing.
You know how hard it is to give up a flooded area when someone else is willing to pay for it being fixed. But anyway, it's if it's your neighbor's land and it's affecting your land and they won't come along, ain't a whole lot you can do.
No.
Top of the hour, we come back. I'll tell you how the saga ends when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
His first budget blueprint on Thursday will offset increases in some programs by proposing a $54 billion cut to large parts of the federal government. But the budget would cut off funding entirely for several agencies, including arts, public broadcasting, and development groups. It also would propose steep cuts to agencies like the State Department and the Environmental Protection Agency. Virtually every agency in the government will see some type of cut, with only Defense, Homeland Security, and Veterans Affairs getting an increase. To the caller yesterday about what's he doing for veterans, well, he's already proposing more money for Veterans Affairs.
And even this weird thing where these VA hospitals won't let his picture be put up in some of them. But at the end of the day, this is the process. So that all sounds good. From what I've gathered, entitlements have not received a cut that probably I would want, but at least the departments have all been cut back. And I'll say this about the arts, and I love the arts, and I've had a good relationship and a bad, but I enjoy this. But at the end of the day, it's not the role of the federal government to support arts. If arts want to be supported, and there's people who love that, and the arts have been good for us and in places, and it's definitely something that we like. It's been bad in some areas too. Then you go fund it yourself.
Yeah, well, the people who love the arts ought to pick up the tab for the arts. I kind of believe that. If you go to CNN, there's an extensive list of who is getting cuts and how much and all that. But even that, you're amazed at how many agencies the U.S. government has and how many departments.
It's way
there's
too
just
many.
pages and pages of stuff. But even
most
with
of this should be in the private sector.
Even with that said, the Department of Housing and Urban Development is down 13%. And I'll just round these off. Department of Transportation down 13%. Department of Health and Human Services down 16%. So we're not talking about a 50% cut either. Okay, they're just, they're double-digit cuts. So you would think that surely they can operate fairly close to what they were doing if they just cut out a little bit of the fat.
Well, again, when you get into math, and I know the government's not very good at math, and this I heard this talked about yesterday with some of the commentators, and they were right. They said the problem is a lot of people who go into politics, one of the things that they love the most and they think makes them feel important, where they can put honorary what their name is on their business card, is they think they get to spend money. Hey, I've been given the power to spend this tax money, and they love that, and they get their jollies off that. But the problem is that really shouldn't be the whole reason you went there. And so if you look at it, if you are running anything and it has a deficit, then what you try to do is to get numbers and cut where you need to cut. There's two things you can do. What? You can go up on price,
right?
Or and then that can get to the law of diminishing return,
right?
Or you can
cut cost.
You can cut cost. Yep. And so the people who are getting their income taxed at 48%, 45% are saying, I'm not going to go along with you that you're going to go up on my cost, especially the way you keep squandering it and keep coming back and never, ever saying that's enough. So anybody who's a taxpayer should look at a very fat, overweight, out-of-control government and say, we demand the overhead be lowered.
I would say this, if you are against these cuts and you think that they're damaging, go and look at just the list of agencies who are getting cut. The sheer number of them should ring a bell with somebody. We don't need all this.
Right.
We don't need all this. There's groups that are overlapping in what they do, and a lot of them do nothing for the most part to change your life or my life every day. We really shouldn't be funding it. Look, if we're running a surplus and we're looking for ways to spend money, fine. With a $20 trillion debt that has gone up $10 trillion over the last 8 years, no, we don't.
Well, the good news is for those of you all across the country that vote for your representatives, now a budget has been handed to them by the president that calls for the size of government to shrink. And when your representative doesn't go along with that or starts crying about this or whatever, just take a note of it. Because how do you find out who somebody really is? Well, by what they actually do, not by what they say, but what they do. So keep an eye on that, but it's gonna have a bumpy ride, because it wouldn't have such a bumpy ride if you didn't have Republicans who also love big government. And when they're in the mix, you got trouble. Yeah. And but remember that.
Rick and Bubba.
And then the health care seems to have taken its first step, but I don't know where it goes from there. But so those are the two things out of the Trump administration that are the latest: the budget, and then health care passes the first hurdle. Was that it? The health care plan?
Right.
All right. That was brought up for us concerning Jimmy Fallon and March Madness. It is funny because he does these things where he acts like he's getting viewer mail, and then this one, we'll just play it for you. And we had a caller from Troy saying that now hashtag I go to Troy is trending everywhere because of Shaq doing a comedy bit on how he picks his bracket. Those of you that did the Rick and Bubba bracket, I'm wondering how you're all doing now after games have been played. There's much talk about this amongst one of my sons and all his buddies last night about bracket busting, and I had this, and then I thought I had that. But anyway, here it is, courtesy of the Jimmy Fallon on the Tonight Show. Here we go.
Well, this is from Mary Kate Rooney. She says, "Hey, Jimmy, March Madness just started. You guys, March Madness. Do you know that?"
6 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show from the No Name Studio. Recapping yesterday. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out again this weekend, wherever you get podcasts. So, to update you, everything was going smooth at farm. Had a great day with these missionaries that are sacrificially serving our Lord and Savior all over the world. That was good. Headed to Jonesboro, Arkansas. Got there smoothly. First class event. Everything going great. And then I get ready to sit down. We're starting the service, and then I get the picture and the text that you just saw that one of the vehicles, Sherri, had got stuck in the mud, and Gary was going to be heading to the rescue today. So then, by the way, I'm getting quotes now from Now the people that were doing the fence project, Rick, please tell us we're not in trouble with Sherri. Are we being blamed for her being stuck? So I don't know. I'm sure I'll get that report today because we were both very sleepy when we got the chance to discuss it last night when I got home. We all agreed that we would table that for tomorrow. But anyways,
you didn't go down there last night?
No. But Gary has sent video. He's trying to get it out now. But anyway, and that was right before we started. I guess I did need Gary to come by. But that's fine. It all
Welcome to the
worked.
stage, Rick Burgess. You're looking at that text.
You're close. What happened next was the pastor was talking. Now remember, there was a guy named Bob that originally booked me and Team Man Church to be there 2 years ago. I'd already been told that the guy who booked me and was familiar with the show was no longer at the church. Okay, so
Bob,
and then Bob sees me in the lobby and says, "I came here to see it through." Okay. And I knew that Bob seemed a little zany, but
kid Bob.
Yeah, he's the kind of guy that we could all have some fun with. But all of a sudden, the pastor is talking, and a guy comes out of the back dressed as a cow, and his face is in there, and the cow's on, and he's a dancing cow, and he's coming out onto the stage, and all of a sudden, I look into the cow, and I said, "That's Bob."
No,
and
that's why they let him come back.
I keep looking around thinking there's going to be a picture of this.
No, I was in shock. Sadly, none of us took a picture of it.
Bob the cow.
But picture a Chick-fil-A type cow, one of those dairy cows. But yet his face is in it with the cow head on top of him. Can you see it?
Oh yeah.
But they've blown it up a little bit, so he's got that weight about him.
What's Andy doing at this point?
Well, Andy, by the grace of God, was still out in the lobby because. If he would have been in there, he would have just been in the lobby anyway because he can't watch stuff like this.
No.
And you can't either.
No.
Especially when Bob began to do cow jokes.
No.
Cow
jokes?
I know you may think this is utterly ridiculous.
Oh, my God.
And so all this starts, and it's never-ending cow
Rick,
jokes.
you've always been a fan of stuff.
Yeah,
like that.
it's never-ending. And like you can see the pastor, I think, is kind of tired of it, and he keeps dancing around him and doing all this.
We're glad, Bob.
And then he would dance, and you'd think it'd be over, and he would dance and come back, and I lean over to the team, and I said, "I know this is supposed to be a Baptist church, right? But that guy's clearly drunk." And so I started.
Maybe he's just a good mascot, Rick.
Oh, it went on.
Give me the voice. Was it his normal voice, or did he try to have a cow voice?
Well, he would.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't really have, except for the
Speedy
time.
would have had a cow
Like,
voice.
this is utterly.
Yeah, they were knock jokes. Yeah, who's there?
How many jokes too many?
Cow who? No cow moo. Yeah.
Rick, come on. You could have left.
Then he would go, "Come on, guys, y'all know that's funny." And everybody was kind of.
Was it like silent?
Yeah. And at this point, I realize at this point, Andy Blanks has been rushed to the ER.
Yeah.
Because this kind of secondhand is beyond any of us. Okay. So this, by the grace of God, ends, and all I can think about is, so that's the guy that booked me. And so what kind of standing does he have with this church? You know, So we it goes, the rest of the service goes great, and really thankful about some of the things that took place, and they did a great job. I want to take you back to the meal briefly because this is how the story ends. The guy who drove us there in the shuttle bus apparently could not drive us back to the airport. Okay,
Because
I don't know. So as we're in there eating,
take Bob
we're in
home.
there eating. All of a sudden,
Bob said, "Hey,
we're in there eating, and all of a sudden, Greg, and I needed you because you would all of a sudden, somewhat awkwardly, and I'm just going to say this straight up, somewhat awkwardly. By the way, I met the guy who picked that picture, and he said, "You're welcome."
Yeah.
Somewhat awkwardly, he comes over with the keys to the bus, like he's going to give them to me. And he goes,
the driver?
Yeah.
What?
This is a new guy that's now into the scene. His name is Kyle.
Okay.
And he comes over and he says, "Hey, I'm your driver back for the airport." And he has the keys in his hand.
And he just thought he was going to bring it back. You were going to drive him there.
And I was like, "So are you driving us?" "Yeah, I'll be the one driving you." "Okay."
Well, I don't need to keep
Thank you.
Where's Bob?
And he's kind of showing me the keys, and I'm like, "Okay, that's fine." I really don't ever think about it again. I thought it was kind of awkward. I didn't think much about it. And so we get up there, and we go through the service, and then we get word from the pilots. Hey, we need to be to the airport by 8:30. We got to go. Yeah. Well, apparently that word got to Kyle, and I thought
Did he gouge it?
I thought we were okay on time. I thought we were going to make it pretty easy, and we load everything into the shuttle bus. Now I'm in the front seat next to Kyle. In the back's the rest of the team. Okay, they're in various positions in the back of the bus, the shuttle bus. Kyle is really committed to getting us there by 8:30, but we're in a shuttle bus. Okay. And there's that moment
maybe you should have.
Well, there's this moment where you think, oh, okay, well he's picking up a little speed, and you're like, but okay, I mean it's a big curve here, and look, and so I grab, and he takes it, and I'm talking about it. The first now the group text starts in the bus. All of a sudden, Earnhart's going to get us there by 8:30. Look, and so I mean, y'all don't think it's not like. Well, everybody had a different opinion on what
he didn't think the Red Army was moving into Arkansas.
Yeah, well, they're on the move.
And Kyle is talking to me, and then Kyle's like, "Well, I'll just be honest with you. For tonight, I'd never heard of you." I said, "Well, okay, yeah, I mean, I understand, and like that. And watch out." And so, hey, I mean,
sideswipe.
Keep your eyes on the road. Keep your eyes on the road. Then all of a sudden, from the back of the bus, Rubbin's racing. And so, and I mean, we are getting. I mean, and then he looks at me, he said, "This thing ain't gonna turn over." And look, I'm literally like on him. I said, "Hey man, I think we're good." Pilots, this is when I knew we were in trouble. The pilots were nauseous.
Yeah. Oh no!
Hey man, we're getting sick back here. I'm like, that's the pilots.
Yeah.
These are people who drive. You're like,
that's 4Gs,
right? And then of course, then finally, and I can't remember who it was. Somebody in the group, I think it was Blanks, who finally said, "Should you do something up there?" Like, hey, should you
slow him down?
You're in a position. Maybe you're the one that should you tell Kyle to slow down? Like that.
Quick, throw it neutral.
And then all of a sudden,
oh my goodness.
And then what really got me and scared me just a little bit is that I kind of remember, because malls are things you don't forget.
Right.
And the guy who drove us out there, very calmly, was telling me about when a tornado came through there, how it took out the middle of the mall. Because so I remember seeing the mall and where it was on the left side of our bus. So it should be on the right side of our bus.
Yes.
Now.
Right.
But all of a sudden, Kyle, letting it eat, turns, and all of a sudden we're headed into the mall. And I'm like, and then all of a sudden from the panic, this ain't the way we went. And I'm like, I got no idea where we're going. And so, hey, I'm going to cut through here. And then, there's the
shortcut.
Then you think, is it possible Kyle's going to now have a wide open parking lot? Now he's really going to show us what he can do. And he said, we ain't up on two wheels. Well, I'm going to get you all there. I'm like, hey, man, we're good. And I said, hey, could somebody, one of the pilots, tell him the 8:30 is not, we're all right. I mean, it's Kyle, Kyle, we'd all see if we get there, Kyle, if we don't arrive, it's not worth, this is not death. You know what I mean? Right.
Yeah.
And I started thinking to myself, you remember when everybody says this? And this became what we all agreed on? I'll tell you one thing, you're a lot more dangerous out on them roads than you're on that airplane. They were correct.
Yeah.
Truett, who went with us,
who can do it.
He was terrified of airplanes. We get out of the bus. He said, "I got to tell you, I'm not scared of this plane at all." He said, "Hey."
Right after that,
yeah.
I'm picturing a bus going through a mall parking lot, flying.
Guys, you don't know. I mean, you honestly don't. I could.
It's like Doc Brown in Back to the Future.
Yeah. So Jeremy, I say I don't know why I call him Truett. Jeremy Tuggle. He was like, I'm not afraid of the plane now. So I'm going to read you as we go to break here. I'm going to read some of the. Let's see. I'm trying to find the group text from last night.
I'm picturing the movie Speed. You remember when they get to the airport and they can't get below a certain speed and they're trying to turn and make the loop?
Yeah, if I could, here it goes. Some of that I can't read. Okay. All right, here's a reference to Jeremy being afraid of the plane, and Jeremy thought the plane was the worst part. Didn't count on dying before we ever got there. From one of the pilots, I'm nauseous. Normally, when you get off on a ride like this, they give you a gold belt buckle.
That's funny.
Are we going to the airport or are we in a theme park? Okay. So this is.
So what do you think the big rush was?
Well, he's gonna get us there by 8:30.
Andy just texted me. He said, "There's no way you can visually know how fast we were going. You're
Right.
trying to visualize it. Yeah, you had to live it.
Yeah, and I tried to be the voice of reason because I didn't want to upset Kyle. I was just like, hey, I think, hey, whoa, and then a truck pulled out in front of us. He goes, what's this guy doing? I said, he's all right. He's all right. Matter of fact, I never thought I'd say this. I like his speed. And then it was like, oh, okay, so we're going to pass in.
It is odd for you to say slow down.
Yeah, it was. No. Well, you know how top-heavy shuttle buses feel?
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, but I want to thank Kyle for getting us there. He did, and all credit. We
That'll wait, Kyle.
8:30. We got to. Hey, we made 8:30. Okay, I'll tell you that. Even going to the wrong gate once.
Rick and Bubba.
I need some help filling out my bracket. The only person I really trust is Shaquille O'Neal. Can you help me? I know what might help. Shaq actually just released a video of him filling out his March Madness bracket. I'm not sure how helpful it is, but you be the judge. Check it out.
I'm Shaq. Here's my bracket. It's a Shaq bracket. It's a Shaq-it. Let's fill it out. Wisconsin versus Virginia Tech. Wisconsin cheese. I love cheese. Cheddar, nothing better. Havarti, a party. Monterey Jack, Monterey Shaq. Wisconsin wins. Duke versus Troy? That sounds like a fight between two skinny white dudes. What's Troy? That's not a college. Who goes to Troy? No one goes to Troy. Duke wins. Princeton versus Notre Dame. I like Notre Dame. They got that hunchback. Hunchback reminds me of lunch, Shaq. Shaq's got to eat lunch. Notre Dame wins. Florida State versus Florida Gulf Coast. I wonder who wins. I bet it's Florida. Just kidding. They're both Florida. Shaq joke. Arizona versus North Dakota. I like Dakota Fanning. She's versatile and charming. North Dakota wins. Kansas versus NC Central. Kansas. Wizard of Oz. I love Wizard of Oz. Scarecrow. Tin Man. Lion. Toto the dog. Kansas wins. Purdue versus Vermont. Vermont's got Ben and Jerry's. I love Cherry Garcia. It makes me laugh and it satisfies my appetite. Vermont wins. Butler versus Winthrop. What kind of names is that? That sounds too British to be basketball. Both teams lose. This is taking too long. Let's skip to the end. Louisiana State wins. That's where I went to school. I'm Shaq.
There you go.
Funny. Hey, Duke versus Troy sounds like two skinny white guys fighting. That's funny.
That's hilarious.
And then he throws it, who goes to Troy? So I guess that's got all
That's what got everybody.
That's got everybody started. Ooh, I'm mad about it. So anyway, but it is out there trending now. So anyway, yeah. Well, I mean that's the power of that
that was funny.
Of Jimmy Fallon getting something going like that. Now, Helmsy, you said you made some changes to yours that you regretted yesterday, but it worked out for you.
I always do it, Rick.
Cheater.
And I said this. I go back and forth up until tip off, and I change things. I go back and change. It actually paid off last night because I had Vandy winning yesterday morning about this time, and then about an hour later, I changed it to Northwestern.
And the dumb foul helped you.
Correct.
Well, that was strange. He just grabs him going down the court.
Yeah, all I saw was the headline, and you guys were saying that they were ahead, and there wasn't that much time left, and he fouled the guys if they were behind and needed free throws, right?
Yeah.
He didn't know what the score was?
You'll get to see it again, I'm sure.
Yeah, they're up by one. They're up by one. He puts the guy on the line.
Wait a minute. I thought to get into Vandy, you had to be real smart.
Yeah. What happened?
Where he didn't know his own score?
It's the player cardinal sin. He didn't know how much time was left or what the score was.
Have you got it?
15 seconds left when he fouled him.
You're going to see
now, they got
Rick,
a chance to win.
You can't believe it. You just go, what?
Yeah, but he ain't standing at the foul.
Yeah, and how about this? It was like a really amazing comeback for Vanderbilt, and the guy that committed the foul was one of the driving forces of the comeback, and he just wasn't thinking.
How do you not know what the score is?
I don't know. Yeah,
I mean, I didn't
know
know everything about what was going on in the game, but I usually knew the score.
Well, you can get confused. We've had some famous snafus before. Remember Weber calling timeout when they didn't have any timeouts and calling.
Well, but I could see how you wouldn't know how many timeouts you got. You don't know the score.
That would be more difficult.
Yeah,
the scoring the time you got. No, it's all over the arena, everywhere you look.
It's because now I will admit I've coached games before. I've never played in a game that I didn't know what the score was, but I have coached games where I look at the team I'm coaching and apparently we're acting like we don't know the score. You know, hey, we're up by 2. Why in the world are we firing from way out here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And but they think that was just. There's one thing to know the score and do something stupid. This guy's claiming he didn't know the score.
I guess so.
How's Bubba's Gift doing?
Bubba's Gift took a beating yesterday.
That was the name of your bracket.
Yeah.
Bubba's Gift.
Right. Mm-hmm.
it was a gift to basketball, a gift to brackets.
Yeah.
Right. And it didn't fare well.
Yeah, it took a beating.
Did it really?
So I know y'all going to get on me here. How does it work? I mean, your perfection, obviously, if you didn't get them all right, is over. But you're trying to end up and be the one who got the closest.
It's on a point system and a ranking system. So every round is different points that you get. And for instance, right now I am I have 130 points out of the 100 and it's either 60 or 90 available yesterday. I guess it's 190. 74% picking percentage. I got 13 of 16. And I'm ranked overall 4.9 million. Out of all.
I can't start another.
23 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us on today's program, and we have a lot to cover as we move forward. Who is this? What, guys, I don't know how to break this to you, but it looks like that we may be visited right now by Vladimir Putin.
Oh.
I mean,
he's been here before.
It's Vladimir Putin. Hey, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, man. Come on.
Calm down.
Hey, Rika Booba, hello to you and yours.
Hey.
I really appreciate you guys having me on. People are a little bit upset with me right now.
Yeah, very much upset. You ought to be ashamed.
The last time I was here was back when I took over Crimea.
Right, yes,
you remember
yeah,
that?
I do remember that.
But, yeah, people are upset. But, it's like rock and roll star Justin Timberlake says. Crimea River.
Oh, wow.
Get it, Crimea?
Yeah, incredibly insensitive.
By the way, breaking news.
You're winking.
Breaking news here. Did you guys hear that Biden has been taken to hospital? He couldn't stop Putin.
All right. Yeah.
In English, my name means fart.
Right, we know that.
If any Russian citizen says that, any Russian civilians, I actually take them to gas chamber.
Oh.
Isn't that ironic, don't you think? But boy, I will admit this invasion has been more difficult than I thought it would be.
Yeah, they fighting back.
You get used to oppressing people, and eventually you start to phone it in.
You're right. Well, that's true.
It turns out people like freedom, family, having a country, choice.
Yeah.
People like to have it your way. Burger King.
Right.
Burger King love it, or as we call it in Russia, Potato King. Actually, it was called Potato King, but sales were down, so they rebranded. Now it's called Vodka Dictator. Sales doing good. Doing good.
Yes, I bet it is.
But back to Ukraine. People are saying I'm alone here. I'm isolating myself on the global political scene because I've been out here living la vida loca. It's not true. Okay.
Okay.
There are many nations and territories on my side, Putin's side.
Right.
We've got, let's see, who's on my side? The Democratic People's Republic of North Korea, the Democratic People's Republic of China, Syria, great country, by the way.
Right.
By the way, I heard Adler say on the air that it was the Saudis that were backing me. It was the Syrians, you stupid ass. Keep the political commentary to Ben Shapiro, okay? Let's keep the tiny man politics to Ben Shapiro. Let him do it.
Right.
Let's see.
Man.
What other countries are supporting Putin? Let's see. Mordor is getting behind me. They see the Island of Misfit Toys. They said no. The Night King Beyond the Ice Wall. He sent a gift basket, which was very, very kind. That meant a lot to me. And who else is with Putin on this thing? Oh yeah. Canada's Prime Minister Justin Castro. I mean Trudeau. Why did I say Castro? That was so weird. I mean, they do look exactly the same.
Yeah, they do. There's a lot there.
And I mean, they do think exactly the same. But that was so crazy. I said Castro. I meant to say Trudeau.
Yes.
Freudian slip.
Yes.
Or as we say in Russia, death penalty slip. But the Democrats, by the way, are now saying that this whole Ukraine thing, it's Trump's fault. Yeah, okay, Brandon. It could be because you got Weekend at Bernie's White House edition going on. That might be a little bit part of it. By the way, I love that slogan. Let's go, Brandon. I'm going to steal it, okay?
Okay.
Let's go, Putin. Clap, clap. I have clap. Let's go, Putin. Clap, clap. I have clap. Whoa. Speaking of which, I got to get to the doctor's appointment.
Wow.
That's actually why I'm here. Have you seen the Russian hospitals?
Right, you can't
Thumbs down on that. I
good.
got to get to the doctor. My hemorrhoids are out of control. Oh, my goodness. I have a severe case of dysfunction. Let's see what else. Headaches. I've been eating lots of mercury recently. Syphilis, halitosis, chronic diarrhea. And I have the world's worst case of tiny, ugly dictator disease. So I gotta get that taken care of. Oy, 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 so much to do. I gotta continue starting World War III. The end of days are long, but the years are short, Rick and Bubba. You know what? You know the saying.
Yeah, we do. Yeah,
right. Anywho,
Something like that.
I gotta go. Let's go, Putin.
No.
Let's go, Putin. Clap, clap. I have clap. He couldn't stop Putin.
There goes Vladimir Putin. I didn't know he would drop by on his way to get good health care.
His hair's longer than I thought.
Right, he's really got his hair long.
Must be old pictures are showing.
Right,
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, he looks taller in person.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that was that's.
I hadn't seen him.
What?
Since what,
That was a
2015?
sought after interview. You know,
Yeah.
we were able to get it. Now I know why Macron had his 90-minute conversation and said, "I tell you, we're in trouble."
Yeah.
If there's anybody that'll set an evil dictator straight, there's nothing like France taking care
I
of
know it.
But
That's our front line.
oh yeah, that's it.
That'll learn them.
Yeah, somebody said, "Who's handling this?" The guy over front. Oh, that sounds good. All right, well, we'll come back. Your phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. You can comment on anything that we heard or talked about that you've heard on the program today. And I'll bring up topics that you want to.
Let's go, Putin.
There he goes. There he goes again. There he goes again. There he goes. There he goes. There he goes. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Brackets out there. In our group, I think I'm 61st
You see the
place
file,
out of
Rick?
1,000.
They just showed it right
By the
there.
way,
Just showed it.
Greg brought this up off the air, and I think it is key to note when we're talking about Northwestern. They keep showing, the Seinfeld chick, what's her name? Julia Dreyfus.
Louis
Dreyfus.
Yeah, all right, so her son plays for Northwestern.
Really?
Yeah. So when you see them play, they'll get a camera shot or two of her sitting in the stands.
All right, so now I'm
You
looking.
think she'll stand up and dance?
So here comes the foul. Now we're showing on RBTV. So they're up by 1. And
Well, you missed. I think he's already going to the line here.
Oh, really? Has it already happened?
It'll look through.
Yep.
You have to look at it quick, Rick. He's running down the court. The guy just grabs him for no reason, really. After that shot. Now watch this.
You got to attack quickly. Northwestern does have it.
See, he just grabs it.
Fisher Davis fouls McIntosh.
He reached out to grab it.
He had no idea. He actually just pointed to his head. I'm sorry, I didn't know what I was doing. He thought either they were down, or he thought they had a foul to give.
No. The coach cannot believe what he just did.
Bryce Drew cannot believe it. No one in the building can.
He thought they were down or that they had a foul to give. I'm guessing he thought they were down.
Fisher Davis just didn't know what was going on.
He thought they were down.
Team
Rick, how about
that's unacceptable.
Out of the 1,000 brackets in the Rick and Bubba bracketology,
yeah,
we still have 8 people with perfect brackets.
Really?
After day
How
one.
many total people we got out there? No, I
1,000 plus.
Okay. And so there's
in our group.
How many we got still alive with a perfect bracket?
8.
Wow.
I need to check my bracket.
Right. By the way, that
I'm in 61st.
That one cost me. See, I had Vandy winning that.
Bubba, Duck Dynasty.
Man, I'm pumped, Rick.
Duck Dynasty. We love it. We've talked to just about everybody in the Robertson family. And returning to Rick and Bubba today, Willie and Corey Robertson. And they are joining us. They have a lot to talk about. Robertsons, welcome back to Rick and Bubba. How are we today?
Hey there.
Doing great.
Hey, Willie, we just want to talk to Corey, but thank you for being there.
Fine, I'll step out.
All right, now, first of all, we got a lot to talk about, and we only have one segment together. Is this the last season of Duck Dynasty, yes or no?
That's what they're saying.
All right, now, you're saying
Now,
that.
Willie, does that mean that's what you're saying until they come with a better offer?
Thank
to keep
you,
on?
Bubba, for just
I mean,
saying
we
it.
understand broadcast lingo.
Sure
That's
we do.
what that sounds like.
Hey, I've been around politics long enough. I know how to answer questions. So that's what they're saying. It looks like it's the end of it, and I think so. I mean, I think we've done a lot of years of this, and I think we're going to move on, but you never know.
Now, does that mean
Okay.
get back to what you used to do before you had thousands of people showing up at your warehouse every day?
I don't know what that means. We hadn't been in this exact experience yet, so we'll see what that means. I don't know. We still got a business to run. We're still going to do some hunting, and we'll see what comes up.
Well,
I thought you were talking to Corey. Corey, you need to come in.
Corey, tell us, what's Willie saying? Corey, are
Can you
we done?
decode that
Are we
for
done or
us?
not?
You're on your own. I'm letting you handle these. No, we are. The finale is it next week or the next? It's coming up, and it's really fun, and it turned out good, and we've had a good 5 years, and we will see what's next. We don't know. We really, truly, this is the truth. We really don't know what's next.
I understood.
When you told Speedy it was 5 years, it seemed like it was a lot longer than that for us. Didn't it to you, Rick?
Well,
it seemed like you guys have been on for 10 years.
I love the Robertsons, but they can make 10 minutes seem like an hour. No, it does, but there's so many episodes, I guess, because it seems like it really has, even though that's a long time, I think because there's so many episodes, and, of course, they've been rerunning them, and you can go to some places and get, hey, this weekend it's...
I binge watch. That's how I catch
We
up.
binge watch, and I think that makes it feel like it's even been longer.
Right. Well, we did 130 episodes, so we did a lot of episodes in those 5 years. And our kids, it's so funny to see them because Sadie was like, well, she's 19 now, so she was 14 when it started, and then our youngest is 14 now and was 9 when it started. So seeing them, like they've like grown up on the show, especially their teenage years have been on the show for sure.
Well, let me ask you guys this, because we're in radio, and before reality TV or any of that ever even came into to being, we were doing radio where we came on every day and said, here's what's going on in our house, here's what's going on with our kids, here's what's going on with our wives. And the kids like it when they're young, and then there becomes that weird place where they're mortified by it. And they're like, hey, Dad, you went from being cool to being an embarrassment. Did that happen with you guys?
I don't know. I'm not sure if that's the way it happened. I mean, we've been filming stuff for years, so they kind of grew up with camera.
You to come in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available for you to make a comment, for you to ask a question, for you to bring information to the table. It is not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. Ask yourself this question. If I were listening to the program and I heard myself, would I be informed? Would I be entertained? Or would I have to be honest and say I would find myself annoyed? And if you are moving now, you'll get in. And then we'll make it happen quick. The buzzer will help us. The buzzer will sound. Your time on the program will come to a close, and we'll move the line in front of you rapidly as we're kind of, we want to hear a lot of stuff coming in. Here we go. As you are reaching out, O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events, look for Helmsy Mexi Baptist Church, Mexi, Alabama next week on March the 11th. He'll be there for Man Church. Coming up in Roopville, Georgia. Do you know, somebody told me this? I did not know this. Do you know who the hometown, Roopville, Georgia, is the hometown of whom?
No.
Keith Jackson.
Really?
Yes, indeed.
I had no idea.
I didn't know that either. Where you hear us on 100.9 FM, The Bull.
I would have thought he was a West Coast guy.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, Nelly.
Now, the pride of Roopville, Georgia. So we'll be there on March the 25th, and then on April the 2nd, Sherri and I will be speaking at the marriage conference at Highland Baptist Church in Panama City, Florida. Those tickets are going quick, and so if you were thinking about being there with us, and we'd love for you to, it's just going to be a one-day thing, and then you can spend the rest of the weekend there in beautiful Panama City, Florida. You need to go there to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events and go ahead and get that handled. As far as the men going out for themanchurch.com, just go to themanchurch.com and look at events, and you can see where any of the guys are speaking at man churches all over the Rick and Bubba listening and viewing area. So let's start with Randy in Huntsville. Randy, 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba show. Go right ahead.
Biggins, how are y'all?
We're fired up and ready.
Hey, that was a great interview with Putin.
Thank you.
And for whatever weird reason, if you guys ever need to do an interview with Pancho Villa or a drug cartel member, you can use the same voice. It was awesome.
Thanks, Randy. Appreciate the call. Greg, Alabama, 30 seconds. Greg, go right ahead.
Yeah, guys, I called in earlier this week, told you I'm hosting some girls for D-Now. A couple of the guys at work think that I need to post signs, kind of awkward, that says do not flush feminine products down the toilet. Our septic system can't handle it. Do you think they just know that, or you think it's something I need to address? Maybe some women can help us out on that.
I think they know that, and if I was going to be addressed, I'd have your wife address it. You should not address it. Yeah. That's bad advice from the guys at work that want you to have a really good story on Monday.
Probably not good to call a radio show to bring
Rick,
it up.
just to other callers, that's an email.
Right.
No need to call with that.
That's true. Yeah. Jeff, also in Sweet Home, Alabama. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Yes, Rick, was listening to your experience with your bus ride there, and I can relate because wife and I took an anniversary trip to Jamaica, and to make matters worse, of course, they drive on the opposite side of the road.
Yep.
And you talking about losing your mind.
Yeah.
I was sitting back there, and I'm thinking we're running off in the ocean, and we're running over people, and I got motion sick, so I can really relate to that.
Yeah, when the pilots went down, that was my big concern, and we were all going, because we really appreciated his help getting us there. And the line that I loved, I said, we don't need to forget his name. And Andy Blank said, I'll never forget it. I said, why? He said, I'll never forget the name Kyle. I said, why? He said, because I thought of Kyle Petty.
When you go to a country that they drive on the other side,
man,
when we went on our honeymoon to the Cayman Islands, and it was that way, and we rented a Jeep, and they have a lot of these roundabouts, and,
I hate roundabouts.
you're going the opposite, and you're like, oh my gosh, I don't even know what to look for. I'm afraid I'm gonna run right into somebody.
I hate that we've let roundabouts come to this country. I can't stand them. But I've done.
Do you prefer them over a four-way stop?
Yes. No, I do not. I like a four-way stop. I can't stand a roundabout. I know
At
how
least
to
you keep rolling on it.
Well, you better be careful though. You better know when you got yield.
I mean,
when
if it's open.
Yeah, I saw somebody nearly hit me at one because I was like, your little part has a yield there, and they let's just here we go.
Yield does not mean race you to the spot.
Yeah, but no, the Jamaican bus driver analogy is very, very accurate because I've experienced that too. But they drive those buses like you're on the ATV.
No.
Oklahoma, Steven standing by. Go ahead.
Oklahoma.
30 seconds.
Is this me? You talking to me?
Yes, Oklahoma, Steven.
Yeah, there you go. I was just going to quick comment on the shuttle ride you guys had, man. All I could think of, all that was popping in my mind was the scene from Dumb and Dumber when he's got the dogs in the back of the van and he's riding through town, making the jumps and everything. The dogs going everywhere. Ketchup, mustard, hot dogs going everywhere.
Yeah, that's good.
All I could think of.
Again, a good analogy. That was Team Man Church back there. Hey ho! Let's go to Austin at Lake Martin. Austin, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, yes, this is for Bubba. Well, we need to get your boat up there to me at Lake Martin so you can make sure you get your cedars up there, get them ready so we can get your wife up there on time to get lunch every Saturday.
No, they're ready for you down at Lake Martin to get your boat ready to go so we can get you lunch on time.
What now?
We didn't have anything to do with
that. He said it's time to come get your boat ready.
Yeah.
And he said, because if not, y'all gonna be late for lunch. You ain't gonna be here on time.
Yeah. Does Betty normally go get lunch?
Yeah, when y'all ride the boat over. Aren't you always first, you said?
Sometimes on Saturday morning.
You okay over there?
Yeah. No, I mean that really didn't
register.
Well, it didn't. No.
Well, evidently
not
he
at
works
all.
on boats, and he was just saying, hey, he was trying to do, I guess, some shameless plug, but he didn't give a company, so I don't really know that that's the case. But he was just saying, hey, you need to get your boat ready.
My boat's ready.
Was it winterized and ready to go?
It's ready to go. I'm ready, man. All I need is a little water under.
You need a little weather,
and I'm ready.
Anonymous in Alabama, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
So I'm a school teacher, and I had COVID. So as protocol, I had to wear a mask 5 days when I got back, which is fine. But a student said I looked like Joe Biden with a mask on. So I think I need to retaliate. Other people say just leave it alone, but no, I can't leave it alone. So do you have suggestions on what I should do?
What do you mean? What do you mean? I mean, to get them back.
So are you out of mask right now?
Yeah, to the kids.
Oh, to get them back.
So,
Okay, yeah.
But are you not wearing masks now at all in the classroom?
No.
Right? I mean, it varies. I don't know. I want to be sure they. I think a great joke to get them back would tell them they got to wear them 2 more weeks.
Yeah, that would be good.
And tell them on a Friday so they have to worry about it all weekend till the Monday.
Oh boy!
How about a pop quiz?
No, that's not. Now we're getting mean.
That'll get them. She wanted to know how to get them back.
Yeah.
How about go to the board and explain things?
Yeah,
in front of everybody,
Right.
one by one.
How about the assignment for the
that is Biden?
The assignment for the weekend. I need a 10-page report on the illustrious political career of Joe Biden.
Yeah, give
wow.
Now, just going to take more than 10
Assign
pages.
it on the Friday before spring break.
Right.
Wow, y'all are.
Well, now we get mean.
Yeah.
Hey.
Will,
you hear what she had?
Just leave it alone.
Will in Alabama. Will, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, look, I worked for a city that worked around me, and I was parked on the side of the road just sitting there hanging out. And it was about 2020 last year in December, and I called into the show because your phone was down, and then I actually got you in person, and I was speechless. I couldn't even talk. And then all of a sudden, he's like, "What'd you call about?" And I was like, and he was like, "About the phone being out?" And I was like, yeah, that's it. And then hung up.
Wow. Not much better this time.
Well, maybe it was a step forward.
A little bit. A little step. Yeah.
Is it me?
Yeah.
No, Bubba, it's not you.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
to be sure.
Let's go.
That was the second one.
Let's go to Chester
Can really follow.
in Alabama. Chester, go ahead.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
why do
Chester.
You don't have to
saying
ask that.
Yeah.
Just start talking.
All right. Gotcha. So we were in Jamaica on a mission trip, and our first day there, a bus driver shows up to load us up, about 11 of us, and we all get in there, we're ready to go, excited to get our mission work going, and he leans over and hands me a lighter and a red stripe, and he says, "Can you open this red stripe for me?" And I was like, "It's about 7:30." I was like, "Yeah, open it." I was all right, opened it up, and then next thing I know, we're cruising down the road, swerving around people. I mean, craziest drive ever. And he lights a joint just to add to his morning.
No, he did not.
You did say it was Jamaica, didn't you? Jamaica man.
We were in Jamaica, Jamaica man, and
Yep.
yeah, I mean, it was a crazy experience. We stayed in this like whole fort scenario every night just to be safe, but
Wow.
It's a different experience. If you've never had the Jamaican bus ride, you missed out.
Well, we were there. It was a little bitty road too, like a 2-lane right next to the beach, the water.
Yeah,
a lot of swerving.
Yeah, a lot of swerving. Swerving urban. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be back 866 We Be Big as the Rick and Bubba show continues. Thank you for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
around. Yeah, we had 3 years of TV before Duck Dynasty on the Outdoor Channel.
That's right.
And I've been filming Buck Commander for like 10 years, and we've been making videos, since the 80s. So the kids were kind of used to the cameras, and so we would, get them on there. I think it was just part of life. I don't know that it ever got
awkward or strange. I mean, certainly when it got
mainly
bigger.
the grandparents.
There you
mainly Phil and Kay that embarrass them. I mean, they they embarrass all of us. So.
Well, and you guys are everywhere. Two of my boys went to visit Liberty University with my wife back in February. And as soon as they get there, all of a sudden they send me a photo with John Luke. And I'm like, the Robertsons are everywhere. I mean, and he was like greeting them like for the visit. So they've already put him to work up there.
Yeah, that's his job. He went up there and got to work. Yeah, he is loving Liberty. It's been great.
Yeah, so
He's got to meet a lot of good people, including your family.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that. All right, so Sadie is supposed to be doing this interview, and you guys are filling in for her because she's not feeling well. Now, I know Winter Jam, and this is a great tour that goes on. It's coming to Birmingham, and everybody's excited. What's cool about this? It's $10. You get 10 bands, and it's general admission, and you go in and get to enjoy some incredible acts. And Sadie is going to be speaking there, but I know she's been feeling poorly. Is she still going to make Winter Jam in Birmingham?
She is. She is resting her voice today so she can be good for tonight. She hasn't missed one. She's had fever. She's had that bronchitis and crud this whole week, but she will be there, and she will give it her all on stage tonight. She's doing such a great job. I've gotten to hear her a few times. Willie heard her once speak, and I mean, that girl brings it. She isn't shy. She's good on the stage. So it's definitely something to see. People should come out and watch her tonight.
Yeah, and what a great lineup too. Crowder, who is just fantastic. Britt Nicole, 10th Avenue North. We've got some incredible acts that will be there. Many more than that. You can go to jamtour.com and all the information is there. You can see the whole lineup. 10 bands for $10, and you can get your tickets at the doors, and they open at 4:30 local time. If you want to find out about that too, go to the website. And for you guys as parents, though, when you see a child of yours, like you just mentioned, Corey, because we're always hoping, and you're always praying that they'll use what they've been given as a platform to impact the kingdom of God, to move it forward. You guys have always, similar to what we feel called to, we may be in secular entertainment, but we're unapologetically Christian and followers of Christ. What did it feel like when you were talking about how well she spoke the first time you saw her get up there and you go, and here's what we've been praying for?
Exactly. We have a little video of her when she was 5 years old, and we pulled it out at her 16th birthday, and she's standing on the coffee table, and she is just preaching to us. And at that time, she was a shy little kid. I mean, she wasn't doing that in public at all. This was just at home, and she's just preaching, and all of a sudden she says, and even if I'm famous someday, I will not just think about myself. I will remember God. And we all just started bawling, crying, because Dynasty had just come out, and we thought, how did little 5-year-old Sadie know that this was going to happen in her life? But she kind of made that promise then, and she has stuck to it, and it's just been amazing to see, and we're very proud of her.
Willie, what were you got? Yeah, great answer, and what a great moment. And now seeing that,
I had a question about a bird dog. I really don't want to follow up.
Well, we've answered the most important question. Now, if you want to ask about the bird dog, you can.
Willie, I got to know this. I was catching up on an episode, and it may have been this last week. I don't know if it was a new show or a rerun about when.
Oh no, it's a rerun. I've seen this one.
Got the poodle bird dog. Was that a rerun?
Oh yeah, that's an old. Yeah, that was season 2 or 3 probably. That was an old one, but one of my favorites.
Yeah. So is a poodle really that good of a bird dog? I was shocked too. I was kind of like Phil. I don't think I could have a poodle in my truck.
Yeah. Was that entertainment, or did that dog really do a good job?
No, that dog. Well, the dog did a good job, but I wasn't there. I wasn't part of that scene. So when I watched it for the first time, I didn't know what they had. And when they cut to that dog, I just started dying laughing because I had no idea that it was a poodle or a labradoodle, whatever that thing was. And no, from Jay's and all the boys that were there that day, they said it did outstanding. They were shocked. So, no, they swore about that dog.
Yeah, well, if you go back
I didn't know that either, and I watched it for the first time with everybody else.
When you go back and read about the breed, though, I believe that they were actually designed to hunt, go into the holes, and bring out. Yeah. And so I think
we bred them down small enough to go in a cigar box.
Yeah, and God will punish us for making them into little tiny fuzzy balls. But that is what they were. They did that in the beginning, right?
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we'll continue with more of the Rick and Bubba Show. So this is something I heard the guys talking about in the kickoff hour, and it involves a jogger that Bubba has stumbled across what people are referring to as a creature. And, of course, those on Coast to Coast are saying, well, there you are. I mean,
could it be an alien?
Yeah, what else do you need? There's an alien body laying right there in the jogging path.
There it is.
All right, so let's take a look. Bubba, there it is.
Now, how big is that actually?
What is it?
What are we talking about?
Yeah, is that something tiny? Is that something?
Looks like an eye on
looks like some type of snail.
Yeah. Is there anybody? Can anybody put a quarter by it?
Looks
ain't that the standard thing you always do?
Or your foot.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. I mean, it's got kind of a tadpole-looking fish look to it.
But that looks like an eye.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does.
Alien.
Well,
what are they saying?
Surely our marine biologists have been able to look at that and go, "Oh yeah, that's a whatever."
How can it drive the
a
tic-tac?
wall-eyed, dogfish or something?
Do you think how does it drive the tic-tac, with the tail or whatever that is coming around? Like, how did it fly the craft?
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently, that must be a baby of it.
If that's the alien, I'm not very scared of that. I think I could step on it and move on.
Unless there was a whole bunch of them.
So, Australia.
You don't know what kind of powers it's got, Greg.
Yeah.
The east coast of Australia, if you don't know, has been experiencing tons of rain with massive flooding.
Yeah.
And so this was after a storm in Sydney he was running and came up on it. So the story says. So they're not sure where it came
look how
from.
little it is.
What was it compared to? I didn't see before it zoomed.
It wasn't
it's
found
pretty
in
small.
the
There it
sludge
is.
or anything.
It's pretty small.
Yeah.
Well, goodness gracious.
That trunk thing they get.
Somebody
that's an oyster out of its shell.
That's what I was about to say. Somebody could have hawked that up on the way.
All right.
It may be a honker.
All right.
You think it's a honker?
Right now, the University of Sydney and the University of New South Wales has it, and they're unable to identify it as of yet.
Okay.
Why is that guy poking it with a stick? He's going to start an alien war. What is he doing? It's obviously an alien.
Right.
So, Rick, are you ready for some good news?
Yes.
There's been a lot of bad news.
Yes.
Can I have the COVID theme?
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Let's get a little COVID update.
Okay.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Bad medicine. So, Bubba, what do we got?
Well, the CDC, Rick, this week has announced it no longer recommends universal case investigation and contact tracing when it comes to COVID-19 infections.
All right, good.
Woo-hoo! So that is a sign that things are a whole lot better.
Yeah, well, and that was one of the things that that felt good last night in Arkansas was, and the pastor and I were talking about this. He goes, we're seeing people coming back into the church, and the churches were affected, and a lot of people have not come back, and of course some of that maybe just be a purging, but they were excited that last night, this event that they've had for, I guess I forget how many years they've done it. He said this is the first time that we sold out since the pandemic, and everybody seemed fired up, and everybody was in there. Nobody had masks on, and so I think we see that. I really need you to let me know that I told you that one of the things I got to do in the Bahamas has been lifted. I don't have to take a test while I'm there.
Right.
So they have lifted that.
Right.
I really need them to lift I have to take a test before I leave and another one to come back. I need that lifted.
Well, it may be by then. Who knows? More good news. The NFL has plans to drop all COVID-19 restrictions going into the 2022 season, according to multiple reports. The NFL and the NFL Players Association has agreed, citing a memo from the league office, that there will be no more requirements for mask, COVID tracing, surveillance testing, capacity limits, unless mandated by local government.
That's great.
So that's good.
That's
great
good
news.
Aaron Rodgers is good. Now I ain't got to make stuff up.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not COVID, but it's also good news. You remember the F-35 that we saw crash land on the Carl Vinson, USS Carl Vinson? Remember when that came bouncing in?
Was flying.
And I don't know, did we ever confirm who the pilot was on that? Anyway, it went sliding off the back of the Carl Vinson in the South China Sea. It was lodged around 12,400 feet below the ocean surface, and the U.S. military was able to retrieve that plane before the Chinese could. They were also trying to get it. So we protected that technology by getting it first. It has been brought to the surface.
So, based on the things you're just reading, of course, not the plane, but the stuff involving the pandemic,
right?
So, like what we showed earlier today, why is the studio audience at the View spaced out and still wearing masks?
I don't know.
I guess.
Why am I on an airplane with a mask still on? Why?
Well, that is more of a good question. When it comes to a lot of these things, it has been dropped except unless it is a local government or a landowner issue. I mean, if ABC wants to still mask people.
I'm just wondering where their science to support it is.
Rick, I watched, and I got to be careful here, I watched a young man play tennis yesterday in a tennis match with a mask on.
I don't see how you can do that.
Outside, played a tennis match with a mask on.
So I'm not trying to be mean,
and I'm not making that. That's not exaggerated. That I witnessed it with my own.
How do you do it though? It seems to me you would.
That'd be miserable.
You would hurt your body with lack of oxygen.
Exactly. Especially if you wore one that would give you some. I mean, you're not getting any protection unless you get to the ones that would be.
Yeah, the N95, and there's no way to exercise in those.
There's no, it was one of the throwaway blue masks. You could tell.
So it's not doing. First of all, it's not doing any good.
And you're outside.
Okay.
And you're in a sport where you're not anywhere close to.
I know. You ain't nobody's face.
We've established that outside transmission. We have established it. Science has established it that outside transmission is almost none.
Correct.
Okay, so you have a mask that doesn't work. You're outside where you're at no risk of any consequence, and you're exerting yourself, and you need to be able to breathe into your lungs because that can be damaging. So why? I mean, is everyone just afraid to say? Now tell me why you want to wear the mask and what you think it's doing.
Yeah. I don't.
Because I can tell you that all the things you're concerned about, you shouldn't be concerned about. Give me the mask. Yeah. I mean, it's.
I think
we're terrorizing a generation of young people, and we ought to be ashamed of ourselves. We really should.
Well, let's do this. You have to play the hey, what if game. Maybe there could be some immune, issues that. You still have concerns about it. I don't know.
Maybe this person wore a mask before the pandemic and has some kind of challenge there I didn't know.
Or maybe they've got so used to it, it's almost like a security blanket.
Yeah,
don't know how to go out.
That's what I'm concerned about. A little bit of that too.
Because you got to think, if you're young, this is the 2 and 3 years we've been in this. This is a big part of your life.
It is. It's all you know.
Big. You may think you look sharp,
but you're outside.
You are. I know.
And
during
you're wearing a mask, and you're wearing a mask if you are immune compromised that isn't protecting you.
Right.
During the height of the Delta variant, which was the most deadly one to date, best I recall, we started filling up football stadiums without restrictions in the fall and had no problem from it.
Yeah.
Right.
As a matter of fact, it went down to Omicron right at the end of the year.
Yeah. Some of this just I know I use the word lunacy a lot, but I don't know another word to use.
We've heard it before. Let's follow the science. Let's stay with it.
I mean,
look, it's their choice. They want to wear 3 masks and a helmet.
Yeah,
let them wear it. Who cares?
But the problem is they've got me now wearing one on a plane, and I don't want to.
That's got to end.
Yeah.
That's got to end.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh yeah. They were bred for that. Yeah, I think we bred them down now to where the dove is actually bigger than the dog.
Yeah. I mean, when we have anything called a teacup, anything, that's just wrong.
Yeah, I mean, please. So anyway, what will y'all's role be tonight? Is this just going to be we're going to be mom and dad?
No, we're actually we're coming over. Lord willing, we're flying over there in a few hours, and we're going to introduce Sadie and get to be a part of it. And I haven't seen the whole show, so I'm looking forward to hanging out. And we're doing the next 3 cities. Corey and I are going to be on the bus, so we'll be touring around with the crew, and a little parenting, making sure everything's going on okay. I'll have to keep an eye on all the young guys around there.
Absolutely.
And, make sure they know that she does have a burly daddy. So we're looking forward
to with a lot of guns.
And with a lot of guns, yeah, everybody knows that. So we're just helping out and looking forward to being over there.
Somebody said you had more guns than Sean Hannity.
Oh, shit. Well, yeah, I heard. I
Can you believe that?
Story till y'all were talking about that, but I will say this: Sean and I have gotten in so many arguments. I've pulled a gun on him several times. I understand where he's at.
That's right. Well, Corey, Willie, I know you guys have a busy day. I appreciate you taking time, as
Thank
always.
you very much.
As always, to be with us. Thanks for what you guys have done and continue to do. We appreciate it very much.
Our pleasure.
All right, man.
See you about tonight.
All right, see you. I'll tell you the time I heard it, and I've told you this story before, but it fits into this moment because of what we're talking about. We didn't know. Look, when you're a kid, you're just a stupid little kid. You don't know anything.
No.
Well, you remember in those days, you had 3 channels, and they were over there.
Yeah.
We had the big antenna on top of your house.
Yep.
Well, some storm or something had blown the antenna down the
Mhm.
backyard. Well, my dad had it lying there waiting for
a repairman to come and put it back up.
Well, we started tearing pieces off of it, making swords out of it.
Yeah, I did the same. Rick, I did the same
Yeah,
thing.
you got in trouble for doing the Zorro thing, didn't
The
you?
insulation in the basement, I cut them Zorro Z's all over.
So did those swords come off of the antenna?
Oh, they were off of an antenna.
Right.
They were great swords, weren't they?
So my dad rounded the corner, and he saw sword fights.
I mean, a good sword fight.
all over the neighborhood. Kids everywhere with them. Okay.
Parts of your
It looked like
antenna.
a battle at the end of Braveheart.
It did. And I
There were
come,
kids everywhere.
And my dad, was a big. That's why you see Greg and I squint all the time. He said, "You can't have nothing." I mean, you can't. I mean, he goes, "Y'all realize this is the antenna that goes for the television?" And we had torn it all up.
Oh, yeah. Well, those little aluminum elements were easy to break
Sure.
off.
Oh,
when you were a
click,
kid.
click. Oh, you can't have nothing.
Oh boy, that may be the worst spanking I got as a kid.
Well, because
to this day, when I see insulation, I kind of jerk.
Well, I think about your insulation spanking, and I think of it really now. I realize it was twofold. You had torn off something off of the antenna and cut stuff with it. You had a double going.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah.
I don't know if the antenna came down and we were going to get another one to replace it, or that one was going back up. But the Z's under the floor and the insulation, that was really what it was about. That's where the focus.
Yeah. Well,
that when I built the lunar module with aluminum foil in the basement,
right
before Thanksgiving, and used all the aluminum foil up.
Yeah,
that one wasn't real positive.
That wasn't good either.
No.
Yeah, ours is our antenna was had just fallen off the roof and was laying out there for repair.
Yeah,
Well,
we
you
could
know
have
what,
given
Rick?
it a minute.
I'm going to bet that it was bent up since it
Thank
had
you.
fallen, that it probably was unusable at that point.
My dad didn't
Well,
seem
he
to
thought
feel
it
that
was
way about it. He did. That one and
He thought it was
It was
usable.
a log periodical.
yeah, and that one and setting the woods on fire that time, and he was
Now
going,
that'll do it.
When he
Fire
had
is
his- when he
big.
had his shirt and towel.
Yeah, he was going to the bank when he had that old 70s leisure suit on, and it was struggling to hang on to him anyway. And he rounded that corner, and I was getting a bucket full of water.
How big was the blaze?
Big.
And he
Like
looked at
in
me.
the
He said,
trees,
squint
big?
eyes again. What are you filling a bucket of water for? For the fire. Yeah, fire. And he looked up the yard and saw that blaze, just a blazing.
Yeah.
Went back in
How
there.
late was he getting to the banquet?
Well, he had to go in there with his Sunday shoes on, stomping fire. It was
Dumping
bad,
water.
bad,
Dumping
bad.
water.
At one point,
He told us to sit on the couch, don't get up till he gets back. And we were
right,
like,
and we didn't move for hours.
yeah.
What banquet was it? Was it one that he was coach of?
He was invited to come speak
Oh.
at. It wasn't his
Oh,
team
he
banquet.
was a
speaker.
Yeah, he was. And
So
mom
he
was,
went to somebody else's banquet all out of sort
yeah.
and dirty and sweaty
With
and
soot
smoky.
on him.
Yeah.
Oh God!
Smelling like a burnt log.
Yeah, you know how you try to remember things in your mind. There's no way.
Man, it's funny now.
I know,
God,
there-
he was mad.
There's no way you remember it right because it can't be. But in my mind, he was stomping fire, and the fire seemed afraid of him. And then in each hand, he had kids from the neighborhood like it was. You know what I mean? And he was pulling us all out of the woods. You think I don't play with matches now. There it is. Boston would cool them engines.
How about you?
One of the underappreciated Boston songs. I
Yeah,
thought.
that's a good one.
Didn't like that album, but I like that song. That song is a good. And I saw they're on tour again. But is this with the Home Depot singer?
I don't know. They're coming to the concert hall.
Now,
saw that
explain,
song,
explain the Home Depot singer. There.
Well, that's another one of these things where a singer of a band dies in this case, or can't perform, or has fallen out with the band, or whatever the case may be.
This one died.
And they go and try to get a replacement singer that sounds like the singer. And there's all these stories. You got the Filipino and that incredible documentary, by the way.
Yeah, I have not seen that.
This is the same type thing, right? They saw him singing on his that story's getting kind of common
on YouTube, and he worked at Home Depot, and but then Greg has to go and ruin it and claim that when they performed, that different members of the band sing different parts.
On that particular thing, I saw.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And we invite you to join us for Rick and Bubba University coming up this weekend. We're going to have a conversation. We already had the conversation. We recorded it. We'll be talking with Melanie and Andrew. And it was at Mohatla. Is that how we said the last name? Mohatla. Mohatla. They're in South Africa, and they've got a very, very interesting story, and you can catch that coming up this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Speaking of all these new things we're involved in, Bubba, it was something that happened, and and you think about this because there's so many different ways to get the show now, and there was a time when we were limited by if a radio station wouldn't put us on. Then
boom,
you either had to drive to a place where one had us on, or it was impossible to get the show. And those days are over. We certainly prefer to be on a radio station in your market because we love radio. But if no one will put us on, it's good to have other options. And so this was interesting. This is the first time I've experienced this. So being in Arkansas last night, and this is not an area that we have any radio affiliates. And so guy walks up to me, and he was just there, coming to the event at the church just because they were having it. And he goes, "You're on Blaze TV, aren't you?" And I said, "Yeah." He goes, I know y'all. I see y'all on Blaze TV."
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, we'll see. I didn't even, because we have, Blaze helps us with the YouTube channel, and we have presence on Blaze TV, but right. It's usually just an hour of the show or whatever. But this was a guy that ended up knowing the show from Blaze, and because he said, "Yeah, I watch Blaze TV. I know who you are." And I was like, "Well, that was kind of cool." That's the first time I'd seen it happen. Just that was the only way. Mm-hmm. So, we've been talking, and this move to the new studio. There were a lot of people asking me about that. Some of the people keep emailing me, "Hey, when are we going to do golden ticket seats? What's going to happen with this?" And there's just some logistics we're having to work out. This is no longer a pandemic issue, thank the Lord for that. But now it's construction is not finished on the golden ticket seats, and then we got to work out logistics on some things. And the biggest thing we got to overcome is the same thing. It's been our biggest change, and that is this restroom situation.
Yep.
Okay, and it is it's a first world problem. I got it. And but it is an obstacle compared to the change is, a studio that only housed us in a retail area, but our area was just our area,
just ours.
And we had 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 restrooms that we could use that were just in our office. I will tell you this: going around the country and having the opportunity and honor to get to speak at various churches, even the pastors will tell you when they knew they arrived, when they got their own toilet.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, they'll say, "Hey, I'll take you back to my office. By the way, if you need to go to the restroom, I got my own toilet." And they'll look at it and say, "Oh, wow, so you've been here a while."
Yeah.
It's
impressive. That's a big deal.
Yeah, it's no longer walking out into the. So we have to go out into an office building to go, which means we share these restrooms with lots of other people. And that leads to a lot of awkward things, and sure. And so and we all struggle with the. So I think this may be the. Y'all tell me if you think this is the worst.
Okay.
So,
but Rick, what it is, you're just not used to being in there with a lot of other people.
Privacy. These are private things.
There's no privacy.
The ones we had were single seaters.
And they were. Greg was talking about his reading is gone.
I haven't read a book.
He said he read a book. He didn't know when. So because you're right now,
I had a stack of books in there.
You're only going there now and the I got no choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, we got about 4 urinals and about 5 toilets.
And you think, hey, I got the whole place to myself. All of a sudden, it's like a grocery store door. Everybody just starts coming in.
Just wait till you hear what happened to me. Have you heard this yet, Greg?
I haven't. No, go ahead.
So I'm just now getting better. I'm that dog that will finally go back to the road. You know, I've been out there a few times.
Yeah.
And I think, I think today this looks like there's. I'm in a good. I'm
safe. Not a lot of traffic.
Now here's the things you have to overcome to go to the restroom here. I have to go in there and there be something available.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Preferably,
Rick, I'll back up. It has to be open.
Yes, that was my next one.
Yeah.
I have to be able to get in it all because I've never seen bathrooms, and I guess I'm thankful for this, that are cleaned as much as these. It's almost like they clean the bathroom like you're listening to a radio station that's got the hits in hot rotation.
Right. Yeah, they do.
Every time you turn on your radio, you hear the hit song because they put it in such a hot rotation. They will block the door here and do something in that bathroom. I've never seen anybody do it that much.
I was told it was 3 times a day, but I believe it's more than that.
Well, I've been in there a few times. I know why they do.
Also, the people around here, and also the people in the other offices appear, unlike us, for them to go and sit down during the day didn't seem to bother them at all.
Do you think they've just been beat down for so long if they've been here a long time?
Dress shoes and all.
Yeah, dress shoes. Mr. Red Shoes, we still haven't found his intestinal problem. So anyway, so I go, hey, I'm good. And I go down to the stall that is just the handicap stalls at the very end.
Mm-hmm.
So I come one up from that.
Okay.
To get you as far away from the door,
correct,
and the urinals as possible,
but not block the handy.
Right.
So so I even though the handicap one does have outstanding.
I use
range.
the handy, by the way. I'm just going to admit it.
I'll be honest with you, Hams. I've
It's my
checked
favorite
around.
one. I go to it all the time.
It is my favorite
I haven't
one.
seen anybody in the hall that I think that I would be.
But for
blocking.
some reason, and so
would be my luck. I'd go in there also. Your door kicks over here, somebody and one handicap person.
And that's a great fear that'll shut you down.
It is.
Yeah.
You can't be the guy in the handicap stall that's not handicapped when somebody handicapped needs it.
Yes,
No, you don't want
You
that.
can't be that guy.
And I'm pretty quick, Greg.
Is anybody in there?
That's
Greg,
true.
I'm pretty quick.
Yeah.
I
He's
never
like
know.
a seagull.
I never know. Yeah,
He is.
Yeah. I'm unpredictable, so I must be prepared for anything. So anyway, I go, and I think, oh good, Greg, oh good, oh good. I'm in here by myself. I love privacy, and all of a sudden I hear, like you said, the saloon door come open. And I go,
and you're thinking, go to the urinal.
And
go to the urinal.
I think I can handle just let these be urinal people.
So quiet.
And also I hear, oh my gosh, it's down here. And I'm like, wait, what?
They found you, Rick.
And I start looking, and I look under the thing, and I realize I see work shoes.
Oh, we got maintenance.
And all of a sudden I see something being drugged past.
Rick,
oh,
we got maintenance.
The toilet right next to me, the handicapped toilet. Good gosh, somebody's blown this thing up. And now everybody's talking. I'm like, are they fixing a toilet? Good gracious, was animals in here? You're like that, and now I'm sitting here, and I'm like, oh my gosh, oh no, and I'm thinking, now here I am, I'm still hung up here. I'm not. Good gracious, look at that.
Could you guys give me a minute?
And I'm like, guys, what's? I said, no, is there a repair crew next to me? And it's nothing but it might as well be a blind.
They're banging on the wall while they're trying to use their.
They did. I could hear tools coming out.
Why didn't you bump it to let them know you were?
Somebody in here, get that rotor rigger out.
And then I mean, they're doing things like, oh, hey, put your gloves on. And
Good night.
These are actual quotes. There's not one quote I've given right now that didn't happen.
It's a lie.
Yeah. Good night, man. This is the animals here. It's like a bunch of animals. And I'm just sitting there going, oh, I guess this will not be productive.
So I'm gonna cut my losses.
Yeah,
move on.
I go back there and give one flush to see if they can hear me.
Yeah,
doesn't impact them at all. We got to get this going. Good night. Hey, bring me another one. And I don't know what they're talking about. There must be some tool or something.
Oh, wow.
And
I need the bigger one.
I was just like, now I'm sitting there going, all right, are they going to comment on me if something goes wrong over here?
You know,
who's this guy?
This is a
Hurry
very
up!
upscale, nice building. Who are these people?
I don't know.
I mean, this ain't a ball game.
I know.
You ain't out at the state park or something. What are you doing?
Good gracious.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now, was that for everything? I don't know. Maybe he had a bad night.
I don't know.
But there was a couple of parts where somebody else had to step up and hit it. I don't know. How about this? That guy's voice, if you're going to replace
no depths.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of them unique guys.
Yeah,
Kind of
he
like the
is.
Steve Perry deal. I mean, you can't just anybody sing those.
Well, and also they're one of those bands, kind of like, when people start getting fired up about them, it basically was two guys who one played all the instruments and one sang all the parts.
Yeah, that was
and then
it.
and then they were like, hey, we like what you got here, and you got to go find a band.
Yeah, we need a band.
Yeah, so I'm the lead singer, I'm the background singer, and the other guy says, and I play all the instruments.
That's it.
So they had to go actually get a band together.
Made some good music.
Yeah, they did. So anyway, that's out there. We'll move forward today. We do have a lot to cover on the program today. Obviously, your phone calls will be part of that, and we'll unwrap the stories from the weekend within the show, around the world, sports, politics. We cover it all here on the old Rick and Bubba show, and we'll try to see if we can't roll through this and find the big stories of the weekend. I was trying to gather. It was interesting. I was trying to get to work today and got into an argument with a woman who said she was the wife of the coach of Wichita State.
Very cheesy handle.
She is.
Good night. You
She'll cuss.
Boy. Listen, let me tell you.
I'm out of the loop on that story.
Listen, of all the things that you think in marriage world that you would go, well, that was embarrassing. I have to say, I'm the head coach of a pretty good basketball program. That's
now he's the one that looks like Ernie off of My Three Sons Grown Up, right?
You know what? I don't know what he looks like, but
I just saw his wife
maybe
being escorted.
Yeah, but Wichita State in basketball is very well respected.
Oh yeah,
and my wife. Now it's one thing for your wife to be thrown from the arena just in general,
right?
That's bad,
right?
But to be thrown from the arena for a foul mouth, that is even. To me, that's another clip.
Was she unhappy with the call?
Yeah, well, they were supposed to. They got upset, and she got upset about the upset.
Mm.
Yeah. So
well, it was a good ball game. They probably shouldn't have been playing Kentucky so early,
Right.
and we talked about that in the kickoff hour. I don't follow it enough all year to know whether or not the seeding was correct or not. But that is a big discussion going around this NCAA tournament. Is the seeding is off? The NCAA did a bad job with the seeding. I don't know if that's the case.
Yeah.
This was a perfect example of that. What she was mad about was at the end of the game, they had a chance to at least tie it, and they took the guy for Wichita, got the Kentucky guy in the air, and all he had to do was jump into him and shoot, and he would have been going to the line for 3 free throws in order to tie the game. And instead of jumping into him, he tried to take the shot, and 2 Kentucky players were there. One of them, I don't think he got fouled. I think it was a good defensive play. But she was screaming. She had been screaming some other things throughout the game, but that was the last straw, so to speak. Then don't. After she's told to leave, she is in his press conference making comments in there out loud.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Yeah, she's hollering out.
Yeah,
He was fouled. He was fouled.
No, she was.
Oh yeah,
yes, she was.
into it.
Can you imagine? I mean, honestly, let's just talk a minute.
Can you reckon he's got his hands full?
Can you imagine? Some people thought he was a workaholic. I think he just don't want to go home.
Yeah. Spent a lot of time at the court.
Look at her.
Oh, she's got a jersey on too.
Oh yeah.
Sure. But y'all, your wife being thrown out.
She gets the crowd hooped up.
Hey, your wife being thrown out for a foul mouth. That's just
Yeah, foul mouth. Don't forget that. People around her were complaining because she was cussing too much. Don't forget that.
In basketball, you have complaining about calls is part of the game. How bad? You just don't see a lot of people thrown out of basketball games.
And they gave her chance after chance. They've told her, "Hey, clean it up."
Yeah,
the last guy they hauled out at Madison Square Garden, Oakley.
Right.
Remember?
Well, let's think about
I
this.
thought
Bubba.
she was going to act the same way.
Yeah. Also, in the society we live in the society we now live in, do you realize how foul your mouth has to be for people to say we've had enough?
Thank you.
That's a good one. Yeah, she wasn't just using the big 3.
I mean, she went places people wouldn't go. I mean, you realize how places there's a road. You realize how untraveled that road must be.
Yeah, that is insane.
we drive up and down them pretty good. You know what I mean?
What if you've just lost a game? You're in your press conference and your old lady's out there screaming out.
Oh, my gosh, Greg.
Yeah, Greg Marshall.
Yeah, now you're having to deal with that too.
Yeah, he's the one. He looks like Ernie off My Three Sons All Grown Up. You'll see a lot of comparisons to them over the years.
Yeah.
Now, Father wouldn't be happy about this.
No, he would not. We'll be back. Much to discuss. I was I was noticing, Speedy, I don't know where this is or not, when we all try to do a little better, and we're aging. I mean, we've been at this 24 years, okay? So we've been...
Speak for yourself.
Even if we'd have started it at 25, you know what I mean?
Right.
And so
And we didn't.
We've been getting... And the thing is, I know that the old gray mare ain't what she used to be. No. But I try to say, but there's wisdom now. I try to talk about how being older, that my wisdom makes me feel better about the things. Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. As we come back, so Speedy, you said that you were disappointed that Bubba hasn't brought up something today.
Well, I'm sure he probably knows about it, and he'll probably go, "Oh yeah." But
he mentioned Birmingham Hamfest.
Yeah, he did. And there's certain stories that
he mentioned Jacksonville High School Golden Eagles playing for state championship.
Yeah, he did. There are certain stories that if there are certain topics, normally
he's already worked Spain Park into a frenzy.
Yeah, it falls into to certain staff members' category,
Right.
So good. And anything space related, really, there was a run with Helmsy, but Bubba, it's always been Bubba.
Of course.
Always.
Yeah, Helmsy. I mean, he acts like he cares about it, but Bubba really does.
He just wants Bubba not feel. I like space too,
and
more than I would expect.
Yeah,
and a used rocket thought to belong to China has crashed into the moon at 5,800 miles an hour.
That.
Yeah,
and you hadn't even brought it up, and it's a huge story today.
Wow,
I was aware of it.
I got another one.
Why'd you not bring it up?
Then why didn't you bring it up?
I mean, I don't know.
Crashing into the moon, that's big. Now you're pulling me in a little bit.
Yeah.
Was it a ball of fire?
They say the moon moved just a little bit.
It was a piece of space junk that left about a 66-foot crater after slamming into
now, has it
the lunar
crashed
surface.
yet, or is it later today?
It says the rocket is believed to have crashed into the moon, and they're trying to get confirmation on the exact speed of impact.
Boom.
And that should come in days or weeks.
Well, we have seismograph instrumentation on the moon. They should be able to tell that pretty easy. I would think.
Also, how about it's been flying around since 2014 in space? Just tumbling around.
Not no more. Another space news. You know how I love this celebrity joyride here. You saw the next one.
Don't turn this
funny because we were talking about him yesterday.
We crashed into the moon.
Pete Davidson.
Really?
That's what I saw.
Really? Well, today. Kanye ain't gonna stand for that.
Yeah, Kanye may shoot it down.
That Kanye thing yesterday.
You talking about the celebrity joyride?
It stayed with me a while.
Yeah. What kind? How was he watering his head to have flowers?
Well, you know how we were talking about we're getting older, we're becoming those old men that shrug everything off.
Yeah.
That one stuck with me longer. Now I did eventually shrug it off, but it stuck with me longer than I thought.
Nearly 10 minutes.
Not 10.
Okay.
I just don't
it wasn't a full
see
segment.
Pete Davidson. I just don't see the big draw there.
You want me to tell him how?
I mean, he's had a
no talk about energy at all on any level.
I'm just saying what other people say.
But
anyway, but unless I saw
he's
that
had a
headline.
few funny moments, but I don't know that it garners the attention he gets.
He's not been a celebrity long enough to fly in space.
I'm sorry,
Greg. I agree with you.
Who else is on the flight?
We're bringing Pete Davidson along at a rate that is too quick.
Yeah,
he's a draft pick that got put in the start lineup, and he needed
he's with Bezos.
Yeah, he doesn't deserve this kind of attention.
No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, Strahan, NFL Hall of Famer, and of course William Shatner. Come on,
right?
We got that.
Captain Kirk. You got to have that.
He's got to go. But I don't think. I mean, he's made 2 movies.
So what? Can I get back to crashing in the moon just a minute?
Mm-hmm.
What crashed into the moon?
It's a booster off of a Chinese.
It was unmanned.
Right. At first, they said it was Elon Musk's SpaceX in 2015, but then they did some more research and realized it was possibly some Chinese junk there. But I just thought, Bubba, since it's apparently the first time a piece of space junk has accidentally struck the lunar surface, I thought that would be a topic for you.
Well, I don't want to totally disappoint, but we've had others, and
here he goes.
We crashed a couple of them ourselves into it.
And I'm just saying, with the story,
this is what you get.
Take it up with Daily Mail.
What I'm trying to say, Speedy, is you
Bubba shrugged it off.
On topics like this. If Bubba does not deem it airworthy, it probably isn't.
Okay.
Because he knew about it.
Yeah.
The minute you started talking, he looked at me and told me exactly what you were going to say.
Yeah.
So he knew what was up.
So did he know
he
and
wasn't
forget
excited
to
about
bring it up?
Is that because he's become older and doesn't care anymore?
He shrugged it off. He shrugged this moment off. It wasn't big enough to talk about on there. Rick just said.
Yeah.
Well,
and
guess so.
yeah. I mean,
Jacksonville took precedent. I guess.
There it
Right.
is. You got to focus on the Eagles.
Well, I will say that, though, this topic y'all were talking about in the break, and this is now tying in, that we're getting to where we're not really – it's really hard to get us to be concerned or care about something for a long period of time. You wouldn't believe the things I shrug around.
I ain't got time to worry.
I'll be honest with you. It could be the new blood pressure meds they have me on, but
maybe
when I rode away from the farm yesterday, I mean, I was certainly want to get an update for the show and everything. Normally, I would have stressed over that more. You wouldn't believe how easily I was kind of like, "No, this all looks like under control."
Yeah,
I'm out of here.
I'm starting to get this at home because my life, I've worked really hard, by the way, to keep it simple.
Mm-hmm.
And I love a good simple life.
Oh, yeah.
But Amanda is calling me out on things like, hey, you actually need to care about that.
Right.
Like that's important.
Yeah.
Did you say you'll be the judge of that?
Well, I mean, I've just got about 3 things I'm focused on. That's all I care about.
And Speedy, this is the reason because we've
he's researching.
I don't care about a wide range of things.
We've had other things. Well, I knew we'd had other things crash, and back to the 1959s, the Soviets crashed part of a booster in Luna 2.
This is your fault. You walked it.
I'm just
saying,
you brought this on yourself.
Ranger 4, Ranger 6,
The
Ranger
Daily
7,
Mail says it's the first
Ranger
time
8,
a
Ranger
piece
9.
of space junk has accidentally struck the lunar surface. Now, I don't know what they classify as space junk. Maybe that's what they're trying to do here. They're playing with this term.
It looks like 15 or 20 things.
By the way, behind you, that guy that always lives at the beach.
Right.
Okay. I'll be honest with you.
Did you know one of the third stage
down here in 38.
Third stage of Apollo 13 crashed in the
Now he's in it. I'm
that?
sorry.
You brought this on
now
yourself.
he's in it.
I'm just sitting here going.
Hey, speaking of space junk, how about Blue Origin?
There we go. He's dangerous. There's 30 minutes.
Now that's space junk.
The part of the lunar module of Apollo 14 they crashed back into the
We've
moon.
lost Bubba.
Blue Origin Energy.
Well,
All right,
you just take it up with Daily Mail.
Now
then.
I get it.
well, I'm telling you, there's
You did this.
I
This is
know.
on you.
I know.
there's 30 or 40 things that
It
we
says
crashed into the
that
moon.
space debris from a Russian anti-satellite missile test came within 47 feet of knocking out China's satellite.
47 feet.
In 2022. Well,
Not
this Daily Mail story, I thought Bubba would actually
look
give
at that.
something.
There's space junk.
Good night.
That's Blue Origin Energy right there.
There it is. Take a ride.
I got nothing to say.
I'm
But, I
telling
mean,
you,
how
hey,
about-
if you think he didn't do that on purpose, you're crazy.
Yeah.
How about 5,800 miles an hour is fast?
But you all about it over there.
I'm just
47 feet. Rick, not 50.
Yeah,
Not
I know,
50,
I know.
47.
Not 45.
And we're measuring this from down here.
Well, we can get pretty good measurement.
Okay,
Well, who's going to check? Who's going to check it? No, you were wrong.
Careful.
It was 53.
Stay in your
I mean,
lane.
Who's going to check it?
Stay in your
Right.
lane.
Great. Why you always doing
Stay
this?
in your lane.
Speedy, you caused this entire
it's
segment.
makes me
Well,
mad
I
when they
thought
come
we're
out.
coming to an end of a week.
You know
Bubba
what the-
hadn't mentioned it one time.
You know
Should've
why?
been.
Because
It
he
was
doesn't
pretty
deem
close.
he doesn't deem it to be of
I
anything
guess
worth airing.
Okay, all right. He's just worried about
Trust me.
other things.
He'd have been telling me, "Hey, let's do this thing." He would have done it. He would have taken command.
Right. Look, he's in the Jeep today. He's got a game to go to.
Right.
Oh,
That's right. That's right.
He's got a flag with a golden eagle on it.
Yeah, he does.
Uh-huh. You going to the game, Bubba?
That's why he drove the Jeep in case he wanted to go.
Yeah.
He's
Really?
flipping the coin.
Right.
Okay.
It's time for the rotate.
Right. He's taking the Spain Park flag off. He's got now got another one up there.
He's going to take a celebrity three-pointer.
I know what it is. He's cleaning it up for Hamfest today.
He
That's
actually
what it
told
is.
me that it's hard to park downtown. Oh, John Dutton over there.
Yeah, it is.
So he's
It
in the
is.
Jeep today in case he goes to the basketball
That's
game.
it.
Now
That's-
that tells you.
So are you going to the game?
I make a ride down.
Guys, that's why he's
That
in the
means
Jeep.
yes. That means yes. When he says maybe and he doesn't want to answer,
Will
that
you
means
go?
yes.
But I know how you are about downtown.
Are you wearing those shorts?
Does this yeah, I know you had planned on it, but probably not now.
They seem to be grabbing your butt.
The way they're acting, they don't want to go, apparently. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So anyway, and I was going to ask you this. You know, I've been trying to do it a little bit better, and it's kind of embarrassing because when you go now to work out or whatever, you're the guy that everybody he talks to the people and then says, "And Mr. Burgess, you can do this." You know what I mean? I'm that guy.
Yeah.
And which at one time that would have bothered me. Now I'm like, well, that sounds good to me. And I'll look and I'll look and I'll say, now that's a problem for me. I don't have anything to prove anymore. And so I go to church Sunday, which is going to lead me into what I want to ask you about. And do you remember when we had the band that we liked that started coming 2 Christmases ago, Act of Congress?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, sitting behind me at church Sunday is the stand-up bass player in a sling.
Uh-oh.
And I said, what's going on with the sling? I said, you can't play stand-up bass in that sling, can you? And he's like, no, you sure can't. I said, what happened? You know what he said? CrossFit.
Oh, no.
And I said, well, there you go. See, because he's at the point where he's not quite to the wisdom part.
Yeah.
He's still young enough and got it like he likes it that he thinks he got something to prove.
Yeah.
And he said that. He said, there was a move that I thought I could do, and when I did, and I tore the muscle loose from the shoulder blade, and I said, and now when's the next time you're going to work out? Now you're not working on our playing stand-up bass.
Yeah.
So I tried to give him a little bit of wisdom. And that's my goal. I told you my goal right now is to get my heart rate up. You know, it's sad when your doctor says if I can get 2 to 3 days a week, you give me 20 minutes to 30 minutes of getting your heart rate up. Anything after that is a personal goal. You realize you're old now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that's all I'm trying to accomplish. I'm not trying to, you know. And so I went in on Friday. So I don't know. I just go work out when I can. Yeah. I don't know about this world. And undoubtedly, different days have different themes.
Oh, yeah.
Which I didn't know about.
Oh, no.
So I start looking, and I see people putting stuff off, and I heard people say, now, who's counting? Who's timing you? And I was like,
oh, you don't want that, then you can't
Rick.
cheat.
And I turned around, I said, what is this? And they said, well, today's our competition day or something.
Oh, testing.
And I said, whoa. So what I did is I started trying to find a slightly injured old man and say, what are we going to do?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
somebody
I said,
with a limp.
I said, do you have a workout like for us?
Yeah.
And sadly, they did. They were kind of like, well, no, you need to go over and do this.
The kiddie pool of workouts. That's what we used to call them. Hey, we'll be over here in the kiddie pool.
No, I don't want to be. I don't. Over there, that looks bad.
Water's warm here.
A lot of stuff going on over there.
So I noticed you're not walking right today.
No, and it really, it's one of those things where you kind of, to be honest with you, I'm a little embarrassed. I'm even sore. You know, and you set it up perfectly. You know, you're getting older, and dadgummit, you're trying to do better.
Trying so hard.
And you are. And Reese had 10 kids over Saturday night. He's turning 13 this coming Saturday, but because of the schedule and the days are just crazy, you have to kind of fit in a little birthday party when you have time, within reason, kind of around that date. And this past Saturday night was the time that it just worked out with the family and all of his friends to come over. Well, we have a ping pong table downstairs in one of the rooms,
right?
And we don't use that room enough. And I haven't told some of the dads that were dropping the kids off, you know, about the ping pong table, and the kids were down. They were playing basketball, and you know, you can hear them, you know, hopping around and going crazy. Well, a couple of the dads had stuck around, and we were watching some of the NCAA basketball, and the World Championship Classic was on for baseball, and like the U.S. was playing the Dominican Republic, and so we were watching a little bit of that. We were just shooting the bull, and they said, "Hey, look, we're gonna roll, but we're gonna go down through the basement and see all the kids." And when one of them walked around the corner, they saw the ping pong table, and he lit up
like a little light.
He said, "Hey, let's play some ping pong," and I'm like, "Okay, we can play a little bit of ping pong." So we start, and we just kind of, you know, hitting it back and forth. Now, picture this now. You got a basement of just rambunctious kids. Some are playing basketball. Some are, you know, there's talk of cornhole game getting, you know, brought out, and some are working out in the I mean, there's just, you hear clanging going around. So you can picture all that. And then in one little room, we got the ping pong table. And me and two dads, Jason and Scott, we're just kind of just hitting the ball around. And before we knew it, about an hour and 15 minutes later, we're sweating.
Sure.
Okay. I mean, I'm talking about so bad.
Yeah.
Jeans are sliding down. Okay.
Right.
One of them's got his hat on backwards, which you should never do, but he was in competition.
How old is he? Was he too old for that?
Yeah.
But he was competing, Rick.
He was competing. We're diving. We've got carpet burns on our knees. We're diving. One has dove into the wall. Okay. One has taken a kid out that was watching in the side room and rolled over onto the couch.
That's good.
And we played so hard for an hour and 15, little 3-man tournament for about an hour and 15 minutes that we look up, it's almost 11 o'clock.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio! Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without without 'em, brother.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, we're going to try something because we're going to see if we can get. We're going to try sampling into more callers here. You can comment on whatever you want to. So, but we're not going to get in there and fool with anybody going in and doing the screening. We're just going to do unscreened phone call. We're just going to click. I've got the delay, so all that we can. So if you'll call, I'm going to just see almost like if I was a person. And I don't believe I'm not a gambler, whatever. But it's almost like I'm thinking that sometimes if you'll just do things randomly, sometimes you may, like you say, I'm fishing, and that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm basically going to be over here fishing. And so you go, I know over here looks good. I keep throwing over here, and then all of a sudden I know where you'll just cast the other way. Oh, hey! And sometimes the fish aren't where you think they are.
No, they're not.
And so I almost want to see if by chance there could be some gold calls out there. If I just did more of an ad hoc, hey, let me just take my little and I do think, and Helmsy he hasn't said it this clear, but if he wants to agree, he said around it, and I think you too. I think one of the biggest surprises of the new studio is my handling of the mouse over here.
Yeah.
I think it's been one of the biggest surprises.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
you've really embraced that.
Yeah.
And normally there's a time in which you maybe say some things about you don't like it, but you get used to it. You have, from the jump, embraced that.
I have.
It's been impressive.
It's almost like this is what I mentally prepared myself for, realizing I should have mentally prepared myself for other things. Right. But right now, I'm just going to go random. Okay, I'm just random. Right here. All right. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Brett. I'm up here on 85 in North Georgia.
Go ahead.
Hey.
Yeah, so what's on your mind? It's all right, off to a rough start.
Hey, I'm sorry. I heard the instructions and I didn't pay attention. I'm so sorry. Listen, I hear you guys' bathroom situation.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, I'm so glad y'all not truck drivers. Man, I walked in these truck stops and bathrooms and heard noises I ain't heard in all my life. And I just want to scream out, "Please to me, oh toothless one."
I know. I said that in the other day, and I realized I didn't know the person.
Yeah, some of the truck stops. It's just
Well, I don't think I could ever be a trucker. There's too many things that are like impossible for me.
Yeah.
It features a lot of things that I can't do and can't get through.
Yeah, I think I'd just rather lean on a pine tree.
I think, honestly. But I'm glad you guys do it, and I appreciate you. But imagine if you had been doing truck stops, and then you went through 14 years of having 3 bathrooms around you, and then back to the truck stop. It'd be a transition. I don't care if you've ever been there before or not. All right. Oh, I'm interested in this area code. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Joe Biden in the hospital. I couldn't stop pooping.
Okay.
See what I mean?
Hey, an embarrassment to the area code, and it was a good one too. Here's another bizarre area code I'm not familiar with. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where are you calling from? Hello?
You hung up.
They don't like that I can see their number now. I've noticed the unknowns have become fewer, and now the numbers are becoming more prominent.
Since the reboot seems to have helped.
Yeah, all right. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, my name is Brock. I'm calling from Louisville, Kentucky.
Hey, buddy. What's on your mind?
Well, I got a question more so for Bubba. I'm kind of curious, and this may have been discussed already, but I'm kind of curious what his thoughts are on the replacement parts on electric cars. I got to think that those battery banks are going to be astronomical to replace. I don't know what the lifespan of those things are, but I got to think that it's going to cost a ton of money to replace them. Whenever they go bad, you got to replace them.
Yeah. What do you?
Bubba, almost want to have them.
I don't fully understand the question.
Well, what he's saying,
they're gonna, you're gonna have to replace them after a certain number of years.
It seems like the early ones that came out years ago were like 8 years.
Yeah, what he's
8 to 10 years,
and it's a big investment to get them.
His question is twofold, and he thought you might be looking. How long do you think they'll last? Which you've answered that, and do you think it's going to these parts like you go, hey, some cars now, according to who made them, parts for them are harder to find and more expensive.
Right.
Do you think electric cars are going to be very expensive when they start?
$150 for a battery now,
Yeah.
So what do you think the average consumer is going to have to pay to replace a battery pack on these electric cars? Because it's not going to be $150.
No, I know that on the electric carts,
they're special car. I mean, they're special batteries already.
Oh, it's
I know the electric cart that I had at the farm, Louisville caller. You're talking about $1,000.
Good, nice.
Whenever they need to be replaced. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I got rid of it. I finally got rid of it.
Something that needs to be mentioned.
But
it's going to be tough to sell. Let's say
listen,
they last 8 years. It's going to be tough to sell a 6-year-old car to somebody.
Real tough.
Yeah.
There are some good parts to it in that you don't have as much that has to be maintained.
Yeah.
I mean, you get rid of a lot of moving parts.
Sure.
You really do. I'm reading that Elon Musk and Tesla are claiming that the batteries are designed to last 300,000 to 500,000 miles or 20 years.
Well, I can live with that.
Well, no, that's
that's what
good.
they're claiming right now.
Yeah, and I would claim that too if I want to
a
sell.
little optimistic, but
Because
10 years
ain't
is
been
a long
around that
time.
long.
Yeah.
Of course, that's the thing. Used to be they haven't been around long enough. This would have been me. Like when this is my whole life in school. Mr. Burgess, how long do you think your batteries will last? 20 years probably.
Probably at least 20.
I'm thinking at least 20. It's 500,000. About 350 to 500,000 miles, or 20 years.
Yeah.
So
10, 15 times at the pump is what you would be replacing. So that's a pretty good deal, I think.
Yeah, sure. Well,
it has some advantages. I
Sure
mean,
it
it's
does.
just not near as many moving parts.
Yeah.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Chris from Alabama.
Hey, Chris. What's on your mind, buddy?
Hey, man, I just wanted to reach out to y'all. Rick, I just want to tell you how much I appreciate you. I sent you an email the other day about the stuff going on in my life and everything, and you forwarded me on to somebody there in Birmingham. They reached out to me.
Oh, good.
So I think everything is going in the right direction. I know it's going to take time, but I'm dedicated to giving my life to the Lord and
Amen.
doing that every day. And I went to the manchurch.com. I actually went to my first men's group last night with our church.
There you go.
And it was probably the most powerful thing I've ever experienced. So it's given me a lot of hope and a lot of faith on that. So I just wanted to call and say I appreciate you and all y'all, all the guys and everything, and just thank you for that. For doing that.
Well, let me also give you a pat on the back for being a person of action. I think sometimes people just want to talk about things, and then you say, well, here's what you need to do. And then they'll come back and say, well, what do you think? And, what you did is you actually asked for some advice, and then the advice was given, and you're actually doing it. And so I want to commend you on that because that's become more and more unique these days. I think sometimes we like to keep we got this new where we wallow in our problems, and we want to talk about it a lot. But when people say, well, then you need to do this, too many times nobody does anything, then comes right back, nothing's changed. So I commend you for taking action, and so I'm excited to hear that you're off to a good start on trying to get some of this resolved. That's he's always the answer, by the way. Yeah, he is always the answer. I mean, doesn't mean your life's going to be easier, but it will be back in line under the proper authority. I'll tell you that. So thank you for that update. Let's go to let's call her. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Don. I'm calling from Decatur.
Thank you, Don. And that's the way to handle the unscreened phone call. Yeah. That's a man of action as well. Go ahead.
I saw Biden yesterday or day before on TV, and he had this spot on the front of his forehead. I thought, my goodness, he's got a bruise from headbutting those women the other night.
That's funny.
Yeah, are we just letting him get away with that weird move?
It's really
too strange.
In today's world, you can't
it's just
do
too
that.
strange.
That's rubbing foreheads with people.
You know what it looked like?
Remember the cone heads used to do that?
Yeah, well, I tell you what it looked like. Then you're on the right track. I was saying it looked like something that like Seuss would come up with, with some characters he created. This is how they greet each other.
Exactly.
Yeah, lean in, touch my forehead. There it is.
Yeah,
my goodness.
The world? Yeah, that's just weird. I mean,
what makes him think? I mean,
if there's one thing, maybe we can all come together across political aisles. Can we come together that we all think that's weird, no matter what party you like?
Guys. Do not focus on him. Focus on the lady, and she's not sure what to do when he gets about halfway to her.
Yeah,
watch. Just focus on her, nothing else.
Something tells me he's not doing this to the men.
All right, wait a minute. I want you to watch the guy right there. Watch the guy that realizes, oh, well, what is he doing? Look, watch this guy try to get him out of there.
Danny Hoyer.
Yeah, watch him. He's like, President, please don't headbutt people. I mean, that's just weird.
No, look at her face. She didn't know what to do.
Well, no, Greg. I mean, have you ever walked up to somebody and they leaned in and gave you a headbutt?
You don't know what they're going to do.
No. I mean, I've been headbutted before, but it wasn't in some just little.
It's usually in anger.
Yeah. Things that got out of control.
I have a theory on that. I'll tell you in the break.
Okay.
Oh, really?
So it's not an air one.
And you know he's got that old cedar closet breath coming out of him. You know, they're like,
oh yeah. I thought the same.
The funk of 40,000 years.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Hey, Stoney. I want to ask y'all about something I keep having a problem with at home. I got to figure out how to fix it.
Is this still off air, or does that be back on
No,
there?
that'll be on there.
Okay.
I was about to say, I'm sorry.
Yeah. All right, we'll be right back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And we are going at it. I'm talking about to the point where there's trash talking involved.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
I mean, I got you. I mean, there's just so much going on.
Yeah.
I woke up Sunday morning and could hardly walk from playing ping pong.
Ping pong got it.
What is wrong with me?
That's bad.
And it's made me sit back and reevaluate myself, because all we were doing is playing ping pong, but you don't understand. It's not. You don't picture, hey, we're just hitting the ball back and forth. I mean, we're in a shortstop stance. I mean, diving back and forth.
I hear you trying to justify, but I'm going to put it all in where you are. And this is where you're struggling. And this is it. Picture it.
My abs are sore.
Well, picture that. Pictures. Hey, man, what's going on? Where you walking at? I had a triathlon this past weekend. I had to do one of those mud runs. I had a survival. I went mountain climbing. You know what you're saying? Got sore playing ping pong.
Yeah, my left knee's hurting.
You know, it's just different.
How's your left knee hurting from playing ping pong?
Well, if you're diving, it doesn't matter if you're playing ping pong or in left field diving for a fly ball.
But ping pong
still hitting your knee.
But ping pong doesn't have that same ring, does it?
No,
I'm sore
no,
it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
I mean, if I said, "Hey, we've got a pickup basketball game outside,"
ping pong got him,
maybe. But ping pong,
got him.
What if you had to take those extra steps in tennis? A lot more ground to cover.
I mean, imagine if I'm bending over going,
yeah,
I'm making a noise now.
Right.
When I bend over,
ping pong.
I make a noise. I'm
ping
like,
pong.
oh, yeah, I got it.
From ping pong.
I never made a noise when I bent over.
From ping pong.
Is it your left knee?
Huh?
Is it your left knee?
Yeah, it's always, but it's from riding the bull.
Not from bare knuckle boxing, ping pong.
Now, I will say this. Does this sound better? I hurt my left knee originally from riding the bull.
No, it sounds stupid.
Does it? That doesn't sound cool?
Two ends of the spectrum.
Yeah.
You got to get alive. Your balance is way off. Ping pong is too far this way. Bull's too far that way.
Now,
one's silly, one's dumb.
The bull was named Hamburger, and it wasn't a ranked bull.
Right.
Okay. So
Sure.
I mean, I think it might have been somebody's pet. I don't know.
You know what,
But
though,
you
Speedy?
you need to leave that out.
Speedy, it's just as far to the ground on Hamburger or on the top 10. You still hit the ground.
Yeah. Never talk about your opponent. Just say that you did something.
Y'all, I'm sore from playing ping pong.
That's sad. That is sad.
Hope you ain't got a foosball tournament coming up.
You and I were discussing this. We've had people jumping the fence and all that, and that's been going on ever since the White House was built and there was a fence. But we have been asking about the security and how some of them are getting as far as they've been getting, even under the Obama administration and now the Trump administration. But now this one's a little different. They're saying a driver has pulled up to the White House and claimed to have a bomb in the car yesterday.
Yeah, early Sunday morning. Not clear if it was an actual explosive or not. The driver was taken into custody, and security was upgraded at the White House, according to CNN. Streets around the residence was closed. Now, Saturday, we had a person jump over a bike rack in a buffer zone in front of the White House. President Trump was not there. He was in Florida. But the guy that jumped over the rack was not able to make it over the fence onto the grounds, but he was tackled by 2 Secret Service agents and arrested, of course.
So what is the deal here? I mean, do you really think that you're going to roll up to the White House and claim to have a bomb and your day just keep rolling?
Rick, I mean, you're obviously not right even to say that, whether you do or not.
Right. Well, obviously. And I would like for them to go ahead and let us know if there was one in there or not.
Yes, I would too.
I'd like to see the update on that.
Yeah.
So that's it.
If you're going to do it, too, you might ought to make sure. If you're trying to attempt something on the president, let's make sure he's there. They don't even know if he's there or not, and he wasn't. He was in Florida.
Right. So. I mean, if you're going to be a crazy, get your crazy calendar.
Get your facts together.
Your crazy calendar's got to be right.
Get your plan together.
Right. So anyway, so that's.
I mean, do we need to just move that fence further and further back? I mean, we got too many people getting in there too close, don't we?
I'm telling you.
Or start over. Let's make a new capital somewhere in Nebraska.
Let's talk about this. People, we have seen throughout history where we try things, and then we have to change it because people don't know how to act.
That's right.
I mean,
That's right.
Right now, March Madness is coming up with new legislation involving coaches' wives.
Right. As they should.
They're gonna have a room for them to watch
Right,
it.
right. They're all going to have to watch it somewhere else now because of Wichita State's first lady of basketball. But what's going to happen is we're going to get to the point where you can't even get anywhere near the White House because people, don't know how to act. You can't have nothing.
I mean, you're going to have a telescope and look at it from a mountain 6 miles away.
Yeah.
Look, it's not hard.
People don't know how to act.
What about a little voltage on it? A little electric fence.
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't want to
certainly
run
don't
it
want
for
to tinkle
everybody.
on it.
I want the idiots that are doing this to get beat down. I mean, we need to have a couple of billy clubs just wearing some people out there.
Bubba,
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, carshield.com/Bubba. Teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show, and boy, you talk about, I think Bubba just got some information. Looks like to replace the batteries on a Tesla, $30,000.
20 to 30, depending on
$20,000 to $30,000. Well,
numbers you're going by.
Right. So, this leads right into carshield.com/Bubba. If you're driving an automobile that does not have any warranty on it, and you're thinking to yourself, wow, so I love my automobile. I'm making it last. I like how it's built. Used cars, we want them to go longer than ever now. But if it has issues, and, the modern cars have a lot of bells and whistles, then it can cost you, $1,500, $2,000, $3,000 real fast. So CarShield offers protection plans, and I love some of the feedback we're getting. I mean, BMW is a fine automobile, and we've got one of our listeners that said, I wanted my 2014, to go further, and the warranties ended on it. Heard you guys talking about it, and I put that thing under a CarShield, and boy, am I glad it did. A few weeks ago, electrical and engine repairs had to be done. Everything went great. The claims process was done, all handled by the dealership. That was my preferred ASE certified mechanics without any problem, and I'm back driving my BMW again with smiles. I'm extremely satisfied that I put my car under the CarShield. So if you would like to do the same thing, why don't you just go to carshield.com/Bubba. That'll save you 10% on whatever plan you pick up. And remember, under these plans, you also get 24/7 roadside assistance. You get a rental car at no additional charge while yours is being repaired, and you get trip reimbursement as well. There's also a link for you at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, tell us what's going on.
Real quick, I'll try not to draw this out. Don't have a lot of time. Hard break. But when you come into our house in the foyer, it's open to the second story, so it's like a 2-story foyer. And we have a light there hanging down on a chain. A lot of people do. That's not uncommon.
Yeah, this is not the one that the motor keeps jerking up through the ceiling.
Yes. Did we talk about it on the air today?
You told us about that.
Well, this is an update then, because this is like the second or third time that it's done this.
Well, that's a problem.
Jerked a hole in the roof, and
that's not good.
It has a key that you switch to let it up and down.
Yeah.
But that meant, power was to the key in the motor all the time. So we had a switch installed in the attic next to the motor where you could kill it and take the power completely off the motor.
Yeah.
And so, like now, if I do the switch, nothing happens. You got to go up in the attic, throw the switch, and then the switch downstairs.
Maybe you shouldn't have done that.
Cut the source out of it.
Right.
Maybe you shouldn't have done that.
Well, I thought, somebody must have left the switch on is the reason it jerked it up through the roof again. Well, when I went and turned the switch yesterday, it didn't move. So that means the switch in the attic's off. How in the world is that thing still pulling the light up?
Look at Greg's face. He worked for the Southern Company. Highlineman.
I mean, it's we have a power surge, and the motor just turns over half a turn.
Can I tell you this?
And it don't have any power going to it.
All right,
no power going.
What I'm about to say next may be
that's impossible.
It may be.
That can't happen, Greg.
It may be a dumb question. Okay, because I've never experienced one of these motor operated things. Some people can't hide money. And,
well, most anybody with any kind of light that's higher than a normal step ladder has one of these motors on them.
Yeah, you better have money because you got to repair the ceiling.
Yeah, mine does, and I actually have to pull mine to me with a broom. But anyway, the first time Sherri saw me do that, she goes, "Well, I said, that's the only way I can get to it." But here's the thing:
the bulbs don't last as long as you want.
No, if if you go over, let's say it's, and you say, all right, we need to change the bulbs, or we need it up.
Well, I just needed to quit knocking a hole.
No, that's where I'm getting. Listen to me, and this may be dumb quick. Why is it knocking? So
shouldn't it have a stop?
If
on
you
it
would have been
now?
just using it normal, do you have to stop it or knock a hole in the ceiling? Why is it coming up with such force?
Yeah, shouldn't it have a stop on its own?
Is that a dumb question?
Well, no, that's a great question.
Because
And
you
it
could
should.
just pull it through there yourself.
It should, yeah.
How would you know when to stop?
Yeah, well, I'm sitting there looking at it,
Yeah, but why? Why wouldn't?
But
if
you would think it would have a setting.
Seems
That
like
it
you
will
would
not go
I
no
don't-
higher
I don't
than
know
this.
how.
Why is it blowing through the ceiling?
I don't know how. And it
Dang it,
turned
Bubba.
over. It looks like it's about a half a turn on the.
Yeah.
On the
My
take-up
goodness.
reel.
It seems like there should be no setting that if you don't stop it, it goes through the ceiling.
It seems like there should be no scenario.
Where's the governor?
No scenario where it would turn that far.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're trying to time it down like filling up a fountain drink and not spilling it over? Is that what you're doing? You're trying to judge as you put.
Well, that's how I've raised it up before.
But it seems
like to their point, it would stop on its own.
But
It's
there's
like-
it has
here's
no
the thing.
setting that it goes through the ceiling.
So I don't have the key engaged. I go to the attic, flip the switch off. It has no power to the circuit.
That's weird.
And it turned half a turn again. How does it do that?
All right, stupid
and
question.
it happened during a thunderstorm.
All right, person on the phone. Do you know? Person on the phone. Hello.
I'm sorry.
You don't know about the light?
I call for general question.
Yeah.
General
General question. Just like
I'm
generally
sorry.
how's
All
the
right,
day
we're
going?
looking for somebody to help Bubba with this light situation.
Yeah,
now.
just email
So you went
me.
to the
Let me
breaker
know.
box and turned it off?
No, it
Because
has its own switch upstairs that kills power to the whole circuit because we had this problem before.
Well,
It's still doing it.
so it's obvious that motor's on a different circuit.
No, it's on that circuit, but it's almost like somehow it came through the ground or the neutral.
Have you thought? I hate to bring this up, but have you thought about the supernatural?
Possible. But I'm like you. If it didn't have
Rick, at this point, yes.
If it didn't
How
have,
else is it getting power?
Yeah.
if it didn't have an automatic stop, I would have yanked it through the first time I ran it back up.
Right.
Yeah, honestly,
I just
I
leave it
can't
down.
remember. I can't remember lowering it maybe more than 2 times in 14 years. So
Yeah,
I
right.
really don't remember what the stop situation was.
But you see what we're saying.
Yes, oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
I see what
And
you're
now,
saying.
but it doesn't really. Now you're on the bigger point. How's it got powered at all?
Well, now I got a nice vent up there. I mean, it just air
Looks
goes
good.
right
But how
out.
is it working if you've got the power cut off to it?
I don't know.
That's
Greg,
bothering
help
you
us.
so bad.
Greg's getting a squinty eye.
Something
I have
does
no
not
idea.
make sense.
All right, here we go. Dumb question, and I'm sorry.
I've already done
Okay?
all the dumb questions.
I was having to do something with the doorbell because I was installing a Simply Safe doorbell camera, and I couldn't figure out how to turn that off so I could go through and get everything together. And it was actually on the attic breaker where I had to turn it off the attic.
Right.
So could this motor be under something else?
Yeah, but
that-
he's come
It's got
out.
a switch.
He's
right
got a
next to
switch.
it.
that-
Yeah,
Okay, so that's okay. I'm
Get
just
out of
asking.
that.
I didn't know.
It was a dumb question. You're
but
right.
Maybe it could be on the
almost like
maybe
we're-
the front of the
just
house.
got your
I
mouth.
hate to say this.
I'm done.
because I think it's a single pole switch up there. Best I recall.
Hey, Rick
I
and,
can't
just
afford
for
these
you.
lights, so I can't talk about it.
Rick and Bubba's show. Do you have a solution?
There's only one solution, Rick, and you said it's got to be paranormal activity.
There we go.
Okay,
That's picking up momentum,
That's it.
Bubba.
Hanks.
Rick, I'm so sorry. You
Hank
don't
said
need
it.
help.
Do you think a surge on the neutral
Somebody's living in
caused
that.
it to roll over a quarter turn
Bubba.
or something?
Bubba, it looks like you're not going to get any help from the electricians, but I'll come over.
I think Helmsy's on it.
Somebody's living in the attic. It's obvious.
Yep.
Yeah, that's possible.
Well, I don't care if they'll pay rent.
Right. But they're
Just
right,
help out with the bills.
right
Clean
now.
up every now and
Right
then.
now, they're squatters.
Yep.
How bad's that hole in the ceiling bothering you?
Oh, real bad. I couldn't. That would drive me crazy.
It's a little bigger than you want.
Will it fall in the category of us getting older going,
Well, I've pretty much gone all so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
And,
it's,
and it hit me the other day. Probably should have fixed it while we had painters there.
Oh,
But,
yeah.
Oh man.
Hey, fellas, y'all do a little sheet rock work?
You're just so glad to see
All
them
right,
go.
hey,
You didn't care.
Dumb question.
I was
I got.
beat down.
I'm kidding.
I was beat down. I was so
beat
tired of
down?
stumbling over stuff through the house.
Bubba at rickandbubba.com.
Or
Yeah.
Greg at rickandbubba.com.
No,
he
Greg
loves
has
to follow
nothing to
that.
do with it.
Yep.
Don't bother Greg. He's got an anniversary with
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Now, if you want to send him at least an anniversary wish, yes.
Yeah, but he ain't going to be answering email.
No, he ain't.
Happy.
He's going to have all the electricity he can stand.
Oh, watch it.
That's right.
Watch it.
You won't need a breaker to cut that on.
That's good.
Look, you don't know what to do. Take a sip. Hurry.
Greg's going to, come on, that bed needs to run out. Here we
Get
go.
out of here. There it is. Down it. Down it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.